The long-lost dual cultivation technique. It was worth the trip. M. Taoist priest, you are not interested in women. This dual cultivation technique is useless to you. Well, I've remembered it all. Let's leave quickly before they remember it too. Let's go, it's important to find number 5. Lord Su, you will have to take the lead from now on. Got it, got it. The things on the murals are the legendary. This thing is a good thing, it can be used for both sex and spiritual practice. If I had this magic, why would I need to go to the grave and lick the blood from the knife? I only remember a few pictures. I'll go back and copy it down, it won't take long. I'll catch up with them soon, it'll be quick. I didn't walk that far just now. Why haven't you returned to the tomb yet? What about the murals? Sarcophagus. The knocked down zombies are not. See you. I must have returned the same way, why did I go to the wrong tomb? Where are you? Can you hear me? Gada. Gada. Hero. Hero. Where are you? What thing? Only half of the body is left. Something evil. There are evil creatures that eat people. Money friend? Qi'an Yu, is that you? Oh, are we missing someone? Qi'an Yu is missing. When did he disappear? I didn't even notice it. The divine sense was not affected, which means that nothing was hostile to us, and he was not abducted. Why didn't any of us notice when he left? Not only that, after he left, we didn't notice the missing footsteps until we walked so far away. This is so unusual. The fragments of the Earth book cannot be used. Perhaps number 5 encountered such a situation. I know what the situation is now. Outer layer. Generally speaking, the structure of a tomb is divided into 3 layers, inner, middle and outer. The innermost layer is for the tomb owner, and the middle layer is for the side chambers and corridors. Middle level. Inner layer. The important burial companions of the tomb owner are buried there. Middle level. The outermost layer is the cemetery's defense layer, which is where we are now. Outer layer. The outermost layer is full of traps and formations. If I remember correctly, we entered the formation when we stepped into the tomb with the murals. Why didn't you tell me such an important clue earlier? Maybe it's divine punishment. I even forgot all this knowledge. Did you figure out what formation this is? It should be a maze array. The entire outer layer of the tomb is in line with this array. If you can't break the formation, you will be trapped here forever and won't be able to get out. Can you get us out? Although I realized that this was a maze, I couldn't lead the way. Otherwise you will follow me into a dead end. What unlucky. Did the supervisor come here this way before? I really want to see how embarrassed he was back then. If the formation cannot be broken conventionally, can it be broken by brute force? Just like the 2/Su Qi'an swung during the fight. It's best not to do this before finding out the identity of the tomb owner. The outer layer of this tomb is made entirely of king bricks. Even the current Emperor Yuan Jingdi of Dafeng could not afford so many king bricks. The ancient dual cultivation technique is a secret method of tranquility, and it would not be handed over easily, but the whole text is in this tomb. All signs indicate that this tomb is not simple. If you rashly damage the tomb wall, it is very likely to cause irreversible consequences. For now, let's think about how to get out of this maze. Does anyone have any idea? A monk? A warrior? And a former warrior who converted to the human sect. The 3 people's combined knowledge of formations is infinitely close to 0. Taoism does not know feng shui, but it has a little knowledge of battle formations. Let me take you on a journey. A quarter of an hour later. Taoist priest, this seems to be the road we just took. Taoist priest, you are also a fake. Calm, puff. I was too careless. I should have checked the clues of this tomb before going down. Even a fourth-rank master in our team would flee if they saw him. I let my mentality get too high and I became careless. What are your thoughts? You don't need to tell me your choice of route, just explain the secret of this formation. This type of maze is usually built in a dark room or underground, otherwise the person who enters the maze can escape by relying on reference objects outside the maze. When you are completely trapped in the array with no reference, you can only rely on the experience and judgment of the person who enters the array. But if I offer my experience, there is a high chance that it will lead me astray due to bad luck. But there is another safe way. Say it quickly. Let him lead the way, and there is a high probability that we can get out. He. Nick. Come. Su Ningyan is just a warrior, why would this prophet believe that he can lead the way? Ningyan's surprised expression showed that he didn't think he could succeed either. Why did Taoist Master Jinlian look as if he had suddenly realized something? What secrets does Su Ningyan have? I am getting more and more curious. Lord Su, do you know the formation? Money friend? Who? Sign up. Qian Yu, it's me. N. G leader? Everyone. Qian Yu, I didn't expect to see you again. Stop. Don't come over here. How are you going to prove yourself? Do you know that my knife doesn't recognize people? Very good, you are not careless. It seems that the human-skinned corpse you encountered in the underground of Jingzhou 2 years ago left a deep impression on you. Mr. Qian, why did you come down? Even with your limited skills, you can't save anyone. It's really you. Take my exorcism powder. Damn it, this thing can only deal with low-level evil spirits, it's useless against zombies. Boss. I'm so glad you're all okay. This is the girl from southern Shinji they are looking for. There were a total of 32 people who went to the tomb this time, and now there are only 12 left. You must be hungry, I brought you some dry food and water. Very good. Boss, what kind of trouble have you run into? Why haven't you come out for so many days? This is a maze. The brothers have been wandering around in it for several days and can't get out. The water and food were almost all used up, and many masters quarreled with us because of this. Later, the team split into several groups and headed in different directions. The next day, the bodies of other people were found in the tomb. The bodies were horrible deaths. It looks like it was eaten by a monster. Later I discovered that there were indeed man-eating monsters in this maze. That thing seems to be hunting us. It only eats 2 people a day. No less, no more. If it weren't for Lena, who fought it off twice, we would have been in great danger. But without food and water, Lena's condition became worse and worse. Calm, we are always running out of fuel. By the way, why are you here? There were poisonous insects and zombies in the first tomb. How did you get through? Boss, fellow brothers, I have brought reinforcements for you. Don't worry, we'll be out soon. Great. Is it the Gonsun family from Nzuwulin? Or the Dragon God Castle on the Blackwater River? None. Coincidentally, I met those helpers on the roadside. They were also looking for someone. Miss Lena, they are here to see you. I came to Dafeng alone and didn't know any friends Copa. Among them was a 6th-rank strong man with bronze skin and iron bones, and beside him was a woman with disheveled hair. Don't know. There is also a burly bald monk, and a swordsman in a green robe who can fly with a sword. Don't know. What kind of thugs did you find? Are they reliable? But they are looking for you. It was pointed out that it was the girl from southern Shinji who went to the tomb. Oh yes, there is also an old Taoist priest named Jinlian. Do you remember her? Taoist priest Jinlian? I know him. Woohoo, Taoist Jinlian is a good senior whom I trust. He actually came to see me, he is really a good person. Finally figured it out. Nah. Can your friends really get us out of here? I don't know what level of cultivation Taoist Jinlian has, but he is definitely better than me. The bald monk is a Buddhist monk with strong cultivation. The swordsman in green is Chu Yuanjin, one of the protagonists in this battle between heaven and man. What? The protagonist of the battle between heaven and man comes to rescue us? Save this time. The master of the earth sect, the Buddhist monk, the struggle between heaven and man. This lineup will definitely save us. Who is the other 6th rank warrior? He must be a famous expert. See, it looks like he's just a passerby joining the numbers. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Boss, you just said there are monsters hunting us. It was a huge monster that looked like a lizard. It moves very fast but silently, very difficult to deal with. Whoosh. Extinguish. Watch out, it's coming again. Coal. Light the torch. Wow. Tread. Roar. Boom. Be alert all around. That monster will pounce from the shadows. Lena. Lena. I'm fine. Give me a torch. Snap. In, there. Shoo. This monster has lived in the tomb for many years, and its eyes have completely degenerated and cannot recognize light. Sniff. Bah. Bam. It wants to escape. Turn around. Boom. 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 Call. Boom. Hoo. Calm down. Lena. See, ouch, it hurts so much. This monster's skin is so tough. B. Awesome. Long live Lena. Damn monster. Die. Is the meat of this monster edible? This creature eats poisonous rotten flesh in the tomb. Such a big piece of meat is such a waste. Quack quack. Lena. Aid. Help. Kill that beast. Get out of the way. B. Snap. Damn it. What? Torch. Tap tap tap. M. Boom. 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 Amit ba. Summer boom. 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 Snap. Don't worry, we are here to rescue you. Thank you for saving my life. This Taoist must be the Taoist priest Jinlian that Lena mentioned. Saved. Taoist priest, how is your friend doing? As long as the natal Gu is not injured, the Gu clan members can survive no matter how seriously injured they are. Heal. Heal. I'm injured, but my life is not injured. Does Miss Zhong have any medicine to treat my wounds? It is a healing elixir of excellent quality. The Qi'an Jian is really rich. I haven't had any for many years. Take 1 pill a day and you will be cured in 3 days. Her facial features are quite delicate, and her skin is a healthy wheat color, which fits the image of a wild girl from southern Xinji. Yes, she is a beautiful female netizen. Nah. Do you know what kind of monster this is? This should be the tomb beast. According to relevant records, after the death of ancient people, a tomb guardian beast would be placed in the tomb to guard it before the tomb was sealed. At first, there were a large number of stray beasts, but there was not enough food in the tomb. In order to survive, the tomb guardians will devour each other. After generations of reproduction, the monsters today are no longer the same as the tomb guardians of the past. What value are their bodies worth? Soaked in filthy air and devouring rotten flesh, it is worthless. Zhongli, you'll leave her to your care. Carry her on your back. Number 5 is already injured, and she is still asked to carry the prophet from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Will she be injured again? Well, if you stay close to Su Qianan, nothing serious should happen. Follow us and we'll get you out. Saved. N. That blue-clothed swordsman must be one of the protagonists in the battle between heaven and man. The art of controlling fire is amazing. The bald monk was also very powerful. He beat the monster that even Miss Lena was defeated to death with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. As for the 6th grade warrior, in the previous battle, he was hit by a monster and flew away. Just because of his iron skin and bones, his body is not damaged. Maybe he's just a passerby. Is this the first time you see the stone gate in front? We are out of the maze. This is a side room, which means we have left the outer layer and entered the middle layer. So many treasures. Pack them up quickly. CLA. Co. Don't be too happy. There are perhaps 2 ways to leave this tomb. The first is to enter the main tomb to investigate the identity of the tomb owner. This place will not be affected by the maze, but if you continue to move forward you will only enter the main tomb. The second is to return to the outer layer to find a way to escape from the maze. The identity of the tomb owner is not simple. I think it would be very de-rouse if we rashly enter the main tomb. Let's go back to the outer layer. With my luck, maybe I can have a chance to escape if I turn a few more times. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. A group of people followed Su Qianan around in the maze. I don't know how long it took, but I returned to. Why is it here again? Walk again. A quarter of an hour later. It seems like again. Again. A quarter of an hour later. Why are you coming back again? M. Don't go back into the maze, you'll never be able to get out of that maze. If you want to leave this tomb, you have to enter the main tomb to look for clues. Okay, follow me and we'll find the way to the main tomb. If you want to enter the main tomb, I must give you a warning. Don't use Qigong here. Is this old man the wild warlock that Qi'an you mentioned? Where did he come from? Has he been in the teen just now? The owner of this tomb is not simple. Ha, it would be bad if you saw something you shouldn't see. This is what I have learned from digging graves over the years. The sorcerers in your astronomical bureau are too lazy to do this kind of work because they lack experience. The sorcerer of the Qi'an. It turns out that the real person never reveals his identity. This woman has never spoken a word. I didn't expect that she is actually an important person. Call him. Come, as expected, only the warrior has the highest status. I see. It is absolutely impossible for a mature prophet to use any spells in a de-rouse place or participate in any battle. The main tomb chamber should be behind this door. My spiritual sense did not sense any door. Then open the door. Boom boom boom. Go out. Wait a minute, there's no air in there. Con. Zhongli, do you have any anti-poison pills? Share some with the brothers in the Ho 2G, you're welcome. We've taken the anti-drug pills. 2/4 of an hour later. Call. I'll lead the way, and you guys will follow behind. Tread. Don't do unnecessary things. Tread. AP. I really stole the show this time, everyone has to rely on me. Leading the way and using Dur as a shield, warriors are just so crude. According to the layout of the tomb, the coffin of the tomb owner must be in the center. I suggest you go around the main tomb first. Check for any key clues. That makes sense. See, as expected of a tomb robber, you have thought a lot. But I am the leader, so why did I consult with Taoist Master Jinlian? G.A. There are murals here again. Legend has it that a terrifying giant snake once broke into the city. Its body was taller than the city walls. Taoist priest, what is painted on it? At this time, a Taoist priest with a flying sword descended from the sky and killed the giant snake. The emperor in the city led his subjects to welcome the Taoist priest and they kowtowed to him. The Taoist priest stood in the air on a flying sword and looked down at everyone. Is such a big snake a demon? There are indeed some gifted monsters with huge bodies. But if you knew that the 5th grade demon race can condense a demon pill, you would not think that this big snake is a demon. Gather the demon elixir? Taoist priest, do you mean that when the demon race reaches the 5th level, their size will shrink? Being huge is not a good thing. Although it will increase strength, it will also expose many flaws. The only ones in this world known for their huge size and powerful strength are the ancient gods and demons. However, when gods and demons were active, humans were still in the Dark Ages. There won't be a city of this size. So this big snake may be the descendant of gods and demons. Even so, this Taoist was able to kill the giant snake, so his strength must be extraordinary. In order to thank the Taoist priest, the emperor built a high platform for him and led all the civil and military officials to worship him. But the blurred face swung the sword and killed the emperor, put on the dragon robe and the crown. Usurped the throne. What the hell is this unfolding? Why would such a powerful person be obsessed with power? What is the significance of becoming an emperor to him? The following mural depicts a war. After the Taoist emperor put down the rebellion, he began to indulge in debauchery. He was surrounded by many naked women. Later on, there were more men and women, countless pairs of men and women mixed together. Qi'an. What this mural wants to convey is that the emperor later became obsessed with dual cultivation and became a fanatical admirer of the Taoist dual cultivation technique? Taoist priest, this emperor has a great connection with the Taoist dual cultivation school. Could that Taoist be the founder of the dual cultivation school? Have no idea. In the end, God may not be able to tolerate the emperor's foolish behavior. One day, darkness gathered and thunder struck him to death, and the emperor passed away. The mural ends here. This story is too erotic. Some parts don't make sense. Even our wise and powerful majesty knows how to modify history books to cover up his own stains. If the owner of this tomb is the emperor in the mural. So, are these things painted nakedly on the murals a mockery of oneself? He was killed by lightning, so this tomb should have been built by his later ministers, so it is reasonable to criticize him. CA is almost like drama comma. Operas of this era were generally performed in brothels. Master, you may build a tomb for your enemies, but others may not. If the emperor built his own tomb, it would be impossible for him to criticize himself in the murals. If it was built by later generations, it would be impossible to spend so many king bricks to build his tomb. Well, it is indeed full of irrationality. With this Taoist strength, it is impossible for ordinary thunderbolts to kill him. Could it be that the thunder has other meanings? That is a catastrophe. Heavenly catastrophe? See, the second level of Taoism is called Dujie. After passing the heavenly tribulation, one can become a first-level land immortal. This is not comparable to the prediction of the Tianjian. The leader of the previous generation's sect was reduced to ashes in a heavenly calamity. A thunder tribulation that can kill a second-grade person is indeed. It turns out that the second level of Taoism is called Dujie, and the first level is the land immortal. I remember Taoist master Gyani said that the leader of the earth sect failed to survive the calamity and was devoured by the evil spirit, and fell into a demon. This means that the emperor is a Taoist of the second rank, and a peak second rank, just one step away from becoming a terrestrial immortal. The Taoist died in a heavenly calamity and turned into ashes, leaving no body behind. This tomb should be just a cenotaph. There won't be much stir. Then feel at ease. Taoist priest, stop planting flags randomly. There is nothing valuable around the tomb except the murals. Enter this passage and you will reach the coffin of the main tomb. Let's go and take a look. There are candles on both sides, which seem to be the oil extracted from the East China Sea red dragon. This candle can burn for decades without going out. Pay attention to the pools on both sides to prevent evil things hidden in the water. Damn it! Just a skeleton. Don't touch me randomly, just follow me. This sarcophagus must belong to the tomb owner. Nah. What does the layout of this coffin seem to indicate? The 4 mummies were engraved with runes. The one on the west was made of gold. The north, south and east are respectively dominated by fire, water and wood. Central Lord. All things in heaven and earth are. The ancients believed that after death, they would be buried in the earth, and set up a 5-element formation in the tomb. The dead will one day be reborn from the earth. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. This is not right, Taoist priest. Didn't you say that he died in a heavenly calamity and turned into ashes? Then how can I reincarnate if there is nothing in this coffin? I don't know. I can't figure it out either. Let's go, there are no clues we need here. Freeze. What's wrong with you? I heard someone talking in the coffin comb. Go. Get out of here. Thump. Unable to move. N. This main tomb is indeed derouse. How unlucky. I don't know if it's Zhongli's fault or mine. Or maybe both. Call. Taoist Jinlian is unreliable. What happened to his body that was said to be reduced to ashes? The person inside the coffin is indeed that second-ranked Taoist priest. Welcome back, Lord. The immobilization spell has been lifted. Don't act rashly. M. Who? Who is the master of this mummy? Could it be the Taoist priest? Han Yuan is a martial monk, so he won't have much interaction with the Taoist sect. Zhongli is a disciple of Si Tianjian, and number 5 is from the southern Xinjigu clan. The members of the Ho-Tu Ji don't seem to be powerful people either. Then the only possibility is Su Qi'an. He's kneeling to me? He's calling me Lord. Think about it, little brain. 1. I am really the master of this mummy. 2. For some reason it recognized the wrong person. The first possibility cannot be verified. If the second possibility is true. If I ask rashly, my identity will definitely be discovered, and we will be wiped out. Must hold steady. Akimbo. Well done. It turns out that the master that the mummy was talking about was that warrior. Come, he's just a crude warrior. My lord, why didn't you become an immortal? Become an immortal. According to my understanding, becoming an immortal means transcending one's rank. Who is the owner of this mummy? It's so scary. I can encounter this level of existence in the next tomb. It must be Zhongli's fault. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lord's Atonement. Lord's Atonement. CMAG. Puff. My lord, are you here for this imperial seal? You left it in my body and told me to take good care of it. I have always kept it properly. Now I return it to my lord. I really don't dare to take a treasure from an immortal. If the immortal comes to me in the future, I will be dead. But if you don't accept it, you will definitely be mummy. I'm going to die anyway, I can only choose to die later. What age is it now? Today's Central Plains dynasty is called Dafeng. Dafeng dynasty. How many years have I been sleeping? Kosini. How the hell should I know? Why don't I hand you over to the state for dissection and research? Time has no meaning to us. Isn't it? Beautiful answer. It's almost time, find a way to get out. Okay. See. Go back to sleep. As the master of the mummy, there is no need to explain to the mummy why you came to take the jade seal. Being aloof and quiet is in line with the character. What words are written below this jade seal? Dissipate. Why? Ugh! A force entered me. Thump! You are not the Lord. Walk! Run away! I'll stop him. Taoist priest, take everyone out. Pinch! Su Qi'an. Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Taoist priest. Why doesn't Su Qi'an leave? Can't leave him behind. Chu Yu engine, take Heng Yuan away. Bro, I'm sorry. Seal the hole. Quickly evacuate the main tomb. Boom. You are not the Lord, how dare you seize the Lord's luck? I will devour your flesh and blood, chew your bones, and suppress your soul in the grave. Suffering forever and ever. Kung. How dare you, a little evil creature, act so presumptuously in front of this poor monk? Spread. Gold. Grasp. CL. Come. Snap. Roar. Guru. Guru. A humble ant can actually grab luck. It turns out there is a warrior hidden inside him. It seems that I have been sleeping for too long, and such a powerful body has appeared in the world. Boom. It is a golden statue of Buddhism. Buddhism? You don't know Buddhism? It seems that it existed too long ago. Coincidentally, I also hate Buddhism. Gravel. I'm a master. Well, the scene thing is quite powerful. I started to fight back. Boom. Boom. Master, tear his head off. Here comes the sword. Vomit. This is the magic weapon left by the master. It has absorbed the negative energy in the tomb for countless years. The most suitable to break your most strong and masculine body protection magic. Lamb. ACQUEME. Repair wounds. What to do? This tomb is built on a feng shui treasure land, which is equivalent to a natural formation. The mummy has taken full advantage of the location. Put down the butcher knife, just arrived at the room. Unable to move. Roar. Stop fighting. Poral. Tremble, tremble. Tremble, tremble. Cough. Poisoned? Bah. The Vajra magical skill is no match for this sword. Ma. You are no match for me, why don't you run away? Now that you have awakened, if I don't kill you, all the creatures around you will be killed. I don't want to destroy this tomb, to restore my master's luck, so we'll let you go. Not yet. Then go to hell. CRA. Boom. So comfortable. Hoo. Boom. Actually, I don't want to show my immortal body, because it would be too costly for me. I need to constantly devour the flesh and blood of living beings to replenish myself, but I hate killing. Extremely annoying. Ugh. My lord, my lord. I can't wait any longer. Hold tight. Use force. Let go. Why? Don't kill me? Seal. My strength. It's not difficult to kill you. You are just a remnant. Who is your lord? Colm. Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Day. There are no pursuers behind us, let's take a rest here. Day. Ha. Relieve acupuncture points. This will help you. nga.cn. B. Get out of the way. Go back and die? We have entered the maze. You can't go back alone. Why take me out? I owe him my life, I owe him my life. You shouldn't have brought him here, master. When we joined the Tiandi Hui, we promised you that we would help each other. But this has nothing to do with Lord Su. He is not a member of our Tiandi Hui. You should not ask him for help. Come. He is always like this. In times of crisis he always considers others first and sacrifices himself for others. But you can't take his kindness as righteousness. Now that number 5 has been found, all the members of the Tiandi Hui are still there, but how can we go back with dignity? Taoist priest Jinlian, I am very disappointed in you. Very disappointed. In the capital, through the fragments of the Earth Book, it was learned that Su Qian died in Yunzhou. Han Yuan was meditating with his Buddhist beads at that time. He crushed the Buddhist beads that had accompanied him for more than 10 years. But that happened far away in Yunzhou after all, and he could do nothing but feel sad. This time was different. He personally participated in the incident and witnessed everyone abandoning Su Qian and running for their lives. Kotum. Great sadness and filled his chest. This made Han Yuan doubt himself and his companions. Su Qian, this is something you would do. How are you going to let us explain this to number 3? He saved my life, and I said I would repay him. How can I still have the face to live on? How can I still have the face to live on? Oh no, his Buddhist heart is about to collapse. Snap. Han Yuan, things are not what you think. In fact, Su Qian is the 3rd. Boom. The underground palace is about to collapse. There's something wrong with the underground palace, the formation has broken itself. We can get out now. Please help me carry her and take her out. Okay, I'll carry her. Stop wasting time, run. Boom. Boom. This is the tomb from which we first came in. Run. Escaped. Where is Miss Zhong? She's missing. She went back. Relict? Judging from the murals, the owner of this tomb is clearly the Taoist priest, but what came out of the bronze coffin was a yellow-robed mummy who claimed to be his subordinate. Wearing a yellow robe? How dare a subordinate wear a yellow robe? This is very suspicious. In addition, this mummy is black. Could it be caused by being struck by lightning? Is this the old body left behind by the Taoist priest who failed in his tribulation? What about him? Did he successfully transcend the tribulation and enter the first level, or did he take over another body? Do you want to get information about my lord? People in the Taoist sect and sword practitioners need to rely on luck to practice. Even if you don't tell me, I can guess the Taoist's background. Given your character, it is not difficult to see. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of your lord? We can exchange information. Good. What dynasty was he from? Li dynasty. Dali dynasty. Did you know? Master, I am just a crude warrior, not a Confucian disciple. I haven't even read the history books of Dafeng. Judging from your looks, I seem to have been sleeping for too long. The Dali dynasty was tens of thousands of years after the gods and demons disappeared. At that time, various countries ruled the Central Plains. The remaining descendants of Shenan are still wreaking havoc on the land of Kyushu, but they are just as weak as embers and cannot become great. In addition to the human race, the demon race should not be underestimated. However, just as the human race is divided into many factions, the demon race is also centered around tribes and ethnic groups. Although they are united with each other, they are generally a loose group. Only when a great war breaks out with the human race will the various demon tribes unite. After the gods and demons, humans and demons fought for supremacy. How long did this period of history last? Why do I feel that the history of this world is a mess, with too much of the past being unverifiable? The world needs a Sima Qian. How did the gods and demons fall? I don't know. What level are gods and demons? Grade? I almost forgot that the current 9th rank to 1st rank was a concept proposed by a Confucian saint. What strength? Your question is too vague for me to answer. Shake head. The combat power of each god and demon is different, so it is impossible to generalize. The most powerful gods and demons, immortal and powerful enough to destroy the world. So can I understand that the most powerful gods and demons possess strength that transcends their rank? In the era you have existed, how many powerful people have possessed the highest level of gods and demons? After the gods and demons became extinct, no one could reach the status of the pinnacle gods and demons. The only surviving god was the most powerful one at that time. Where is Tao Zun? What Taoist? He doesn't even know A cultivator doesn't even know the Dao Zun. How is this possible? You don't even know the founder of Taoism? Dao Men? Could it be that Dao Zun was not the founder of Taoism? At that time, there was a general system and everyone was following this path. I haven't heard of it. It should be a force that ate after Dali. A.M. Finally, he is the master of Dao, who successfully surpasses his rank and becomes a fairy god. Mom! Tell me about yourself. After the Lord failed to survive the catastrophe, the Waishan shed his old body. He enlightened the remaining soul in his old body. I collected souls wandering around the world, completed the remaining souls, and thus I was born. Later, he built this great tomb and gave me the imperial seal that embodied the destiny of Dali, asking me to take good care of it. One day, he will come back to take it. But countless years passed and he never came back until you entered the tomb. Your luck is exactly the same as that of the Lord at that time. I mistook you for him. Isn't it true that every emperor has a destiny? If I knew, I wouldn't be mistaken. The emperor is blessed with good fortune, but it does not belong to him but to the dynasty. Therefore, the emperor can be replaced. You are different. You carry with you a refined destiny that belongs only to you. Company. The Taoist must have felt the same way, which is why he mistook you for a Taoist. What I have on me is refined luck. The orthodox dynasty of the human race today is the Dafeng dynasty, which is probably more than 10,000 years away from your time. As for the whereabouts of your Lord, I can tell you that after Dali, there is a being with the pinnacle of God and devil status. There are poison gods, witch gods, Buddhas, Taoist masters, and Confucian saints. Among them, the Confucian saints died, and the Taoist master disappeared after he transformed into the three pure ones. The others, all had some problems. Think for yourself whether your Lord is among them. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. If your Lord is not among them, he has either died or is still gathering strength. If so, why doesn't he come back to you? Oh, these poor monks don't know either. Aren't you included in this? Shake head. I give you two choices. 1. I will kill you now. N. Second, you stay in the tomb and wait. This time, you can no longer sleep, and will endure loneliness and solitude. There is no end. I choose to continue waiting, this is my mission. It is also the meaning of my existence. What a hachiko. Within 10 years, he will come back to repay your luck. Good. What are you talking about, bald guy? I didn't agree. Someone is coming. I have to continue sleeping, otherwise I won't be able to control my desire to eat. Don't worry about me. The more luck you absorb, the better it will be for me. Probing head and brain. What to look at? I happen to be hungry. The little girl has delicate skin and tender flesh. No. M. What's wrong with your legs? Not dead. Not taken away. I have great luck to protect me. Can't die. Why are you back? Come back and look for it. My leg was broken by a rock on the road. You fool. You're already so unlucky, and you still have the time to care about me. A. Come on, they'll carry you out. L. Right. B. Oops. Is this the prophet? Why did you stand up suddenly? What I was thinking just now was that if I carried you on my back, a rock might hit you on the head and blow your brain off. That's why I suddenly stood up just now and wanted to hug you. Unlucky. You are so unlucky. See, I have a lot of tricks, but you don't. Don't you know how unlucky you are? I dealt with the mummy in the tomb, so I must have a plan if I dared to leave it behind. Next time this happens, just run away by yourself, otherwise you will die before me. I don't trust you. Get lost, you are not my wife, so don't worry about me. I am not even as good as a woman. Woo! Han Yuan is afraid that he will have to keep a knot in his heart. When he reaches a high level in the future, this will be the biggest flaw in his state of mind. This shouldn't happen, C.co. He is a man of great fortune, he shouldn't die here. But the so-called people with great luck are not really immortal, especially when they reach a high level. Such a person with great fortune died here, does it mean that I will die? Taoist priest. Please tell us the name of our benefactor. Although the Ho-Tu-Ji is a group of gravediggers and low-class people, we still know how to repay kindness. The benefactor has passed away. We can never repay him in this lifetime. We just want to erect a monument for him. From now on, all members of the Ho-Tu-Ji must pay homage every day and never forget it. Please tell me the name of your benefactor, Taoist priest. Su Qi'an, his name is Su Qi'an, he is the silver gong of the night watchman's office in the capital. Su Qi'an. CM. This is a name that will be remembered for a lifetime. There are footsteps. You go quickly. Get out of here as quickly as you can, the monster in the tomb is coming out. Amitba, this time, I will not run away again. Swish swish. Swish swish. Yo, how's everybody doing? Is it him? The fortune has become even stronger, and the magic of Jianjiang to block the secrets of heaven has failed? How did he escape from the mummy? Lord Su. Benefactor. It turns out you're not dead, that's great. The benefactor is blessed with a great fortune. That's great. It's really great. As the sun went down, after confirming that there were no more mummies chasing out of the tomb, everyone set up camp and began their long-awaited rest. See? I dare to stay behind alone to cover the retreat, not because I am arrogant. The prison has left a backup plan in my body, but I can't tell you what it is. As expected, Su Ningyan is an important chess piece of the supervisor. Now it seems that this chess piece is of extraordinary importance. But why is Su Qian bald? Is it a side effect of the mysterious backhand? No wonder. No wonder Miss Zhongli from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau followed him. It's a pity that I don't have the opportunity to practice Vajra invincibility, and am still far from the third level. What is the name of this senior? I don't dare to use the word senior, my surname is Gyani, and my given name is Shu. How did you discover this tomb? The tomb was not discovered by me, but by my teacher. Ko-Ga. The warlocks of our lineage have almost no chance of advancement. Most of them stop at the 5th rank. As for the reason, the secrets in the system. Unable to disclose. Isn't it just that you need to rely on the imperial court? I knew that a long time ago. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Although I can't get promoted, I still have to eat. There are only a few ways to make a living. The most profitable thing is to make money from the dead. I have traveled around Kyushu with my teacher since I was young, and I would record every feng shui treasure I came across. This tomb was discovered by my teacher when he was young. However, the teacher was not keen on digging graves, saying that it was against the will of heaven and would be punished by heaven sooner or later. Who would have thought that what this old man said would have come true? If it weren't for the help of my benefactor, I would have been sleeping in the ground forever. Damn, this old man is a sorcerer. I can't use the reading technique on him. Who knows if what he said is true or false? Because of this old bastard, I'm almost getting PTSD from a warlock. Alas. Shu Kaiwei and Zhongli, these two silly girls, definitely chose the wrong system. Senior Gong Wei, who is the ancestor of your lineage of sorcerers? Have no idea. You don't even bother pretending. This lie is too obvious. Isn't he the first supervisor? The origin of the warlock is the first generation of supervisors. If we talk about my ancestor, it is definitely him. Play tricks on me. That should. It must be a faction that broke away from the Imperial Observatory 500 years ago. Let's take a step to speak. At this distance, the Taoist priest and others won't overhear us. Friends are friends, but I can't tell them the secrets of the sorcerer unless they are paid. Mr. Su, what else do you know? I also know that Emperor Wuzong was able to successfully usurp the throne because of his alliance with Buddhism. Anka. The Buddhists helped him kill the first supervisor. Everyone knows this. You have a fortune teller from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau by your side, and you can even escape from the evil corpses in the ancient tomb. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you, what role did the current supervisor play back then? Isn't this an obvious thing? If there were no high-level sorcerers working together from the inside and outside, how could it be easy for the Buddhist sect to kill a first-level sorcerer? I guessed correctly. Jian Zhan was indeed a traitor in those days, which led to his current situation. Although I don't have a moral obsession, I still instinctively hate the act of killing my teacher and I can't accept it. So, are the sorcerers who are now wandering around the world all those who split off after the death of the first generation of the supervisor? There were 6 groups of sorcerers who split from the Qi'an. They were the 6 disciples of the first generation supervisor. Are you still in touch with the other 5 schools? The ancestor of my lineage was the 4th disciple of the first generation of supervisors, a 4th-rank formation master. Oh we are all separated, how can we keep in touch? Besides, why contact? Form a secret alliance to fight against the Qi'an? The warlock system needs to be attached to the dynasty. The higher the quality, the more so. This is also the reason why the 6 warlocks declined one after another. This is not right. I met a high-level sorcerer in Yunzhou. The implication is, wild warlocks are no longer qualified to be opponents of Qi'an. He does not belong to the Qi'an, and the 6 wild warlocks cannot be promoted to high level. So how did he get promoted to a high rank? I once met a high-level sorcerer in Yunzhou. At least he is a celestial master, but he is not from the Astronomical Bureau. This shouldn't be. Is it possible that he was attached to a certain force, just like the Qi'an was attached to Dafeng? If that's the case, Buddhism and Wuxianism are both possible. As for the barbarians in southern Xinji and the north, you may not know that they are unable to gather luck. No. I know, President Zhao told all. Polul. At that time, the sorcerer helped me defeat the Wuxian cult. Regardless of whether he has ill will towards me, he and the Wuxian cult are not the same kind of people. So the only possibility left is Buddhism? But the evidence is not complete enough, so we cannot make such arbitrary conclusions, but generally speaking, no bald donkey is a good thing. I have one last question for Mr. Gong Wei. Mr. Su saved my life. As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know. Did you know that the supervisor blocked all information about the first supervisor? As expected. Since ancient times, emperors have known how to modify history books. But the problem is that there are quite a few people who know about the first generation of supervisors. For example, you and I are among them right now. Mr. Su thinks, what does it mean to block the secrets of heaven? Erase everything related to someone or something. So, what does it mean to erase everything? Row. You see, I made a mark here. As long as it is covered up, no one will know it ever existed. But if I go one step further, the trace I leave behind will be as huge as this valley. What's more, this valley is directly across the capital city of Dafeng. How can I conceal its existence? I understand. The first supervisor was this valley. Even though the secret was blocked, his influence was too great, so that the traces left behind cannot be completely erased. That's right, the techniques to block the secrets of heaven must also follow the rules of heaven and earth. For example, if Mr. Zu's closest people, such as his parents, all traces of their existence were wiped out. Could it be that Master Su thought he had jumped out of a stone? Or will other people think that Mr. Su was born out of a stone? If they are close to you, they will leave a vague impression in their minds. But I can't remember the corresponding details. So that's how it is. No wonder Duke Wei said he often forgot there was a first generation of supervisors in the world. Only when studying the information of the Qi'an will one remember from the sense of historical disconnection that there was a first generation supervisor. Seniors know so much. It's not that I know a lot, but that this is all my lineage knows. Now that we have come to this, let me tell you some of the sorcerer's secrets. The first and second level of the sorcerer are very mysterious. Even my great master didn't know the names of these two grades and their corresponding methods. Coma. Thanks for the reminder. Bandage. Bandage. Wow. Ah. Plop. Not an easy stick to find. If you do this again, I won't go back to find you. Okay, a broken stick. I'll exchange for a silver stick for you when we get back to the capital. Let's go. Taoist priest. It's time to go back to Beijing. The light of righteousness shines on the big shot. Goodbye, benefactor. So chic. I'm so tired, I need to find an end to rest. I haven't showered for a few days, I stink. Qi'an Yu, what are you looking at? Is there a woman on the wall? G master, come and see. If there's no woman on the wall, I'll strip you naked and eat you on the wall. I remember my benefactor's name was Su Qianan. March 18th, Xinqiu year. Buddhist mission arrives in Beijing. Want to fight with the Qi'an. Night watchman Su Qian went to battle with Yin Luo. Breaking the formation, beheading the golden body, arguing the Buddhist teachings. Defeat Buddhism and promote the country's prestige. On behalf of Qi'an. I'm wrong. I thought he was a crude warrior. It turns out he is the real big shot. Break the law. Cut the golden body. He is truly a god. Nah. Aranishan Cons. First Sakura. Studio had a Sakura. Hoo. It's beautiful. Can't you see such a night view from the Bagua terrace of the Qi'an? I can't see anything so beautiful. Moreover, the teacher wants to observe the celestial phenomena at night, and no one except Kaiwei is allowed to go up to the Bagua stage at this time. Why can Zhu Kaiwei do it? Because she is the youngest and the stupidest. Are you saying bad things about Zhu Kaiwei? So the teacher is particularly fond of him. But that's the character of this fifth senior sister, she's probably telling the truth. I saw a city in my dream. Every night, there are lights on the street. It winds around every corner of the city. I saw a city in my dream, full of tall buildings like the observatory, emitting light of different colors. I saw a city in my dream, with glowing carriages running through the streets. The whole city was bright and dazzling, and the candlelight continued all night until dawn. That must be The flying sword and paper crane did not land immediately, but circled in the sky above the outer city for a while. This is similar to knocking on the door, giving the sorcerers of the Imperial Observatory or the masters in the capital a chance to respond. Let them know that those who come are not enemies, but our own people. If he suddenly landed without any warning, the masters in the capital would probably take action in response. After landing in an alley outside the city, everyone bowed and said goodbye one after another. The unconscious Lena was taken away by Taoist Jinlian to be cared for. After all, the Taoist priest is the leader of the Tiandihui, so he should bear this responsibility. It was late at night, and the gate leading to the inner city had long been closed, but Su Qian still walked through unhindered with the help of the silver gong badge. Su Mansion. Soon he returned to Zu's house with Zhongli. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You didn't have to suffer this. Take me back to the Qi'an tomorrow, and the teacher will help me heal my leg injury. I want to borrow your luck to avoid bad luck, so I have to give you something in return. In your words, this is equivalent X, the immutable law of alchemy." Nah. Sister Zhang is so understanding and reasonable, it is so touching. By the way, Sister Zhang, are you sleepy? Shake head. B. If you are not sleepy, please help me type. I carried you from Xiqing back to the capital, and it was very tiring. Equivalent X, the Unqing principle of alchemy. Hurry up, I promised the princess that I would send her a storybook, and I've already delayed it for a day. I'll help you grind the ink. Cal. Star observation tower the next day. Take good care of yourself. The sea ends where the sky becomes the shore, I am the peak at the top of the art. Seen your brother Wychet his catchphrase? No, when you said such things under the observatory, did you consider the feelings of the supervisor? What does brother Y want to talk to me about? You seemed to have some problems last night, do you need my help? What did he mean? Was he referring to the luck I grabbed from the ancient tomb yesterday? How could Wai Qianhuan possibly discover my strelluck? I'm just passing on the teacher's message. Tell me what you think and he'll reply. My idea is to beat you up. As expected, when I returned to Beijing last night, the supervisor noticed something unusual about me at the Bagua platform. There is no doubt that a first-class sorcerer who was able to see far and wide would not have discovered it only now. The supervisor asked senior brother Y to tell me something, which means that the secret he had shielded me from is no longer effective? Was it because of the impact of luck yesterday? Then I will definitely refuse. Do Arhat return to the western regions? What reason do I have to endure 404 Dafa? During this period of time, every time I went to a brothel, my heart was bleeding. Life without free sex is meaningless. No. Thank the supervisor for me. Day. I have to go to the palace and hand over the script to. Get out of the way. The carriage is out of control. Ah. Such a familiar picture. Call. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your help. Just be fine. Look. Isn't this Lord Su? Isn't this our Dafeng hero? That's right. It's Lord Su. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your help. He is indeed a kind person. Am I so popular now? Thank you for your compliments. Can someone help me? Someone has kidnapped my child. What? Come, AA. Oops. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your help. Look. It was the Lord Su who defeated the Buddhist sect. B. What a nice person. Oops. Grandma, are you okay? I am fine. If it weren't for Master Su holding me up. I'm afraid this old bone can't stand up. Thanks to Mr. Su. What a kind person. Mother-in-law walks slowly. Something is very wrong. Why do I pretend to be so arrogant wherever I go? This is unscientific. The strelluck in my body slowly awakened as my cultivation level improved. It was a gradual process, so the external manifestation was picking up silver, from 1 cent to 5 cents. Now that he has seized the luck and the jade seal, it is like forcing the growth of seedlings, and the luck is out of control. Zhongli is plagued by bad luck and must always be prepared for unexpected accidents.
I am blessed with good fortune, so I have to be on guard against sudden pretense.
This is not a good thing. And am not sure these accidents are going to happen. Or was it because of my appearance that this happened deliberately, just to make me show off? See Tianjian.
One day the great rock rises with the wind, and soars up to 90,000 miles.
Holding the moon and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. My teacher asked me to give it to you. He said you would have some minor troubles and this jade pendant can solve them. Can this jade pendant shield my luck? The supervisor is truly a god. He knew I would come back. No, it was given to me before. Why didn't you give it to me just now?
The most important thing should naturally be saved for later.
Just as heroes always appear in critical moments.
I can't stand it anymore. Please help me kill this guy.
Come, ONG.
Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads.
Dishing Court. His talent is no less than that of a boy. Not inferior to Earl?
I heard that your highness has read all the history books. My humble description is not appropriate, he is no less than the top scholar.
What can I ask? It is easy to talk to smart people. Your Highness, do you know about the Dali dynasty? The exploration of the ancient tomb outside Xiqing is a G mission within the Tiandihui.
As Wei Yuan's spy planted within the Tiandihui, I should report this matter to my superiors.
But because of the matter of the Jade Seal's luck, I intend to keep it secret. Regarding matters concerning the Dali dynasty, I can only ask the eldest princess.
There are 3 dynasties named Dali, the earliest of which dates back about 3,000 years. The most recent one was after the founding of Dafeng, when the remnants of the previous dynasty, with the support of the Wushan cult, established a short-lived Dali. 18 years later it was destroyed by Emperor Gaozu.
Sam. N. More than 3,000 years. Is there any earlier? No more. It seems that there is indeed no record of the age of the murals in the official history books.
Before the ints of Confucianism, although humans also had the habit of recording history, they mostly painted it in murals.
Murals are not easy to preserve and may be destroyed in a war. The practice of compiling books was truly regarded as a tradition after the ints of Confucianism.
Scholars began to work hard on compiling books in history, and regarded it as a lifelong and glorious career.
Sir Su, is there anything else? There is none left. There is none left? Look at my poor memory.
I promised to send a storybook to His Highness.
I had something happen at home yesterday, so I was delayed. Your Highness must be waiting anxiously.
A few maids just want to take a look, why should I be in such a hurry?
That's all. I'll take my leave now. I have to go to Linen Prefecture for a date. I don't even have time to practice properly. Why do you raise so many fish? Not sent. W. Eat a lot and be full. Lingbao Temple. Help me, my body is dying. I think you like your current body. Junior sister, please don't lie. People like us don't take things too seriously. Stop talking nonsense, what's the matter?
I want to ask my junior sister for 2 blood fetus pills.
I
am just a beautiful woman who deceived the king into practicing Taoism and brought chaos to the court. My elixirs are all the people's hard-earned money.
Brother, aren't you afraid that after eating it, you will be burned by the fire of karma and die? This stingy and vindictive woman. Junior sister, what you said is wrong. Emperor Yuan Jing wants to practice Taoism, what does it have to do with you?
If a person with evil intentions were to be appointed as the imperial advisor, that would be a real disaster for the government. Junior sister took on the post of imperial master because she cared about the people of the world. She personally watched over Emperor Yuan Jing. Otherwise, the court would have been in chaos long ago. It would be great if everyone in the world could see things as clearly as you do.
Actually, you are right.
Since you have borrowed the imperial court's luck to practice, it is reasonable for you to be criticized. That blood fetus pill. One blood fetus pill costs 38 taels of gold. Out of friendship, I will remove the remaining part for my senior brother. He'll give you 60 taels of gold for 2 coins. If I had so much money, why would I look for you? He'll use the information in Ext for the blood fetus pill. Although my senior brother has a lot of information, I am not interested.
What if it was Su Qian's?
I don't care about his affairs.
You don't have to use him to provoke me all the time. I will make my own decision as to who to practice dual cultivation with, so don't bother me, brother. She looked like she was dissatisfied with the armament forced by her elders. It seems that junior sister is not really disdainful of Su Qian. Or at least he doesn't disgust you?
Anyway, I know you really don't like Emperor Yuan Jing. No woman would like a man who asks her to have sex with him all day long.
Junior sister, who do you want to practice dual cultivation with? No one can decide for you. However, dual cultivation partners are not trivial matters and cannot be decided lightly. You should observe more.
Then Su Qian is also such a person. I have some important information about Su Qian, which may be useful to you.
Brother, please tell me.
In fact, this information not only concerns Su Qian, but also involves the secrets of the ancient human clan.
Number 5 is a girl from the Gu tribe. You should know this. She left southern Xinji some time ago and came to Dafeng.
But she lost contact near Xicheng. The night before yesterday, I called together number 3, number 4, and number 6 to look for her.
After several explorations, we found her in a large tomb under the Nanshan mountain outside Xicheng. The owner of the tomb was a senior of the human clan.
Judging from the information recorded in the murals, he was born in an era when the descendants of gods and demons were active. In order to borrow the good fortune to practice, he killed the king and usurped the throne to become emperor. Usurping the throne and proclaiming himself emperor.
Is he also a second-grade person? I originally thought so too.
Later, he failed in his calamity survival attempt, died, and built a huge tomb underground. It must have been built for him by later generations.
Delicious. There is a huge difference between a cat's tongue and a human's. The tea tastes bland and tasteless. What a waste. The problem lies here.
The Taoist failed to survive the calamity, but his body was not destroyed and he has been sleeping in the underground palace ever since.
We entered the main tomb and woke him up. This is impossible. The heavenly tribulation destroys everything.
If a Taoist second-grade person fails to survive the tribulation, his soul and body will be destroyed together, leaving nothing behind. This was the case with the previous generation's leader. I was also surprised at first, but that is the truth.
I actually concealed one thing from the members of the Tiandi Hui. The leader of the Dizong sect did not become a demon due to failure in transcending the calamity.
Instead, in order to cope with the calamity, he took the wrong path and accidentally fell into the demonic path. If he had failed to survive the tribulation, the leader of the Earth sect would have turned into ashes long ago.
My guess is that the mummy is a relic. A true Taoist leaves his body and reshapes himself into a new one.
The third rank of Taoism, Ishan.
In Taoism, the Waishan is also called Dharmakaya, which is the prototype of the Dharmakaya.
The 3 sects of heaven, earth, and man have different paths, but the core is the same.
In summary,
the steps of cultivation are: first cultivate the Yin spirit, then condense the golden elixir.
When the Yin spirit and the golden elixir, the nascent soul will be born.
When the nascent soul grows up, it becomes the Y God. When the Y God matures, it becomes the Dharmakaya. When Taoist practitioners reach the 3rd level of Waishan realm, they can initially break free from the shackles of the physical body, and their Waishan can roam freely in heaven and earth. Even if the physical body is destroyed, it can be rebuilt at a certain cost. Of course, this does not mean that the physical body is not important. On the contrary, the physical body is the key to becoming a first-class land immortal. The further transformation of the Y-spirit is the Dharmakya. At this time, the Dharmakya must with the physical body become one again, and then survive the heavenly tribulation to complete the qualitative Che.
The land immortal was born.
Since he was able to leave his remains, it means that the Taoist is not a first-class earthly immortal. If so, how did he escape after the failure of the heavenly tribulation? So it's just a guess, and it seems that my junior sister doesn't know the reason either. If I knew the reason, my father would not have been annihilated in the natural disaster.
Makes sense.
After the Taoist failed in overcoming the calamity, he built a large tomb for himself and ordered his remains to guard an imperial jade seal, which contained all the luck he had collected. The Taoist told Itue that he would come back one day to take the jade seal.
The remains mistook Su Qianan for a Taoist priest and presented the jade seal to him with both hands. Su Qianan got the imperial seal? This is really good news. Brother, your information is priceless.
If I can X the imperial seal from Su Qianan, and use the luck inside to cultivate, I will be able to enter the first rank in no time. I don't have to worry about practicing with a stinky man. Promoted to the first rank, free and unfettered between heaven and earth, with a long lifespan.
No more need to be a state teacher, no more need to deal with Emperor Yuan Jing, no more need to be trapped in the capital. Where is Su Qianan? I'll go find him right away.
There is no need to look for him, the imperial seal is destroyed.
All the inherent luck was seized by Su Qianan.
If you thought before that he lacked luck, then now it should be a sure thing that he can help you enter the first level. Of course, it is up to you, junior sister, to decide with whom you practice dual cultivation and whether you want to practice dual cultivation at all.
I wonder if these two pieces of information are worth 2 blood fetus pills. Thank you, sister.
Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads.
National Master, National Master. What do you want from me?
The palace received a letter from the border, saying that the king of Jinbei had reached the 3rd level of perfection. At the latest by early next year, or as early as this year, I will be able to reach the peak of the 3rd rank.
So fast? Something bad is happening. Something bad is happening. What's wrong? He was promoted to the 2nd rank, and your status as Princess Jinbei is only below that of the queen. The concubines and imperial concubines in the palace have to bow their heads when they see you. Who cares about that stuff?
By the way, the one who sent the letter back was his deputy general. That crude warrior deputy general also asked me about the Buddhist fighting techniques.
After having lunch in Linen Prefecture, Su Qianan said goodbye and left.
Sure enough, chess was still too difficult for her and she didn't like it very much, but she treasured the chessboard and chess pieces we made together.
She also likes the story of Long Haotian and Zixia, but seems a little disappointed with the content of this issue.
When I asked her what was wrong with her writing, she refused to say anything and just kept hesitating.
Experiments have shown that, as long as I don't take advantage too blatantly, she can accept physical contact with me appropriately, which is a good sign. I held Linen's hand twice today.
Once I taught her how to play chess, and another time I held her hand while we were riding a boat in Hochi.
Hold on.
At this moment, love is like a carriage, Linen is inside and I am outside.
In the near future, love will be like a bed, with Linen underneath me and me inside her. Dal. Watcher. How many times have I told you to call me young master when you are outside? What are you doing in the government office? A girl came to the mansion and said she was looking for you.
When you asked her what her relationship with you was, she wouldn't tell you.
My lady asked me to come and ask you to go back home. Girl? First, we should rule out Chu Kaiwei.
She is a regular customer of the Su family and comes to play every now and then.
CASC.
It's impossible for Fushi to come to visit without a reason.
It can't be Zhongli, right? Restaurant.
I can't believe that the champion of this year's spring festival will be snatched away by Su Tsijo from.
This is a great shame and humiliation for our Imperial College.
If it had happened in the past, there would have been an uproar. However, if it was Su Cijio, everyone would be convinced. The journey is difficult, there are so many forks in the road. Where are we now? There will always be a time to ride on the wind and waves, and set sail to cross the vast ocean. Every time I think back to this poem, it stirs up my heart with lofty ambitions, and any difficulties and obstacles are nothing to me.
Well, Brother Zhu doesn't seem very happy? Imperial College student Lu Zhu. Yunlu Academy students. Zhu Tweezy. You and I both failed the Imperial examination, what is there to be happy about?
Although there was a dispute between Yunlu Academy and the Imperial Academy over the orthodoxy, and the students on both sides did have mutual hostility and contempt, that was all. After all, the struggle for orthodoxy is too far away for ordinary students, and most students don't even have the opportunity to become officials. If one party takes the initiative to make friends and please the other, then it is easy to sit together and drink and chat happily.
Su Huiyuan has such a talent for poetry, why was he so mediocre and unheard of before? Ah, don't say you haven't heard of it. Even I, a student of Yunlu Academy, haven't heard of it either. As a classmate and competitor, I don't know how much Su Cijio weighs. What do you mean, Brother Zhu? Su Cijio was not good at writing poetry.
I can just write a few lines to make him feel ashamed. If I hadn't written a poem for his cousin Su Qi'an on that day, the jade pendant of Zi Jusher should have been mine.
Could it be cheating in the imperial examination? Poetry is not an essay.
If you know the test questions in advance, you will have time to prepare adequately. Brother Lu, I ask you to write a poem on the theme of the spring scenery in 3 days.
Can you write a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages? I am ashamed.
I am afraid I won't be able to write it even if you give me 3 years.
But, Brother Zhu, think about it. What if the person who wrote the poem for him was Yinluo Su Qian?
If it was Su Shirkue, if he knew the test questions in advance, let alone 3 days.
I'm afraid I can write it in 1 day.
The farewell poem, the poem about plum blossoms, and the half poem he has before his sacrifice in Yunzhou were all written on the battlefield.
How did Yinluo Su Qian know the test questions? I don't know.
This is just drunken talk and blind guessing. However, Su Qian was a silver gong, and it was said in the official circles that this person was deeply trusted by Wei Yuan.
Let's drink. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm not in the mood to drink anymore, Brother Lu, see you next time. Okay, they'll take you downstairs. Manager Zhao. You smell of alcohol, have some tea. Thank you, Manager Zhao. Su Cijio can't write poetry at all and his level is terrible. I found out some things. According to the students from Yunlu Academy, the poem "The Road is Hard" was most likely ghostwritten by someone else. Of course, I have no evidence. No evidence is needed, this is enough. C.A. Outer City. This body is not compatible with my soul, and it won't take too long. Fortunately, the golden lotus of creation is about to mature. The lotus seeds can rebuild my body, and it's time for me to leave Beijing. I feel that my body is no longer cold and gloomy, and no longer transforms into a yin object, but there is still some yin energy left in my body, which can be eliminated by taking another blood fetus pill. I hope there won't be any accidents by then. Dal is back. A girl came to your house and said she was looking for you. She mumbled something and 9 out of 10 words were inaudible. Strong accent. Could it be number 5 Nanji Lina? V. Miss Lina has come all the way from southern Shinji. What do you want to see my brother for? N. I'm not here to see your big brother, I'm here to see some friends and gain some experience. Sure enough, it was her. Miss Lina? What are you doing in my house? Taoist priest Jinlian asked me to come and see you, and said that I will stay with you during my stay in Beijing. Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving my life. I thought I had come to the capital. The people who would receive me were either Taoist Master Jinlian, number 3, or number 4 or 6.
Who would have thought that I would end up staying at a Streman's house? Taoist priest Jinlian has already told me what happened yesterday, and I know that this young man with excellent appearance, Yin Luo, is my savior.
Since he is a friend that the Taoist priest trusts, then trust him without reservation. She called me Lord Su, not number 3. Why did Taoist Master Jinlian are her to be by my side? What is the meaning of this? What else did the Taoist priest tell you? My Taoist priest Jinlian said that you are a close friend he met in the capital, and asked me to just stay in his house with peace of mind. The Taoist priest said that I eat too much and he couldn't afford to feed me. So Jinlian sent her to me because she ate too much and couldn't afford to feed her? This is really an impeccable reason.
By the same token, number 6 who lives in a nursing home and number 4 who relies on old friends for food and accommodation cannot afford to support the little girl from southern Shinji.
Damn it, it's not a good feeling to be treated as a rich man. When you are in the world, either you get it for free or I get it for free. This is karma. I see. Ahem. Alright, they'll have someone or a room for you right away. Su Ning Yen. Your aunt, don't you ever think of discussing this with me? Auntie's consideration makes sense. Prices in the capital are high, and this girl eats so much, it's really a waste of money. Bro, did you forget the chicken essence?
Last year, the salt transport office in the capital issued 2,000 jin of salt tickets and made a profit of 5,000 taels. My eldest brother took 10 of it, which was 500 taels.
You haven't asked the Imperial Observatory for this silver back yet.
I asked the officials of the salt transport office, and they said that the Imperial Court plans to open at least 10 workshops to make chicken essence this year. When the accounts are settled at the end of this year, it will be an unimaginable huge fortune.
Therefore, our family is no longer short of money.
Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. The salt ticket that Su Lingyue mentioned refers only to chicken essence. Now chicken essence, like salt, has become an important strategic material for the court.
It was launched last year but could not be mass-produced yet. However, after the production scale was expanded this year, the profits are immeasurable. If you hadn't told me, I would have really forgotten it. It must be that old man who blocked the chicken essence, so I couldn't remember it. He wanted to cheat me out of my money. I am actually the Ma Papa of this era.
Although I don't understand what they are saying, this Lord Su must be very rich.
How come I didn't know about this? Maybe Mother has forgotten. Aunt, don't you know? I asked Lingyue to tell you. Did I really forget? May I ask Mr. Su's name?
How could I forget such a big prophet?
Aiga. Su Qi'an. Su Qi'an. You are Su Qi'an. Didn't you die in Yunzhou? Take a step to speak.
I'm not dead, Li Miaojin made a mistake. Well, actually I am a peripheral member of the Tiandihui, although I don't have the corresponding fragment of the Earth Book.
But I know all about you. No wonder Taoist Master Jinlian asked me to come find you. It's so easy to lie. This is a secret, you cannot disclose it to anyone, not even within the Tiandihui. Good. Go eat. Kamanka.c, if everyone in the world were as innocent as number 5. Cabinet.
The cabinet is equivalent to the emperor's personal secretary, with great power, far higher than the 6 ministries. All memorials, big and small, from the court, and even suggestions from the people to the emperor, were compiled by the Ministry of Public Security, submitted to the emperor by the Ministry of Ceremonies for review, and then handed over to the cabinet. The cabinet was responsible for drafting the proposal, and the Imperial Household Department then submitted it to the emperor for final decision on how to deal with it. Finally, the 6 ministries reviewed and issued it. Yarakata. A process was omitted in the middle. This is because Emperor Yuan Jing believed that the extra process in the middle hindered his practice of Taoism. It is precisely this omitted process that has the most tricks. Because in this way, Emperor Yuan Jing only sees the memorials that the cabinet allows him to see. Of course, although Emperor Yuan Jing was not a good emperor, he was an emperor who was good at using political tactics. In order to curb the excessive power of civil officials and undermine the imperial power, he thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. The name of this method is Wei Yuan. From a big picture perspective, the various political parties and Wei Yuan's party were like water and fire. In a small scale, the fighting between the parties was fierce. Emperor Yuan Jing sat firmly on the Daiyutai, responsible for maintaining the balance, and practiced Taoism with peace of mind.
Nah. Barchi.
Su Lingyi loves and hates the sister who suddenly appeared. Love is because after sister came, the amount of food at home increased several times. I hate her because this big sister eats too much, and my mouth is so small that I can't eat as much as she does.
Is she from the southern Shinji-gu tribe, the Power Gu tribe? Cn. I'm from the Li Gu department, how did Uncle Su know? Snort. Who is your second uncle?
I personally experienced the Battle of Shanhaiguan and witnessed the terrifying physical strength of the barbarians of the Li Gu tribe.
Their characteristic is that they can eat a lot.
It was common for a strong member of the Li Gu tribe to eat a whole cow in a day, so Wei Yuan never captured members of the Li Gu tribe back then, but killed them directly to save food and fodder.
Let me tell you something.
If I had known that you had something to do, I would have been frowning.
Tell me.
The eldest lady of the W family has asked me to go boating on the lake tomorrow.
What do you think?
Oh, there are only two reasons. Or maybe it was out of personal vengeance, and he wanted to avenge the niece of the Minister of Justice.
Either Prime Minister W doesn't want to let me go, and is secretly plotting something bad.
So which possibility do you think it is?
N.
Although I may become a serious concern for Prime Minister W in the future, I won't be so worried about him.
I think Miss W is up to something bad. Second brother, you are not good at dealing with women, I will let you do whatever you want.
Although they don't get into those messy fights, women still understand women best.
Who said I had to go?
It was Miss W who invited me to the lake, not Prime Minister W. In this case, it is inappropriate for an unmarried man and an unmarried woman to go boating on the lake together, so I refuse.
Art of war.
The enemy advances and we retreat, our position is weak and we cannot stop them.
Next day. The memorial of the newly appointed Zhudu Yushir, impeaching Donka Grand Secretary Zhao Ting for accepting bribes and leaking the exam questions to Yunlu Academy student Su Xinyan. In the provincial examination, the student's poetry was ranked 4th, the lowest was 5th, so how could he have written such a masterpiece as The Hard Road to Travel? M.
Poems are not articles. If the article leaks the topic, it is a serious matter.
Poetry is easier.
Even if you know the test questions, you will find it more difficult to find a talented poet than to get the test questions.
This student had a cousin who worked as a night watchman in the yamen, his name was Su Qi'an. As we all know, Su Qi'an is a cabinet recommendations.
The imperial examination is a way for the court to select talented people and has been a top priority since ancient times.
Imperial examination fraud cannot be tolerated.
I hope your majesty will investigate it strictly.
Thorough investigation. Otomo, tell me something. Is there any fraud in this New Year's Eve celebration?
Come, I am a dull old servant, but I feel that there is something fishy about this matter. Order the government office and the Ministry of Justice to handle this case and get to the bottom of it.
Yes. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. After being criticized, you still asked me.
Wei Yuan, it's not that we won't help you, our lives are the most important.
Ministry of Justice. Send someone to arrest Su Xinyan immediately.
Sun Shu of the Ministry of Justice.
Chen Fuyin. There will be a time to ride the wind and waves. I'm just afraid of a big one. The waves come and hit your boat and you and the people on board.
Immediately send someone to arrest Su. New Year, bring him back to the government office for interrogation, and make sure to arrest him before the Ministry of Justice.
Yes. Send someone to inform Suin Luo. Su World is so handsome.
If he were in our tribe, the women would fight over him until their heads were bloodied.
Is this little black girl from southern Shinji hinting that she has feelings for Earl? Get out of the way.
Bah, wishful thinking, a toad wanting to eat swan flesh.
This damn girl eats a lot and even has evil thoughts about my Earl. I have to find a way to get rid of her. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. This person is Su Xinyan, capture him. Who are you? Why did you arrest my Earl? The Ministry of Justice is arresting someone, do you dare to stop them? Take them away together. Cam. Boom. Dare to resist arrest.
I can kill them all within 10 breaths.
This little black guy is so reliable and trustworthy. Stop. I am the champion, I have a reputation.
You have trespassed into my residence and wielded your sword without permission.
This is a serious crime.
We were ordered by the Ministry of Justice to bring Su Huiyuan back to the government office for questioning.
What did Su do wrong? Su Huiyuan will know if he joins us. Take away. I'll go with you. Did Su Earl also steal the silver? I know that if you rob silver in Dafeng, you will be caught by the soldiers.
Madam, miss, I will send someone to inform the master right away.
Go find Dal. Go find Big Brother. What? The criminals from the Ministry of Justice came to arrest Earl? The watchman's office.
Dal, please think of a solution quickly. The lady and the young lady are so anxious that they are crying. Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed over, pushed my father to the ground, and took Earl away.
Why arrest? I understand. You go back first. Tell Aunt and Lingyuan not to worry, I will handle this matter. Dal, you have to go back and talk to them in person. Got it, go ahead.
It's not like the Minister of Justice is deliberately picking on his niece to vent his ire.
If that's the case, it's easier to solve. Earl has a reputation, so ordinary little things can't do anything to him.
But the style of the bigwigs in the court is that even if they want to vent their ire for their niece, they will not arrest people without reason. They must have caught something and are sure of a hit, so they will take action. So, Earl must have gotten into some trouble, but I just don't know yet.
Master Su. The prefect asked me to inform you that Su Huiyuan is in trouble. Anya.
I know that he was taken away by people from the Ministry of Justice not long ago. It seems that the people from the Ministry of Justice are one step faster.
Captain Liu, please come in. I have something to ask you. Now that the person has been arrested, it is better to collect more information first.
Your Majesty has issued an edict to investigate Su Huiyuan for cheating in the imperial examination.
Imperial examination fraud. I did give Earl the poem Hard to Travel, but does this count as cheating in the imperial examination? I guessed the right question. As for the topic, the court does not support it.
But it has never been forbidden.
Patriotic.
There is a common custom among scholars to predict the topic. Strictly speaking, it is not considered cheating.
No, the problem itself. Not fraud. Is it Your Majesty who wants to investigate?
I don't know, and Lord Su, please don't make any assumptions.
See, Ma. I made a mistake.
But this is very important. If Emperor Yuan Jing wanted to deal with Sal, it would be difficult to deal with.
Sal's future was almost ruined. The goods are given to the emperor's family. If the emperor doesn't want them, the scholars will be useless. Thank you, Captain Liu, for your reminder. I am in a hurry to deal with this matter and cannot keep you here. Lord Su, please see me off.
It would be better for Lord Su to go to the Ministry of Justice. Once the person is in the hands of the Ministry of Justice, they will be at their mercy. It's too late, I'm afraid I've confessed everything.
That's all. Thank you. Haochi Tower.
Please Wei Gong teach me. I didn't receive any notification from the palace, which means His Majesty doesn't want me to know, at least not immediately.
Is it your Majesty who wants to mess with me?
How vulgar to use this word.
You brothers of the Su family are not worthy enough for His Majesty to personally take action. You should be impeached. As for the purpose,
first of all, according to the examples of cheating in the imperial examinations in the past, if it was cheating, there must be an examiner who leaked the questions. The 3 examiners of this spring festival were Zhao Tingf, the Grand Secretary of Dongge, Lu Hong, the Right Censor-in-Chief, and Qian Qingshu, the Grand Secretary of Huaingdian.
Among the 3 examiners who might have leaked the questions, Qian Qingshu was excluded first. Why? The impeachment memorial must first be approved by the cabinet.
The cabinet is W. Zhenwen's territory, and Qian Qingshu is W. Zhenwen's man.
Do you understand?
Prime Minister W did not send the memorial back, which means that this matter has nothing to do with Qian Qingshu.
Got it. Secondly, your cousin Su Xinyan is from Yunlu Academy. Although there are many factions in the court.
But it was an unspoken agreement among all civil officials to jointly suppress the scholars of Yunlu Academy.
This is the main reason for the cheating in the imperial examination. The great scholar of Yunlu Academy, didn't he remind me?
It is inevitable to encounter suppression, but it will not necessarily be on the grounds of cheating in the imperial examination.
Even if Su Xinyan becomes the top scorer, he can still be swept into a corner. There is no fixed pattern, there are too many methods, how to defend against it. Finally, Su Xinyan is your cousin, and you are my confidant. If you encounter something important that affects your future, will you ask me for help? If I don't respond, there will be rift between us. If I agree, the follow-up tricks will come.
Our Majesty is happy to see me fighting with the civil officials.
So the news from the palace did not spread out. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
No, if there is still the examiner who leaked the questions, the person behind him. As for Earl, he was involved in the imperial examination fraud case, and there were only 3 possible outcomes. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. 1. If the evidence is irrefutable, exile or beheading will be carried out.
3. If the evidence is irrefutable but the crime is relatively minor, the official's rank and title will be revoked. No employment for life.
Third, he was found not guilty after investigation, but he missed the palace examination and his reputation was ruined.
Scholars are really disgusting.
If there is any conflict, let's draw our swords and fight it out.
How simple and easy it is. All these sneaky and sinister tricks. What should I do? I can leave, but then Su Xinyan will be mine. The label on your body can never be washed off in this lifetime. Are there any other ways? C.co I have. But you can't. How dare a mere centurion of the Imperial Sword Guards break into the Ministry of Justice? Ministry of Justice. If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for using violence. I am Su Xinyan's father, and I have the right to visit him in prison.
Repeated offenders of imperial examination cheating are not allowed to be visited.
This has always been the rule. You are an illiterate person, what do you know? Then you still ask me for 30 taels? What's wrong with me trying to trick you? This is the Ministry of Justice, do you still dare to do anything? B. Who dares to trespass into the Ministry of Justice? Ning Yan. M.
Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads.
Yes, yes. Mr. Su, this is the Ministry of Justice. You should know that if you run into the Ministry of Justice and injure the guards, you will be imprisoned, exiled, or even beheaded. Ouch. Kick. Lord Su. Su. Call me Lord Viscount. You really. The Ministry of Justice has no experts. Aren't you afraid of His Majesty's punishment and the great law?
Come on, if you can't settle this trivial matter, I, Su Qi'an, will have wasted my time in the capital. 30 taels of silver, as the consultation fee for the 2 doctors and the cost of the medicine.
Go in and tell them that I want to see Su Xinyan. Minister's son invites you. Uncle, let's go in together. I met Sun Shu. 2 words are missing. I have met Minister Sunday. I would like to meet Su Xinyan.
Imperial examination fraud is a serious crime, and family visits are human rights. But if it doesn't work, it won't work. In official circles, if the host offers tea but does not drink it in the middle of a conversation, it means he is sending the guest away.
I won't disturb Minister Sun anymore. There are several brambles in the yard.
I heard that Lord Su has achieved a golden body of Buddhism.
Are you interested in trying it?
You son of a bitch, you want me to be punished by carrying a thorn on my back. Even if I draw my sword and chop him, he won't agree.
How come second uncle came so quickly? You came too late.
After I received the news, I immediately went home to comfort your aunt in Lingua, but it was completely useless.
All you know is crying. Alas, Ning Yen, what should we do about this? This matter is very complicated. Uncle, please go back first. I still have things to do. Day.
The first step is to stop the Ministry of Justice from forcing people to confess under torture. Chen Fuyin, the prefectural official, is a slippery official who can get along with everyone. Once this matter is confirmed, he will most likely not want to offend Minister Sunday M. Shisun hated me to the core, and the imperial examination fraud case gave him the opportunity to take revenge.
In fact, it was he who pushed for it.
At the very least, he is also a participant, and it is almost impossible to expect him to treat Earl well.
Taoist priest. Jihu and C. Go to the cat again. What's up? My cousin Su Xinyan was involved in a cheating case in the imperial examination. Su Qi'an briefly described the whole story. Master, I need your help. I don't know enough about the Dafeng officialdom to give you effective advice. You shouldn't come to me for this matter. Wei Yuan is a master of political struggle. If political struggle is divided into grades, Wei Yuan is the second grade. Only a second rank? Then who is a first rank? Of course it's Emperor Yuan Jing.
In terms of imperial mentality, Emperor Yuan Jing has reached the pinnacle. Wei Yuan and W Zhenwen both had hopes of becoming a top official, but they had different ideas and political views. Emperor Yuan Jing deliberately placed 2 fierce tigers in the court, and he truly sat on the mountain and watched the fight between them.
Makes sense. Wait, didn't you say you didn't know much about the court? Or do you think that political struggles exist beyond the level?
Of course. The highest level of political struggle is to suppress everything by force, and one's words are final and no one dares to disobey.
This is true for every founding emperor. The Taoist priests seem to be gradually influenced by the cat's habits.
Sure enough, for any living thing, it is actually the body that controls the brain, and the hormones secreted by the body determine what you will do. When you are hungry, you should eat. When you are tired, you should sleep. When you are thirsty, you should drink water. When the treasury is full, you should give alms to the female pilgrims.
So the question is, does Taoist Jinlian like female cats or does she like female cats?
You seem to enjoy teetering on the edge of life and death.
And jump horizontally repeatedly? Back to business. Taoist priest, I would like to ask you for a favor.
Miss, forget it, let's go back.
Su Huiyuan won't come. Didn't your message get delivered? See Adam. How dare I? It must have been delivered. Forget it, let's go back. Yes.
Laner, go to Z's house right now and tell her that I want to go play with Miss Lingua.
I'll wait here for half an hour before setting off. Why is this? Even if he has no intention of me. I also want to know clearly. Su Xinyan, the champion of the spring examination, was arrested by the Ministry of Justice for suspected fraud and thrown into prison.
This major case, which was destined to shake the entire capital, spread from the government office and the Ministry of Justice, and then passed through the 6 ministries, quietly spreading throughout the officialdom of the capital.
I knew it. If a student from Yunlu Academy wins the first place in the imperial examination, will the officials in the court agree? Isn't this happening?
You only know one side of the story. This matter is definitely not that simple.
Su Xinyan is Su Qian's cousin. Su Qian is the top poet in Dafeng.
The road is hard, such a masterpiece. I don't believe there is no trick.
Nonsense, is Su Qian the only one in the world who can write poetry? Can't we scholars have a flash of inspiration or a sudden discovery? Okay, there's no point arguing about this.
Su Huiyuan was doomed this time, and regardless of whether he had cheated or not, his future was ruined. I remember there was a fraud case in the 12th year of Yuan Jing. 3 students were involved in the case and the case was investigated for 2 years. In the end, they were released, but their reputations were ruined and their studies were abandoned. Chu Yuanjin, who was staying in an old friend's house, also learned about this from his good friend who came from the government office during lunchtime.
Number 3 is involved in a cheating case in the imperial examination. Call him.
Although number 3 is extremely smart, the struggle between Yunlu Academy and the Imperial College is an irreversible trend, and only intelligence can.
The best outcome is to be stripped of his official title. Number 3 cannot serve as an official. This is a loss to the court.
I heard that this matter was caused by the impeachment of the newly appointed right censor-in-chief, but I guess, well, various parties either watched or secretly helped Su Qian. I left the government because I was tired of party struggles. Since ancient times, party struggles have damaged national strength, and emperors practicing Taoism have damaged their fortunes.
Yuanjin, be careful with your words. What is there to be afraid of? I have always been a commoner, free and easy.
I have been thinking for a long time, but I can't figure it out. Unless Wei Yuan goes out to fight, given Su Ningyan's potential, Wei Yuan should make a decision.
However, this may be exactly what that group of people want to see. Alas, I still can't break the deadlock. I understand. Please leave. CLA Pa Gam. A. Su New Year's Imperial Examination. If it were me, what should I do? If it were Su Ningyan, what would he do?
Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Su Xinyan, the Spring Festival champion, was arrested by my father this morning. It is said that it was because of cheating in the imperial examination and bribing the examiners.
That silver gong Su Qian is not a man, relying on the protection of Wei Yu to show off his power in the capital. You deserve to be cut into pieces for writing poems that insult my father. Sun Yaoyue, the only legitimate son of Minister Sunday. If you can't skin him, skin his cousin. Drink, drink. That's right, the first prize of the Spring Festival Gala was won by a student from Yunlu Academy. Where is the dignity of us scholars from the Imperial Academy? It is definitely fraud, absolutely fraud, no other excuses will be accepted.
Brother Sun, it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone.
We have to let it spread widely. That makes sense. Let's do it this way. See you at the GFC tonight. Well. HM. Meow. M. Ministry of Justice. Ministry of Justice. Go to the prison and ask if Su Xinyan has confessed.
Your Excellency, Su Xinyan is very stubborn and refuses to confess no matter how hard you beat him.
That's not enough.
The Ministry of Justice has many tortures, let him experience them one by one, even the stone can make it bloom.
Well, just hold your breath. Something terrible is happening. The young master, he is missing. What do you mean the young master is missing?
The servant who followed the young master out recently returned to report that the young master was hosting a banquet for his classmates at the restaurant today.
Eat.
I got into the horse-drawn carriage and returned to the mansion only to find that there was no one in the carriage.
The guest official in the mansion said, Maybe the master has offended someone recently? There is a set of unspoken rules in the Dafeng officialdom. Political struggles are political struggles, and they will never harm the family.
It's not that the moral bottom line is so high, but if you do it on the first day of the month, others can also do it on the 15th day.
They will be regarded as not knowing the rules and will be ostracized by the entire class. This unspoken rule is highly authoritative, and even the imperial court recognizes it. It is not explicitly stipulated because it is not acceptable. But there was a system in Dafeng that any official, once he came to Beijing to serve as an official, would have to bring his parents or wife and children with him. A system paves the way for an unspoken rule. This shows how authoritative this unspoken rule is. Who did I offend? Madness. Do you think you can make me surrender by kidnapping my son?
The little yellow-haired boy is destroying his own Great Wall.
CM2.
If anything happens to my son, you will have no place to stand in the entire capital. No, your whole family will die.
Someone, come. Go to jail immediately. Don't torture him. Yes. Go to the night watchman's office right now and ask the damned thief to come see me. Your Excellency, Qi'an is here again. Came just in time. Let him in. Hey. Ko. Where is my son Yaodiwei? Qi'an, please let him go home immediately. I can pretend that this incident never happened. What do you mean? I don't understand. Great. Minister Sun not only wrongly accused my cousin of cheating in the imperial examination, but also tried to frame me. There are such despicable and shameless people in the world. You all stand down. I am willing to give you a chance because you are young and don't know the rules. If you still want to stay in the officialdom of the capital, just let him go. Minister Sun must have made a mistake. I don't know what you are talking about. Judging from what Minister Sun said, has something happened to the young master? Kidnapped by thieves? Tell me, I am a person who is eager to help others and no one can solve cases better than me. As long as Minister Sun asks, I promise to get him back to you within 1 day. Are you pretending to be stupid with me? Qi'an, don't forget that you have a family too. My lord, you don't seem to understand me. My parents died when I was young, and I was raised by my second uncle. However, my aunt bullied and humiliated me in every way. When I was 15, she kicked me out of the house and made me live in a doghouse. Qi'an. You. What do you want? Your Majesty wants to investigate the imperial examination fraud case. The Ministry of Justice and the Government Office are in charge of the trial, and all the civil and military officials in the court are watching. I don't have the final say alone. If you want to use my son as a threat, I will fight you to the death. These days, whoever is more arrogant can take advantage. My cousin is naturally not as important as my son. I can be cruel, but he can't. I have only one request, that Su Xinyan should not be tortured during his imprisonment, and that no one should try to force him to confess. If he loses a finger, I will cut off one of your son's fingers. I will leave as many wounds on your son as he has on his body. After the imperial examination cheating case is over, no matter whether Su Xinyan can get away with it or not, I will release your son as you said. Qi'an. Call me Lord Viscount. My Lord Viscount, why should I trust you? Does Shu Sun have any choice? Believe it or not, you have to do what I say, unless you don't want a legitimate son. I didn't ask you to help Su Xinyan get away with it, I just asked you not to do unnecessary things. It's not difficult. Lama. As you said, I have a family too. This step was taught to me by Wei Yuan, but the method and plan were my own idea. Wei Yuan did not give any advice.
Doing nothing and hoping that the opponent would be merciful is nothing but wishful thinking. The mockery and cold treatment he encountered in the Ministry of Justice this morning is proof of this.
If you want to defeat the enemy, you must seize his weakness. And most of the weaknesses are among the closest relatives.
However, bringing harm to family members is a taboo, and I have to consider and control the extent of this myself. I trust you this time. I will not torture Su Earl. I also hope that my son will be safe and sound when he returns home. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk.
This is natural.
But I am still worried about you. I want to go see Su Xinyan.
You ask someone to make armaments. By the way, my Lord Viscount, that's a good call. Mr. Su, please come this way. After all, he was a step too late. Earl. How did you get in? How could Minister Sun let you in? It looks like just a superficial wound. Back off.
These bastards, the whip hurts so much. Don't worry, Big Brother will find a way to rescue you. Brother, you may not know that this incident itself is not about cheating in the Imperial examination, but a conflict between the Imperial College and Yunlu Academy.
No, I know it very well.
Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. In fact, I had a hunch long ago that it would be so easy for a student from Yunlu Academy to win the first place in the high school entrance examination.
But I am not afraid.
If the Academy wants to return to the court and expand its influence, it needs someone to take the lead and someone to pave the way for those who come later.
And I am the one who opened the tunnel.
Earl, people don't admire the first person who opened the tunnel.
What people really admire is the person who expanded the tunnel. You continue.
In fact, I have already figured out a solution while in prison.
After all, I am the most familiar with the intrigues in the court and at home. The great scholars of the Academy cannot interfere in the court as laymen, but Wei Yuan can.
You can ask Wei Yuan for help. I did not ask him to help me get rid of the crime immediately.
That would be too difficult and would certainly be very painful, because it would be tantamount to declaring war on the civil servants.
My request is to abolish the system of official titles but retain the power of the imperial examination. Or, lock me up until the palace examination, and I will take the examination again in 3 years.
The main purpose of the civil servants who came from Zhejian was to suppress Yunlu Academy, not me. Yes, these are indeed a little difficult for you to understand, you just need to do as I say. Although I am in prison, I can still make plans. You think you are on the 18th floor, but you are actually on the surface of the earth. Brother has a different opinion here. You say.
At this moment, Su Qian put Wei Yuan's analysis of killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
Tell Su Earl.
Then, the cell fell into a long silence.
So that's it.
It turns out there's such a complicated story behind this case.
I'm done. See?
It is inconvenient to tell you more details in prison. Don't worry, Big Brother will try his best to rescue you.
Ningyan, Earl, how is he? Su Mansion.
You must find a way to save him as soon as possible.
You are the only one in the family who can save him.
I saw Earl, he was fine, not seriously injured.
Dal, please don't lie to me. I have asked Duke Wei and the princess to put pressure on Minister Sunday.
He doesn't dare to torture Earl, so don't worry. I didn't expect that Dal and the princess had such a deep friendship. Before I knew it, my nephew's network of contacts had grown so vast that I could only look up to him.
It's great to have Ningyan here, always makes me feel at ease. As expected, Big Brother has never let me down. Don't go out today, Lena. The safety of the women in the mansion during the day depends on you.
Great. Although this little black girl is not very smart, she can fight. There is a girl outside who says she wants to see Miss Lingyue.
Which girl are you from? What do you want from me? Have no idea. Ask her to come in. my maid's name is Laner. I want to visit Miss Lingyue today. I wonder if Miss Lingyue is free today. It's you. W. Zenwan's daughter's maid? Why did she send someone to the mansion to make sarcastic remarks? This is the maidservant of Miss W. Simu, the daughter of Prime Minister W. I have something to do today, I will visit you another day. Please go back and tell Sister W that I like her very much and I will definitely communicate with her then. Big brother, if you have anything else to do, go and do it first. I'll leave second brother's matter to you. What happened to Su Huiyuan? Snort. Your daughter is the daughter of Prime Minister W? That's great. I don't know which damn bastard slandered my Earl for cheating in the imperial examination and got him imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Miss, can you please ask your lady to help roll for me? Does this mother, aunt, really have no brains at all? Even if you are desperate, you can't throw yourself in front of the enemy. Do you think you are not dying fast enough and want others to stab you again? Miss Laner, I want see you off. L. Damn girl, you came back so late, what time is it? Something bad is happening. Su Huiyuan was arrested by the Ministry of Justice for cheating in the imperial examination. What? It turned out that he did not show up for the appointment, not because he was not interested in me, but because he was wanted by the Ministry of Justice and could not escape. I was wrong. M. At that moment, Laner recounted everything she had seen and heard at the Su residence to Miss W, including Su Qi'an's cold attitude and Su Lingyu's distant gesture. Minister son of the Ministry of Justice is in the same party as my father. They think it is my father who is behind this. If it was really Dad who secretly pushed it, then wouldn't I be? Humph, with such a bad attitude, they still want you to save Su Huiyuan. The Su family is really shameless. Speak well. Is that Su Qian's request? I only met Su Huiyuan once and exchanged a few words with him. Su Qianan is a smart man, so how could he ask me, the daughter of Prime Minister W, for help? There's no way he could know what I'm thinking. Even my dad doesn't know. It was said by the mistress of the Su family. She was the very beautiful woman we saw that day. Mistress of the Su family. Kamek. She is Su Huiyuan's mother. After encountering such a thing, she must have a very bad impression of me and the W family. So why did she ask me for help? A woman who can raise a scheming daughter, a heroic nephew, and a talented son is definitely no ordinary person. I need to think carefully. I can't be careless. Did the mistress scold me or my father? What's her attitude? She has the best attitude in the family. When asking, be especially sincere. This was the first time I invited Su Huiyuan to attend a literary gathering in the name of my father. There was nothing wrong with that in itself, but I invited Su Huiyuan to go boating in a very short time. As for something like boating on the lake, a careless man might not think too much about it, but as a woman, and a very intelligent woman at that, it is impossible for her not to notice it at all. Even if you don't know my feelings, you can at least guess. So, this is a test and an opportunity? Her attitude towards me was not disgusted. She did not show hostility or disdain towards me because I was the daughter of the W family. She was showing her attitude to me. Then, the mistress of the Su family made this request through Laner. It's a hint to me. M. Sure enough, the mistress of the Su family is a very wise person. She is the only one in the family who sees through my feelings. 000000. Laner, go to the Imperial City. I want to go to the Yamen to find my father. Prime Minister, Miss Simu is here and wants to see you. How did she get into the palace? Not see. Let her in through the back door. I'll wait for her in the side hall. What is she doing in the cabinet? Khan. Father. Didn't you go boating on the lake with your best friend? Why are you in the cabinet? Who brought you into the palace? Dad is busy with official duties, so he should also take care of his health and drink more nourishing soups.
When the daughter saw the plump carp in the lake, she asked someone to catch a few. I brought it home while it was still fresh and made fish soup for my father.
Adding chicken essence to the fish soup is truly a delicacy.
The Qi'an developed this product, which greatly brought good fortune to the people.
I heard a rumor before that this chicken essence was not actually developed by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. But there is someone else. Someone else?
I heard from His Majesty Linen that the real developer of chicken essence is Qi'an of Iluo.
The Qi'an is just an improvement. Was it developed by Qi'an? This boy is extremely smart and talented. I originally wanted to ask the Imperial Guards to bring you the fish soup, but I met Her Majesty Linen on the way, so I followed her into the palace. Dad, drink slowly, and remember to bring your bowl back when you are done. Women are not allowed to enter 1 yuan pavilion, so I will not stay any longer.
Go back, Dad knows how filial Muir is. Dad is such an old fox that it's hard to deal with him.
Miss. Let's go quickly to the Grand Secretary's office.
Uncle Chen, I went to the lake today and saw that the fish in the lake were very plump and delicious.
I asked someone to catch a few fish and made fish soup for you and your father.
If you seek wood in the valley, I will give you the remaining wood. If you seek fish in the valley, I will give you the dried valley.
It has been a delicious food since ancient times.
Qian Qingshu, Grand Secretary of Wuying Palace.
Delicious.
Qian Qingshu and W Zhenwen were classmates and good friends, and they were also Jinshu in the same class.
Speaking of academic performance, Qian Qingshu was ranked 3rd in the first class, and W Zhenwen was ranked 2nd. They were later selected into the Hanlin Academy and became scholars. My niece recently heard a piece of news that Su Huiyuan from Chun was imprisoned for cheating in the imperial examination.
The newly appointed Left Inspector General impeached Zhao Tengfe, the Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion, for accepting bribes and leaking the questions to Su Xinyan. And Su Xinian's The Road is Hard was not written by himself, but by his cousin Su Qianan.
Su Huiyuan's poems were written by Su Qian? This matter even involved Dongda University scholar. Uncle Qian, please drink slowly and explain the tricks to your niece. It turns out that people are soft-hearted when they eat someone's food. See, but you have to promise that you won't leak out anything you hear here.
This is natural, I am the most trustworthy.
Su Mansion.
It was nothing to deal with a minister of justice.
Exonerating Earl from punishment was only the first step of the plan. Next, I will find the real enemies among the civil servants.
Although Huiqing was a princess, she could only watch the plans of the officials in the court and could not interfere. After all, she is a princess without real power, but she should have hidden confidants.
Duke Wei's attitude towards this matter was not very positive, and he was more testing my ability.
If I can't handle it and ask him for help, although Duke Wei will definitely help me, I will inevitably feel disappointed.
How can I get some inside information? Governor ZH is a good choice.
But he is Wei Yuan's man, so he will be watched by the civil officials of the enemy camp, and he may not know too much.
Dal, there is a girl looking for you.
Girl?
Who is it? I have too many girls, not at all.
Please ask her to go to the inner hall, I will be there soon.
Coming. Miss Laner? Isn't this Miss W's maid? She was here just now. Lord Su. My lady asked me to deliver it. I won't bother you anymore, they'll take my leave. Ah.
This note actually clearly describes the inside story of the imperial examination fraud case.
The person who wrote the impeachment letter for examination fraud was the newly appointed left censor-in-chief Yuan Xiong.
After this man succeeded Wei Yuan as the head of the censorate, he began a fierce struggle with the remnants of the eunuch party headed by the right censor-in-chief.
However, Yuan Xiong did not impeach Lu Hong, the right censor-in-chief.
If he had done so, he would have faced Wei Yuan Heden. Even if they were under the banner of suppressing Yunlu Academy, most of the political parties would just watch from the sidelines and provide limited help.
Therefore, the second mastermind behind this case appeared, Xin Yuandao, the Minister of War.
The former Minister of War's entire family was executed because of the Princess Pingyi case. Qin Yuandao, the former Vice Minister of War, was the first in line to be the Minister of War's successor. However, Emperor Yuan Jingard for the leader of a small party to take over as Minister of War. Qin Yuandao, who had no hope of promotion, shed his mind. He planned to join the cabinet and squeeze out Zhao Tingf, who had no backing and weak power at Dongda University.
For Zhuadu Yushir Yuan Xiong, the person he suppressed, Su Xinyan, was not only a student of Yunlu Academy, but also the cousin of Yinluo Su Qianan. If Su Qianan didn't want his cousin to be disgraced, he would definitely ask Wei Yuan for help. As long as he dragged Wei Yuan into the water, there would be no problem in getting rid of Right Censor-in-Chief Lu Hong. In addition, the note provided by W. Simu also mentioned that Chao Guogang Songshanch was also involved. See, on the surface, it looked like a collaboration between Yuan Xiong, the left censor-in-chief, and Qin Yuandao, the vice minister of war, and at most their cronies. M.A.
In fact, regardless of his status as a student at Early Yinlu Academy, just because he is my cousin. Those who have offended me in so many cases before will definitely take the opportunity to retaliate against me.
Sun Shu is an example. Besides, what does Duke Chao mean? It's understandable that a civil official would find fault, but how dare you, a crude noble warrior, join in the fun? Also, why should I trust W. Zhenwen's daughter? But what was the point of her lying to me? From an outsider's perspective, she should have just been happy and there was no need for her to do anything extra. When you are in doubt, look for Wei Yuan.
I just said that I collected this information myself and see how he analyzes it.
Fu Chi Tower. Duke Chao and Prince Xinbei are in the same boat.
Wei Yuan approved the contents of the superstitious letter the king of Xinbei and I have nothing in common. This should be Duke Chao's own idea, but Duke Chao and I are not familiar with each other either.
What is he doing against me? Vajra magic power? Mr. Su, someone is looking for you outside. Who? Come. People from Prince Huai's mansion. New. But Su Yinluo?
General Chu is waiting for you in the car.
Come in and talk. See. Sit.
Deputy General of Xinbei King Chu Shilong.
Con.
I heard that Su Yinluo's cousin was involved in an imperial examination fraud case.
The general is
Chu Shilong, Deputy General of King Xinbei.
King of Xinbei. Shouldn't the general be stationed in the north? Why did he return to Beijing?
This is not something you, a silver gong, should ask.
This general is looking for you to make a deal. General, please speak.
Hand over the method of practicing Vajra divine art, and this general will help you get that person out of jail.
It was indeed for the Vajra divine art. Yes, there is no warrior who would not want this body-protecting magic skill. The immortal body of Monk Shinshu contains the Vajra magic skill. Even high-ranking warriors covet this skill. So, Duke Chao and this person are plotting against my Vajra magic. Take advantage of my misfortune and take advantage of me. The Vajra invincibility of Buddhism is not something that everyone can learn, it requires great opportunity. I don't need you to remind me.
Since you have learned the Vajra magic skill, it means you have understood its profound meaning. Whether or not I can engrave the profound meaning of the Vajra divine art and cultivate it successfully is this general's own business. As long as you record the secrets of the magic. This general has his own way to rescue him. Not only are you trying to squeeze the marrow out of me, you're also trying to play with my IQ? May I ask the general how to rescue him? Nah. I have my own way. This case involves a wide array of issues and is very complicated. Those civil servants will not listen to you. General, don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. I only said to rescue him, I didn't say to exonerate him. He is just a nobody, no one will really bother him. I am sure that I can give him a lighter punishment, and at most delay it for 3 years, so that he can take part in the imperial examination again. Considering the painstaking efforts of Yunlu Academy in Qingzhou, that would be the best place for him.
Good. However, my request is to save people first. Can. These bastards have long coveted my Vajra divine power. They were afraid of me because I was very popular before. Now, they are using the Imperial examination fraud case to suppress Earl, so that I will surrender and hand over the Vajra divine art. Sure, let me show you how I can trick you. M. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. After a day and night of fermentation, spread, and promotion by some people with ulterior motives, rumors of Imperial examination cheating broke out the next day. From nobles to common people, everyone was discussing this matter, and it was a topic of conversation after dinner. The most heated discussion was among the scholars. Some people did not believe that Su Huiyuan cheated, but more scholars chose to believe it and applauded, praising the court for doing a good job. Those who cheated in the imperial examination should be severely punished, and an explanation should be given to all scholars in the world. Su Xinian's reputation took a sharp turn for the worse, from being a praised and admired champion to a villain who was criticized by everyone. Su Xinian, come out with me, the adults want to interrogate you. See? My lord, why can't we use torture? Sun Shi's order. Su Xinian is just a young boy. I will give him a warning first to make him lose his composure, and then interrogate him slowly. When the time comes, they'll have to trouble Lord Xiaoying to play the good guy. You can also threaten them with criminal law. Today's students are good at talking. But at the sight of blood, he would be so frightened that his face would turn pale. My lords, the prisoner is brought here on New Year's Day. Snap. Su Xinian, someone reported that you bribed the chief examiner Zhao Tingf and participated in the imperial examination fraud. Is it true? What nonsense! You bribed Zhao Ting's housekeeper with 300 taels of silver. With the housekeeper as a medium, I got the test questions in advance. Zhao Ting's housekeeper Zhu Yu has confessed. This is his confession. Take a look for yourself. The confession was written in great detail, even down to the precise time of the transaction between the two parties, with almost no loopholes. As expected of someone from the Ministry of Justice, even I, the client involved, can't find any flaws. However, I have a certificate here, would you like to see it? Throw. What proof? Take pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. M. Write vigorously and quickly. Please take a look. Punish me. Punish me. What did Su Xinian write that could make a minister so re? If you write down the time, place, people, and the specific process, and then press your fingerprint, it can prove that I bribed some butler. Then, my dear minister, oh no, my son. Call me daddy and let me hear it. Everything your father and mother have done is written down clearly and plainly. Torture. Torture me. I will make this madman want to live but not to die. Sir, please calm down. Sir, the minister has ordered that you must not torture me. Quietly. Snort. Happy New Year, have you cheated? Su acted in an upright manner and never committed fraud. How? This person is Mr. Zu's cousin. Mr. Su had come to the Qi'an this morning to warn him that whatever Su Xinian said was true. No lies. Is the song "The Road is Hard" written by you? I am not talented, this is what my students did. No lies. M. This case is very complicated. How about retrial at another day? Good. I am honored to meet His Excellency the Minister. Lord Xiaoying, please take a seat. Your Majesty attaches great importance to this case. We have repeatedly urged you to find out the truth as soon as possible. Now that Zhao Ting's housekeeper has confessed his guilt, all they need to do is pry open Su Xinian's mouth and the case will be closed. Are you right? If the minister is unwilling to torture him, how could Su Xinian plead guilty? It is not necessary to use torture to make people confess their guilt. Don't worry, go back and ask Prefect Chen before making a decision. Yes. M. Sure, let's do as Minister Sun said. My lord, this is against the rules. If Su Xinyan is innocent.
It doesn't matter whether Su Xinyan is innocent or not, he is just a minor character. What those people want is evidence, not the truth. Only with evidence of guilt can they fight in the court. Only with evidence of guilt can they be justified. Your Majesty will also think they are justified. If we don't agree, the case will be stuck here. By then, you won't be able to bear the hat on your head. Your Majesty. See, Duke Wei didn't take any action, stray. You send Lu Qing to the night watchman's office and reveal this matter to Su Qi'an in a subtle way. There will be something interesting to watch in the court tomorrow. Quiet. XX. Left Censor-in-Chief Yuan Xiong. Qin Yuan Dao, the Minister of War. The two people who led the Imperial Examination fraud case. Secretary of the Ministry of Punishment. Sun Min Chao Guogongsong Shanch. The Shu who actively attacked the two brothers of the Su family. Fueling the fraud case, aiming to gain the unbeatable honor. My dear, please speak. Kobam. I was ordered to investigate the case of Zhao Tengf, the Grand Secretary of the Donka Academy, accepting bribes and leaking the exam questions to the examinee Su Xinyan. Now the truth has come to light. There are 3 people involved in the case, namely Su Xinyan, a student of Yunlu Academy. Zhao Tengf, the Grand Secretary of the Donga, and his steward who acted as a middleman. In addition, according to Su Xinyan's confession, he was sent by his brother Su Qian, a sturdy Donga University scholar. Minister Sun's move was to drag Wei Yuan into the situation by force and not give him the opportunity to sit back and watch. I don't know how Wei Yuan will respond. Your Majesty, please allow me to speak. I have something to say. Yunzhou Censor ZH Xingying. My dear, please tell me. I want to sue the Minister of Justice Sun Min for abusing his power and forcing people to confess under torture. Please, Your Majesty, order the 3 courts to hold a joint trial and investigate the Imperial Examination fraud case. This case was personally ordered by His Majesty, and the Ministry of Justice and the government jointly tried the case and supervised each other. How could there be a confession under torture? Those 3 prisoners are in jail. Your Majesty can find out if you send someone to investigate whether they have confessed under torture. CPAM. How do you think we should handle this case? His Majesty's attitude was very clear, procrastination was futile, but he did not immediately characterize the case. Your Majesty, I feel that this case is extremely serious. Your Majesty is giving Wei Yuan and Zhao Ting's followers a chance to fight back. After fermenting for many days, everyone in the capital knew about it. Students were filled with resentment and the people were filled with indignation. If we don't deal with it strictly, it won't be enough to appease the public. Su Qian represented the Imperial Astronomical Bureau in the battle and had just made a great contribution, so he could not be punished. Dali Temple Minister Ch Yen. These words from the Dali Temple Minister were heart-piercing, and they created an image of Su Qian as an arrogant person who was proud of his achievements for Emperor Yuan Jing and other officials in the palace. After saying this, Emperor Yuan Jing had to punish him, otherwise it would prove the saying of being proud of one's achievements and set a very bad example. Your Majesty, I feel that the Ministry of Justice and the Government Office handled this case too hastily. Zhao Tengf, the Grand Secretary of the Donga, has always been honest and has an excellent reputation. How could he accept bribes? In addition, although Su Xinyan was only a student, Yunlu Academy had not produced a Huiyuan for many years. How could the great scholars of the academy let this matter go after such a hasty decision? What's going on? Why did Duke Chao turn against his allies in the middle of a battle? Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. The Imperial Examination fraud case was originally instigated by Duke Chao, who supported the left censor-in-chief and the Minister of War in writing a petition. Why the sudden change of sides? Wei Yuan seemed extremely surprised. Didn't he know about this either? Your Majesty,
Duke Chao's words are heartbreaking. Just imagine, if Su Xinyan was given a lighter punishment just because he was a student of Yunlu Academy, how would the Imperial Academy feel? What do readers think? Come. Why did Emperor Wenzu establish the Imperial Academy and expel the scholars of Yunlu Academy from the court? It was because the scholars of Yunlu Academy disrespected the emperor and used literature to disrupt the law. Shan Yashing erected a monument in Yunlu Academy and inscribed the words, "Dying for justice to repay the emperor's kindness, leaving a good name for generations to come." This is to tell future generations how to be loyal to the emperor and love the country. Do you want to let the frustration of Emperor Wenzu repeat itself? Sharp. This trick of Qing the concept is very clever, just like drawing a line in the court. On one side are the scholars from the Imperial College, and on the other side is the Yunlu Academy. How to choose in the dispute over the orthodoxy? If any civil servant wants to speak for Su Xinyan, he must consider his own position. Consider whether his remarks would cause him to betray the court and his ministers. See, in this case, Wei Yuan had to leave. Some things are hard for scholars to say, but as the leader of the eunuch party, he could. Because he is not a scholar who came from the imperial examination. Drag Wei Yuan into the water, and then defeat him with great momentum, forcing him to compromise and give up the control of the censorate. Snort. 200 years ago, I have never heard of any scholar from Yunlu Academy doing anything to harm the princess. Is this what you, the scholars of the Imperial Academy, call loyalty to the emperor and patriotism? King Yu. Hypocritical. Your Majesty, I don't care what the truth is about the Imperial examination fraud case. I just feel that the officials in the Ministry of Justice are just sitting there doing nothing and are incompetent. If they knew how to handle the case, how could my poor Pingy die unjustly? If it weren't for the night watchman Su Qi'an who thoroughly investigated the case, I'm afraid the injustice would still not be redressed today. The Imperial examination fraud case is of great importance. I hope that your Majesty can review the case and have the three courts jointly review it with the night watchman. That poor Pingy. N.M. Shameless. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of War told Emperor Yuan Jing that the scholars at Yunlu Academy were impossible to control. And now, Prince Yu is telling Emperor Yuan Jing that the scholars in the Imperial College also have the intention to murder the royal family, and will put it into action. Prime Minister W. Jinwen. At this time, Duke Chao and other nobles echoed the sentiment, forming a subtle confrontation with the civil officials. Duke Chao and Prince Yu are not of the same kind, and neither of them is of the same kind as Wei Yuan. But it is an indisputable fact that the two sides have joined forces. Who is behind all this? If this case is retried and the night watchmen get involved, all the plans will be in vain. In the end, a stalemate will be formed among multiple parties. Watching the Yamen. Big brother, what's wrong with you? We are fighting bloody battles in the front, and you are standing in the back without saying a word? Wink. Your Majesty, I have a way to quickly resolve this case. X. To find out whether Zhao Tengfe, the Grand Secretary of Dongda, leaked the questions, we just need to try Su Xinyan. XXX, Your Majesty can summon him into the palace, have you personally set the questions for him to test him, and have him compose a poem in front of all the gentlemen. Whether the poem, The Road is Hard, was written by someone else will be clear after a try. As for the essays on classics and policy, the palace examination is imminent, and Your Majesty will personally decide whether Su Xinyan has real talent and knowledge after reading his essay. If he is really an idiot, it means that he leaked the test questions and cheated, and he must be severely punished. This makes sense. I will follow your advice. At first glance, Prime Minister W.'s words seemed to be an attempt to smooth things over, but in fact they were clearly biased. His Majesty personally set the topic and tested the poems, and asked Su Xinyan to compose poems in the palace. The only person in the whole Dafeng who can do this is Su Qi'an, the top poet. Your Majesty, this method is too hasty. Good poems and lyrics are not something that anyone can easily come up with. I also think this is inappropriate. Time was also limited in the examination room. If Su Huiyuan could write one poem, why couldn't he write a second one? Prince Yu is wrong.
Su Xinyan was able to create masterpieces that are passed down through the ages, which shows that he is very good at poetry. When he writes another one, the comparison between the two will become clear.
I have made up my mind, Prince Yu, there is no need to say more. After a stick of incense. Your Majesty, may the new year be with you. Is this the legendary Golden Throne Hall? Is this where the court officials hold court? Why did you bring me to the throne?
The mountain collapses in front of you without changing your color.
Quietly. Koon. The student wishes you a happy new year and is pleased to meet your Majesty. I want to ask you, did the Dongba Grand Secretary accept bribes and leak the questions to you? Your Majesty, the student is innocent. I will give you a chance.
If you want to prove your innocence, compose a poem in this palace.
I personally set the question, wish for a happy new year, do you dare? Composing poetry on the spot. I dare not.
I didn't expect to be brought to the Golden Palace and face such a. The road is hard was written by my elder brother, not by me, although I shed 2 words. I can confidently say that I wrote this poem. However, if I were asked to write another poem, and to compose it on the spur of the moment, I would simply not be able to do it. What do I do? Su Xinian's expression has completely betrayed him. With such panic, fraud is a sure thing. See? Sure enough, it has come to this point. After Su Qi'an confessed to ghostwriting poems, my advice was to try to get a lighter sentence.
The ghostwriting issue is a fatal flaw. Don't dare? Guru. Your Majesty, please ask the question. To repay the Emperor's kindness by dying for his loyalty. He wrote a poem entitled Loyalty to the Emperor and Serving the Country. Give you a stick of incense time.
Since ancient times, most of the poems and lyrics about loyalty to the emperor and the country were written when the country was destroyed and the family was ruined.
In times of peace and prosperity, there are very few excellent works on this topic. This question is very difficult. Be loyal to the king and serve the country.
That day, my elder brother drew lots and picked out 2 test questions.
Like.
One is to express one's ambition, the other is to be patriotic. The poems expressing my aspirations have played a role in the spring and helped me become the champion of the imperial examination.
Unexpectedly, the second patriotic poem played a role here. Can't laugh. Honored King. The time of 1 stick of incense is limited. Please don't disturb Su Huiyuan from composing a poem. The officials in the court are waiting for him. It doesn't take even a stick of incense to complete. I would like to thank Your Majesty for your grace and for giving me this opportunity. My eldest brother Su Qian is the top poet in the world and he can compose poems effortlessly. I certainly can't embarrass him. So confident all of a sudden?
Darkness press down on the city, threatening to destroy it, golden scales of armor shine towards the sun. The sound of horns fills the sky with autumn colors, and the rouge on the frontier turns the night purple. This scholar had never been to a battlefield, but how could he describe the battlefield scene so accurately and so deeply? The half-rolled red flag is overlooking the Ishui River, the frost is heavy and the drum is cold so the sound cannot be heard. This poem is good, but what does it have to do with loyalty to the emperor? You are only writing about the battlefield. The top winner of the imperial examination couldn't even write a poem that matched the topic. This is cheating.
Good. Clam.
This Su Xinyan has no ability to compose poetry at all. Please punish him, Your Majesty. I will repay your kindness on the Golden Terrace, and die for you with the Jade Dragon.
Good poem, good poem. As expected of the champion. As expected of the talented person who wrote The Road is Hard. Su Huiyuan's poetry talent is not inferior to his brother's. The Road is Hard is written by you. What a great poem.
To make a scene in such a short time, Your Majesty.
Could it be that he really has great poetic talent? Your Majesty's response has completely rejected the fraud case. Su Xinyan is saved. But what is the meaning of this golden platform? The golden platform should be a high platform cast from gold, right?
To serve your majesty, to die for your majesty, is not to mention the golden platform.
Even if it is a jade platform, it will be within easy reach.
Yes, the imperial court has always been clear about rewards and punishments, and never treats meritorious officials unfairly.
So do I. Su Huiyuan's poetry talent is not inferior to his brother. The Road is Hard was written by you.
As for the classics and policy essays, I will read them myself during the palace examination.
Please don't let me down. As long as you can enter the second class, I can promise to let you enter the Hanlin Academy and become a scholar.
The Hanlin Academy is also known as the place where prime ministers are in reserve. Although Shijishi is not as good as the first class, they are also qualified to enter the cabinet and are the top nobles in the dynasty.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I am tired, so I will retire. It's over.
The imperial examination cheating case has almost been concluded.
Happy New Year, no cheating. Unless Su Xinyan performs poorly in the palace examination and writes a terrible essay. The probability of this happening is extremely small.
As a student of Yunlu Academy and the winner of the imperial examination, his talent is definitely outstanding among the imperial examination candidates. The most important thing is that His Majesty seems to appreciate this boy very much. This is the most important thing. I didn't expect the case to end like this.
Stealing a chicken but losing the rice.
After the palace examination, when the imperial examination fraud case is over, someone will definitely take the opportunity to attack me and accuse me of abusing my power in framing someone.
How can a student from Yunlu Academy be qualified to enter the Hanlin Academy?
In the 200 years since the founding of the Imperial College, there has never been such a thing.
What does he want to do? Is this crude warrior trying to show off his power with pride? How dare a mere warrior stand in our way?
Your body and name will be destroyed, but the rivers and mountains will flow forever.
Calm. Pooh.
Your body and name will be destroyed, but the rivers and mountains will flow forever.
This is a heart-piercing statement. No scholar can tolerate the ridicule of this poem. So malicious. Madman. Brat. Rude man. How dare you bully us like this? My lords, this is intolerable. Send troops immediately to kill this bastard.
Guards, where are the guards?
Stop that bastard.
It is disrespectful to humiliate the officials in the court.
Stop him for me. A mere civil servant wants to order me around? Duke Wei has truly cultivated a capable subordinate. He. What are you all doing? Are you all taking the same seats? Then how should history books record what happened today? What did you say? Such trivial matters are not worthy of being recorded in the history books. I see. Qianro, those 2 lines of poetry Su Qian just wrote are really heartwarming. Oh. Godfather, weren't you among them at that time? So brave. Your body and name will be destroyed, but the rivers and mountains will flow forever. What a great poem. Our Dafeng poetry champion is well deserved. Otomo, pass on my oral instructions and order the Imperial Academy to record this matter in the history books. I want to review it personally. Yes. Ko Pam.
This is Your Majesty's response to those nerds in the Hanlin Academy. During lunch, Zhu Yuanjin was listening to his old friend talking about what happened in the court. And finally, there is the scene where Su Ningyan blocks all the officials with his sword and mocks them with poetry.
This turned out to be a way to break the impasse.
Using nobles to fight against civil officials is a good idea, but it is extremely difficult.
How did Su Ningyan and number 3 do it? Number 3 and Su Ningyan are indeed brothers, both of them have amazing talent in poetry.
I have long wanted to curse those people who occupy positions but do nothing, but unfortunately poetry is not my forte. Su Ningyan is indeed the top poet of Dafeng, his poetry is very insightful.
Prince's Mansion. Prince's Mansion. I knew that Su Huiyuan was extremely talented. How could he cheat in the imperial examination? Well, his cousin Su Ningyan was even more capable in this matter. He mediated and was able to get Duke Chao and Prince Yu to speak for Su Huiyuan. Let the court nobles speak for them. This network of relationships is extraordinary. What surprised me the most was that Wei Yuan did not take any action. He just stood by and watched from beginning to end. See calm in this way, Su Huiyuan would not be branded as a member of the eunuch party, which would be a good thing with far-reaching impact on him. Of course, for me too. Later, go to Zu's house again and make an appointment for me. This will make me look unreserved and like I am taking credit for something. It's better not to go. At this time, silence can actually highlight my magnanimity and vision. If I rush to take credit, on the contrary, it will make the mistress of the Su family underestimate her. Smart people don't need to make things too obvious, just keep it to yourself. You're always like this, it's so scary. What did Su Ningyan do to block all the civil and military officials at the Meridian Gate? What is the greatest satirical poem of all time? It's the Meridian Gate today. The white-robed alchemist then told Wei Qianhuan what happened today. Why does Su Ningyan always do things that are enviable one after another? Yunzhou alone fought against 400 rebels and fought against the Buddhist sect under the watchful eyes of the public. It was so unfair, so unfair. When is the next court meeting? Lamb. I want to go to the Meridian Gate too. I have to go. Eat vegetables, eat vegetables. Su Mansion. Thanks to Ningyan, the new year will be peaceful. Big Brother is great. It feels so good to have dinner together as a family again. Home-cooked food is still delicious. Well, I have something to say. I want to take Lingyin as my apprentice. See, Puff. My daughter has no talent, her muscles and bones are not flexible, she just has a lot of strength. What can you do by taking her as your apprentice? Lingyin really doesn't have any talent for martial arts. Otherwise I would have introduced her to the profession long ago. But she can eat it. Don't you realize she's a genius? At her age, she is indeed a genius. Ba 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 ba. According to Su Lingyan's eating style, other children would have died of bloating long ago, but she was so full of life. Bar Chi. I'm not going to teach her how to eat, I'm going to teach her witchcraft. You mean, she is a genius in witchcraft? To be precise, he is a genius at repairing power. The sound of bells makes the bones strong and the Qi'an blood full. This is a genius that we haven't seen in decades in our Ligu department. Our Ligu department's training method is to be young. Choose a power goo and swallow it, letting it reside in your body. In the first few years, the power poison will absorb the host's essence, blood, and energy. If a child is not in good physical condition, he will become very weak. Because the power poison shares the same fate with its host, it will not drain the host dry, but will only weaken with him. This will cause inherent deficiencies. But she will provide an excellent breeding ground for Ligu and lay a solid foundation at a young age. Sister, if you don't eat it, I'll finish it. Moreover, Lingyin is strong and powerful. Even if she doesn't cultivate her mind, her strength is far greater than that of her peers. Once she is well trained, she will soar to heaven. Will she become as gluttonous as you? No. She'll become a bigger eater than me. What? I don't agree. What about you, sir? I have no future in studying and am not cut out for martial arts, so I might as well give it a try. What do you two think? Su Ningyan, how can you talk like that? Isn't Lingyin your sister? Mom, what Big Brother said is right.
I can accept you as my disciple, but I have something to ask you.
When will I be able to graduate from the Li Gu training?
It can take as short as 5 years or as long as 20 years, depending on personal talent.
Can Miss Lena stay in the capital for 5 or 20 years? As long as you give me food, I can stay here forever. Clam. No.
It's just a few mouthfuls of rice from your house. Why are you being so stingy?
It was Lorena who taught the little girl. Do we really want Lena to live in the capital for 5 years, or even 20 years? That tuition fee is too high. Linging is just a girl, and she doesn't want to be the best fighter in the world.
It's okay to learn as much as you can, even if you can't become a master.
You two are just too ambitious, wanting to be the best in everything. It also makes sense.
If you come back to southern Shinji with me, my father will definitely accept you as his disciple.
In 10 years at most, you can move a mountain. A mountain?
The Su family has a daughter who has grown up.
She is as strong as a mountain and as brave as the world. Big pot, I'm back and I'm going to give you a mountain. Take it. M. Meow. Who is lying at the gate of Sun's mansion?
It's the young master.
Delani. Calm, someone come quickly. Is my son okay?
Master, the young master is just unconscious and not seriously injured.
What does it mean that you were not seriously injured?
He was whipped dozens of times, his skin was torn and his flesh was exposed.
Fortunately, it was only a skin injury and it is fine after applying medicine. Bastard! You broke your promise.
That Su Xinyan also received a few whippings.
Just come back. Just come back. Tell me about your approach to solving the problem this time.
Prince Yu has long since given up the desire to compete for fame and fortune, so he was able to return the favor. If he was still the Prince Yu, I'm afraid he wouldn't agree to me so easily. As for Duke Xiao, he teamed up with the Deputy General of the Northern King and the Northern King to plot against my King Kong invincibility. I remember Duke Wei once said that court disputes are disputes over interests, and we must learn to compromise. So I agreed to his request. Yes, you have some understanding, but unfortunately your temper is hard to check and you are not suitable for the court. It's mainly because Mr. Wei taught well.
You've been running around in the imperial examination fraud case. I didn't even spend much time in the government office.
Thank you for your hard work.
But I also learned a lot. Get my point? I didn't stay in the yamen much. Hard? Con.
So, this month's salary is gone. Lord Wei, my salary for this month has already been spent.
Yeah?
Then there is no one for next month.
Did I upset him in some way? Let's not talk about this topic anymore. Duke Wei, why did the Deputy General of the King of Jinbei return to the capital?
The situation in the north was tense, and they were short of food and money, so they came back to ask for money.
What kind of person is the King of Jinbei? A domineering person.
Domineering people are often unreasonable, and because of their status as princes, they can ignore the rules to a certain extent.
I have used up the favor from Prince Yu, so it is not a loss.
Fortunately, Prince Yu has long lost interest in fame and gain, otherwise he might not stand up for me. As for Duke Xiao, I have not yet given him the benefits I promised him. With the power of the Duke and the Deputy General of Jinbei King.
If I go back on my words, I will be retaliated against.
The King of Jinbei is most likely unaware of this matter.
It was the plan of the Deputy General and Duke Qiao. But I am just a small silver gong.
Even if the King of Jinbei knew about it, he would not blame the Deputy General. Therefore, the promised benefits must still be given.
I can write the 9 manual backwards, M.
Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads.
Prince Huai's mansion. King Huai.
I heard from the guards that the princess disappeared without a reason.
How did the princess hide it from the palace guards? How did they conceal it from the sorcerers of the Qi'an? Who have you met recently and what have you encountered? Noisy. Are you questioning me? Don't dare.
This time I am back in Beijing. Besides asking His Majesty for military pay, I am also taking the princess to the north to meet the prince.
You prepare early. I will stay in the palace during this period. If the princess wants to go out, I will accompany her throughout the trip. General Chu, Inluo Su Qianan wants to see you. Su Qianan, what did he come to the palace for? Take him to the side hall.
Thank you General Chu and Duke Chao for your help.
Things. M. What an ugly Buddha statue. The knife work is really bad. But the subtle Buddhist charm makes people realize its extraordinariness. Nature. I have engraved the secret of Vajra power into the Buddha statue. As for whether you can master it, that is your business, General. You are a reputable person. Oh, if I had no credibility, you would say that you dared to go back on your word with just a small silver gong, and even Wei Yuan couldn't protect you. In fact, this technique itself is a free money-making technique.
If General Chu is interested, I will sell it for 500 taels of silver. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I don't think it's worth spending 500 taels on something that can be obtained with a little trick. Of course, the golden statue of Buddha is priceless.
Farewell, Suin Luo. I won't see you off. The Buddha's golden statue is worth a fortune. I am not worthy of your money. The mountains remain green and the water flows forever. Is this Su Qianan Suin Luo? It's down there. My princess wants to see you. Princess Xinbei wants to see me? The most beautiful lady in Dafeng? Anyway, it's just a meeting, no big deal. Ask your sister to lead the way. B. Are you Su Qian?
Although I can't see his face clearly, his voice is very nice.
Column.co, what does the princess want from me? Snort.
I heard that you stood alone outside the Meridian Gate and blocked all the officials, and wrote poems to mock.
Is this possible?
I was young and frivolous, and acted on impulse.
I am so ashamed. Are you ashamed too? Pooh. See a visitor out. That's it? Boom. Gold?
There was no warning of dir from the divine sense, which means there was no crisis just now. What does this woman want to do?
Why did the princess hit me? Snort. Coleman. Pick up. Next time the princess wants to hit me, remember to use gold bricks. The Vajra power of Buddhism really requires a certain opportunity and a foundation in Buddhism. Su Qianan was able to become invincible, he must have some talent. However, he was still a small person without any foundation, so he could be made to submit with just a little trick. What kind of martial arts genius is this? What kind of talent is comparable to the king of Xinbei? If there is no secret help from the supervisor, how can he fight against the Buddhist Arhat?
Among the rumors about him in the capital, the most offensive one is comparing him with the prince.
A silver gong born from a fast hand, a lowly person born from a military household, is he worthy? Apart from the Vajra magical skill, there is very little benefit that can be extracted from this boy. With the imperial examination fraud case, all his value was squeezed out in one go. M. Put on.
Although I am not a Buddhist, this amulet is mysterious and magical, and it can help me enter a state of enlightenment. Maybe you can use this to comprehend the mystery of the Vajra divine power. Once I achieve the invincibility of Diamond, my combat power will be increased by more than one level.
The key is that my body, which is far superior to that of an ordinary warrior, can help me survive better on the battlefield. In addition, if I can use the bronze talisman to cultivate the Vajra divine art, then the prince can certainly do it too. I will be rewarded handsomely then. N. It really works. To calm. Done. Ugh. Puff. How could this happen? Bronze talismans won't work either. Thump. Going crazy while practicing? Why did he go crazy out of nowhere? Is he dead? His life is safe. But he was seriously injured. The sorcerer from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau said that he needs to stay in bed for a month to recover. And found. If it is too late, the qi will flow backwards and the meridians will be completely cut off, which may cause illness. However, I heard that it might be related to the Buddha statue sent by Suin Luo. G.Arm. Is it related to him? This brat did a very good thing. Another 80 miles to the capital. Master, can we stay in the capital for a while? I am not familiar with the Qi'an. Su Qianan has passed away. Without his face, it would be stray if Song Chang would care about you. That then I will say that I am Su Qianan's wife Tobe. He. That's perfect. Maybe he can save you right there and then and let you go to accompany him. I won't go. I want to go back to Tianzone. Shoo. I smell blood. Swish swish. Headless corpse. He must have died from a vendetta. He still harbors a lot of resentment. Let's bury him, so he won't be left lying in the wilderness. After 7 days, he turned into a vengeful spirit. This resentment is very likely to turn the deceased into a resentful spirit after 7 days. Of course, this kind of soul cannot exist for long, and will dissipate in a few hours or a few days. However, this mountain path is not uninhabited. If a traveler passes by before the resentful spirit dissipates, he or she may be attacked by the resentful spirit. The mildest consequence is a serious illness, and the worst is death. The resentment is so deep, maybe something serious happened in his life that made him so unwilling. I tried to summon his spirit to see what was going on. No way, master, do you really think you are a female knight? You are the holy maiden of the heavenly sect, and you will be the supreme forgetful one in the future. CPAM. The birth, aging, sickness, death, grudges, and hatred in this world are nothing but STU. Forget about emotions and be impartial, not moved by emotions, not disturbed by feelings. Shut up, you. Do I need you to teach me the profound principles of the Qi'an sect? It is true that the Supreme Being should forget about emotions, but if you don't even know what emotions are, how can you forget about them? Can you just forget it? Who are you? Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Bloodbath 3,000 miles. Bloodbath for 3,000 miles. Ask the court to send troops. Who are you? What do you mean by bloody massacre of 3,000 miles? Send troops to attack. What to do with him? Lamb. His soul is incomplete. If you want him to tell the following content, you have to nourish his soul. But nurturing the soul is a long process and cannot be expected in the short term. If we can find out the identity of this person, we may be able to further understand what he wants to say. The master is right. Then, how to check? How do I know? How did Su Qianan do so many investigations in Yunzhou? Pig brain overload. If that guy is still alive, there must be a way. Do you remember him too? He is the most capable person I have ever seen. Well, let's bring the body back to the capital and hand it over to the government. This man was killed in a deserted mountain not far from the capital, most likely he was ambushed. Cam. Call out. Master, this is my first time in the capital. It is said that this is the best city in Dafeng and the most prosperous city on land. M. Victory in a battle of wits. Su Bian is brave and heroic. A while ago, Wei Yuan adopted Su Qianan's suggestion on the security of the capital, and based on his suggestion, he organized a team of people from the underworld. Let them be responsible for maintaining the security of the capital, and the court will give them very generous treatment and remuneration.
The cleverness of this policy is that it fundamentally solves the problem of public security chaos.
Why are thefts and robberies so common?
Because most of the people in the underworld are second-rate gsters, they have no fixed livelihood, and the prices in Beijing are high.
How can they survive without stealing or robbing?
Give them a way to earn money, let them maintain law and order, and use their own weapons to attack their own shields. After the severe crackdown in the first few days, the gsters who poured into the city became much more well-behaved.
So, Su Qianan planned to go to the brothel to listen to music. Eco. M. When people have enough food and clothing, they will think about sex. But once this is satisfied, humans will pursue a higher level of enjoyment. That is the enjoyment on the spiritual level.
Without computers, there would be no games or movies in this world. The only way to maintain a decent life is to go to the brothels to watch operas and listen to music.
Palpitations. Su Qianan is not dead yet? Why didn't anyone tell me that Su Qian is not dead? Why didn't you tell me that Su Qian is not dead? Doesn't Li Mao really know that Su Qianan is still alive?
After the Yunzhou case, she had been running around, so it was normal for her not to know that Su Qianan had come back to life. However, as news of the fight spread, she knew it was only a matter of time. Oh, it's no wonder that she and Su Qianan formed a deep friendship in Yunzhou and she was so excited.
Why do I feel like number 1 is gloating? Why is number 2 silent? MCA 9.
Li Miaojin has arrived in the capital.
Su Qianan, you bastard! How long do you want to keep deceiving us?
The message cannot be sent, the Earth book has been blocked.
Information cannot be conveyed. 9. Miaojin, they don't know Su Qianan's identity.
As for why he was resurrected, it's a long story.
I'll give you an address, and you can come here to find me. 9. Li Miaojin has already entered the city, do you want to meet her?
Although I blocked her and didn't let her say too much, what was coming still came.
Master, well done. I can see her. Come to my place. I have some important matters to attend to.
You guys finish your drinks and continue patrolling the streets.
Yes, boss. M. Knock knock knock. Squeak. Please come in. Very good, you are indeed one of the most talented disciples of Tianzong. You have entered the nascent soul stage. Chu Yuanjin is an expert swordsman. Unless I reach the 4th level, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to defeat him.
I remember your senior brother was already a 4th grade nascent soul.
Is he still missing?
Who knows, maybe he died from some woman's revenge.
Maybe he was imprisoned by an old lover as a forbidden delicacy.
I don't care about his business.
To be honest, I don't want you and Chu Yuanjin to fight to the death, and I don't even want to see you two fighting. M.
This is the fate of Taoism. The two sects of heaven and man have been fighting for countless years, but there has never been a winner. Now that the headmaster has entered the 1st rank, he can finally put an end to this dispute over the orthodoxy.
What happened to Su Qianan?
He was not dead, he had taken the pills from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau that day and was just faking his death. Taoist master Jin Lian briefly explained the reason.
Why do you keep hiding it from us? Ask him this question yourself.
Long time no see, how come General Li has shed his outfit?
Miss Susu, have you decided whether you want to be my concubine? CMMCA. Snort.
I am a disciple of Tianzong, and I dress like this to celebrate the battle between heaven and man. I will announce the fact that you are number 3 to all holders of the fragments of the Earth Book.
I can't stop General Li from doing anything.
However, it just so happened that I also had a lot of things that I didn't share with him.
For example, every little detail of Yunzhou.
General Li said that he was a genius in solving crimes.
Of course, there is more.
I don't mind teaching you a lesson before the fight between heaven and man.
M. Taoist Master Jin Lian had no intention of stopping him.
Humph, it seems that the Taoist priest also thinks this guy is hateful and wants me to teach him a lesson.
La. Buddhist golden body? That's right, the Vajra power I won in the fight.
General Lee, your flying sword is a little weak, please use more strength.
Master, he looks down on you. Just want to learn about the Taoist flying sword. Good. Click here and stop here. Click here and stop here. Boom. Remain. C. First Sakura. Studio Hata Sakura. My house.
When they met in Yunzhou, he was an 8th grade warrior who was striving to reach the spirit-refining realm. In just a few months, his cultivation had improved to this level.
I actually have a feeling of powerlessness that my talent is only this high. Ahem.
You used the flying sword to attack his physical body, which is to use your own weakness to attack his strength.
It's just a small don't take it seriously. Li Miaojin is a 4th-rank master, and Tianzon's methods have not yet been used.
The flying sword technique has no problem cutting down a 6th grade bronze-skinned and iron-boned being, but it is somewhat powerless against a Buddhist Vajra.
Why did this kid's Vajra magical skills improve so rapidly? If we really fight, I'm no match for you. But if you want to break my invincibility, it will take some effort.
The essence and blood left to me by monk Shinshu has the real effect of increasing the speed of practicing the Vajra divine art.
Because Shinshu himself is a master of Vajra magic. His essence and blood are perfectly compatible with the Vajra divine art.
As long as I practice this art and absorb his essence and blood, I will be able to elevate the level of the Vajra divine art.
Up to 7 days. After I absorb the blood essence of the monk Shinshu, I can. The divine power has been upgraded to the minor success realm. If Su Qi'an's identity is revealed, everything I said and did in Yunzhou will also be announced within the Tiandihui.
This kind of behavior that hurts others and oneself is not in line with the style of the Holy Maiden of our Tianzon.
I now understand why Su Qian insisted on hiding his identity.
The boasts he made back then were 100 times greater than mine.
If this gets out, I won't be able to live like a human being anymore.
If Miaojin doesn't want to stay in the inn, she can stay at Su Qian's house, where number 5 is also.
The Su mansion is located in the inner city.
It is a large house with 3 courtyards and is extremely magnificent.
Are you coming again? When did my home become a shelter for orphans of the Tiandihui? That corpse?
I can just hand this matter over to Su Qian, and I can also learn some useful crime-solving skills from him.
Okay, I want to meet number 5 too.
She must have suffered a lot on her long journey north.
I always feel like Master Jinlian has something else to say to you. Smiling. General Li, come back with me?
I will leave the capital when the dispute between heaven and man is over. Before that, I must find a way to disrupt this fight.
You should call me General Li. That's so we are so familiar with each other. Snort. Regarding the dispute between heaven and man, I have a question. She was still and didn't want to.
By the way, we probably haven't talked about the search for number 5 in Xiqing that day.
The Taoist priest has been shielding my fragments of the Earth Book. I should have thought of this earlier. He was trying to cover up the news of your resurrection. None of this is important. What is important is that the tomb we found is incredibly old.
It is the tomb of the Taoist predecessors. And he is most likely a Taoist from the human sect.
Ranzong? Curious.
Yes, it was Zong Daoren who usurped the throne. Immediately, Su Qian told Li Miaojin everything about his experience in the tomb, just like telling a story, with all sorts of exaggerated stories. This reminds me of what my master once said, among the 3 sects of heaven, earth, and man, the human sect is the stupidest. Because they take the initiative to approach the destiny of the world. The earth sect is the second, cultivating merits and virtues will bring good fortune, but things in the world have causes and consequences. How can the 3 words do good deeds explain everything? Therefore, people of the earth sect, when they reach the second level, are often led in karma and easily fall into the path of evil.
Is the head of the D-Zone Dao an example? What about Tianzong?
Tianzong is naturally on the right path, the highest level of forgetfulness, the unity of heaven and man.
According to this concept, shouldn't we be indifferent to everything?
Why are you so obsessed with the dispute between heaven and man, and so obsessed with the orthodoxy?
This is the way of heaven. It's rare that you can think of this. I don't know.
As you said, being so obsessed with fighting is indeed not in line with the Tianzong philosophy.
But each school has its own reasons. I have asked about this before, but I didn't get an answer.
In other words, the dispute between heaven and man is superficially a dispute between ideas and orthodoxy, but in fact there is a deeper reason behind it.
And even the saint of Tianzong didn't know the reason. The waters of Taoism are very deep.
Not bad, living in such a big house in Beijing.
Su Mansion. Did you embezzle a lot of money? Yes, so as long as you follow me, you will definitely have a good life in the future. Please come in. Zamabu. Can't do it without jumping on horseback. Eat pastries. Barchi.
I'm tired, I'll share half of the water chestnut cake with you.
Then I will just do half of the horse stance today, okay? Okay. Cauldron. Ugh. You are back. Is she number 5?
Lena, she is number 2, Li Miaozhen, the saintess of Tianzong.
Come. Yeah, you are number 2. Do you want to eat water chestnut cake? Sure enough, he's not very smart.
It's a long journey from southern Xinji to the capital, and it must have been a hard journey.
Thank you for the hard work.
I have been cheated out of money, I have been tricked into doing hard labor, I have worked hard for a meal.
Ba.
I was also attacked by Exter who coveted my beauty with a cheap smoke.
Fortunately, I am a member of the Gu tribe and have been to Gyuan.
Ordinary poisons have no effect on me.
I think the easiest and most pleasant profession is begging.
Do nothing, just sit on the street with a broken bowl, and some kind people will give you coins.
Gudong. Hard to comment. Sister, you are so beautiful. I am a ghost. Guru.
I found a dead body on my way to the capital. It seemed that he had been silenced. I summoned the remaining soul to inquire, and discovered something important.
Go to the study and talk. I brought this person's body here. Can you see anything strange about it?
Where is his soul? Since Li Miaozhen said it was a big deal, she must have used Taoist methods to summon souls.
Whoosh!
Bloody massacre for 3,000 miles, bloody massacre for 3,000 miles, please send troops.
His soul is damaged. If you want to know the next part, you can only nourish his soul.
Depending on the degree of damage to the soul, it will take at least 2 months.
2 months later, the daylilies were gone. So what do you think we should do? Groping. Pinch. Not surprisingly, he should be from the north. What's the basis? Ngal. People are shaped by the land and water they live in.
One can tell where the deceased is from by looking at his or her appearance and skin.
Without a head, the ghost's face is too blurry.
Therefore, if you want to determine where this headless corpse is from, you have to verify it based on the details of the body. You see, in addition to the calluses on his palms, this person also has a thick layer of calluses on his index finger. This kind of callus will not be produced when using a knife or a sword.
What kind of weapon was used? Don't keep us in suspense. It's a bow. Yes, this guy is good at shooting. How can this prove that he is from the north? I feel like you are talking nonsense. There are many people who are good at shooting, why can't they be people in the army? Yes, Miss Susu is right.
See, for example, there is a person around you who is good at shooting but he is not in the army.
Na.C.
If a soldier rides a horse for a long time, he will definitely have calluses on his thighs, but he doesn't have any. Shoot! Shoot! He was not in the army, but he was good at shooting, which was consistent with the characteristics of northerners.
The people from all over Dafeng are not good at using bows.
Northerners are good at using bows and arrows, even ordinary adult men can shoot a bow. From what I understand, the standard equipment for the gsters in several northern states when they go out is a knife and a bow.
Or, what about archers? It's archers. Who would send archers to deliver the message? If I'm not mistaken, this guy is most likely a gster from the north. As for what exactly he wanted to convey, who commissioned him, and who murdered him, I don't know.
Although this stinky man is lustful and annoying, he is quite capable.
Then he'll leave his affairs to you.
As a night watchman, Luo should handle these matters. I hired a guest room for Li Miaojin and Susu, and asked the cook to prepare some snacks.
Su Mansion. Su Qi'an returned to the study, put the corpse into the fragments of the Book of the Earth, asked for the remaining soul, and went to the yamen.
I remember Duke Wei said that wars were frequent in the north and Dafeng suffered a series of defeats. The civil officials wrote to impeach the king of Jinbei, but Emperor Yuan Jing forced the blame on Wei Yuan.
He took off his hat as the left censor-in-chief. Sui Luo, you are not allowed to enter.
Duke Wei has just ordered the carriage to be prepared to enter the palace.
Duke Wei is going to the palace to argue with Emperor Yuan Jing?
What a waste of time, of course my business is more important. Stop talking nonsense, I have something very important to report.
What's the matter?
Since Duke Wei is in such a hurry, I will make my long story short. You only have time for a cup of tea, speak quickly.
Snap. See what's going on. Li Miaojin arrived in the capital today and is currently staying at my house. But what does this have to do with the body? This is a big deal. She found the body 80 miles away from the capital.
His head was chopped off with one strike of a sword, cleanly and easily. Li Miaojin was nosy, so he summoned the remaining soul of the deceased to find out the situation. The soul said, "Well, Lord Wei, please see for yourself. Bloody massacre for 3,000 miles, bloody massacre for 3,000 miles, please send troops."
Do you have any clues? I initially concluded that he was from the north.
He was killed on his way to Beijing to report the news. There has been no war in Dafeng recently, except in the north.
Sheki building.
Duke Wei, the situation in the north is probably worse than we imagined.
But the imperial court did not receive the corresponding report? No. Do you suspect that the king of Jinbei lied about military intelligence? This is not surprising.
What is surprising is that if the king of Jinbei lied about military intelligence,
why didn't the government receive the information? The night watchmen have spies all over the 9 provinces. How could there be no news about such a major event as the bloodbath over 3,000 miles?
At the beginning of the year, I moved most of my hidden players to the northeast.
There are very few people left in the north, so news is inevitably blocked. All the hidden agents were deployed to the northeast? What does Duke Wei want to do, fight against the Wushan cult? What does Duke Wei think of handling this matter?
I will go to the palace to see the emperor first, and I will take the corpse and soul away.
You don't have to worry about this matter.
Now that Li Miaojin has come to the capital, the agreement between heaven and man will soon be over.
The security in the capital will be much better.
During this period of time, I don't know how many spies have sneaked in to gather intelligence. Fortunately, the prison guards were watching over us, so there wasn't any trouble.
Tell Li Miaojin to be careful.
In this in-sea period, don't leave the city casually, don't cause trouble, and be prepared for possible durs.
Possible durs? I'll just tell you the durs she might encounter.
First, the dir comes from the court.
Second, the dir comes from spies from other countries. You can think about the reason yourself. I have to enter the palace. Bring the body with you and come into the palace with me. Yes. Imperial study room. Wei Yuan hasn't come yet, no need to wait.
The king of Xinbei asked the court for 300,000 taels of military pay and 250,000 shur of grain and fodder.
What do you mean, my dears? Ugen. M.
In the 36th year of Yuan Jing, there was a flood in Jizhou, a drought in Jingzhou, and a locust plague in the state. The court allocated grain for disaster relief several times. There was not much remaining in the two large granaries in Yuzhou and Zhu, and they could not be put together. Secretary of the Ministry of Finance.
Allocate from various states.
Even if there is a canal transport, collecting food and grass from various states is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it is a waste of food for people and horses.
By the time it is transported to the border of Chuzhou, I'm afraid less than half will be left. This is not a good idea. Your Majesty, the Duke of Wei is here. Let him in. This won't work, that won't work either. Are you all just going to refute me? I have a plan. Left Censor-in-Chief Yuan Xiong.
Please speak, Mr. Yuan.
The Imperial Court could temporarily add a corps called grain transportation.
Order the people to be responsible for transporting food and fodder. The so-called corps was the labor service that the Imperial Court conscripted people from all walks of life to perform without compensation. If the common people were responsible for escorting grain and fodder, and officers and soldiers were in charge of supervising it, then the Imperial Court would only have to bear the cost of the officers' and soldiers' food, while the common people would have to solve their own food problems.
Corvée.
In this way, not only can we ensure that the food and fodder will not be damaged when transported to the border, but we can also save a lot of transportation costs.
This is a good idea. As long as Your Majesty adopts my plan, Your Majesty will be very happy.
Then the sequelae of the imperial examination fraud case will be minimized. Your Majesty, this plan will bring disaster to the country and the people. Yuan Xiong should be executed. Now is the time of spring plowing, when the people are busy with farming, and no more corvée labor should be imposed on them. Since ancient times, food has been the most important thing for people. Nothing should disturb the people during the spring plowing season. In addition, last year there were many natural disasters, and the people had little food left. This plan is like adding fuel to the fire, and it is forcing people to die. Prime Minister W loves his people like his own children, and I admire you for that.
But, aren't the people from all over Chuzhou the people of Dafeng? Does Prime Minister W turn a blind eye to their lives and deaths? A.M.
The Imperial Court stationed 86,000 troops in the north, each of whom was given 6 mu of land, and the total amount of military land was 5,000 hectares. There has been no war at the border for a long time, and the weather in Chuzhou has been good for many years.
Even if there is no requisition of grain and fodder, Chuzhou's food reserves can sustain it for several months. Why are we suddenly short of money and food? I'm afraid those military fields have been occupied by certain people. Besides talking, have scholars ever fought in a war or led an army?
You guys are enjoying yourself in the capital, but you don't know how hard it is for the soldiers at the border. Your Majesty, the barbarians are coming with great force this time, and several major battles took place as early as the end of last year.
The prince is invincible and has won many battles.
If the shortage of food and grass and the lack of logistics have delayed the battle,
the consequences are disastrous. I know that Prince Huai is very brave. How is the war in the north going now? The prince is a master of military tactics and is extremely brave. After suffering several defeats, the barbarians dared not confront our army Heaton.
They could only rely on the speed of the cavalry to plunder everywhere.
Although our army had the advantage, it was exhausted. Lamb.
Your Majesty, please distribute military pay and food, so that the soldiers know that the court has not forgotten their contributions.
The King of Xinbei has made great contributions and we cannot hold him back.
Chao Guogong Shanch. Your Majesty, the grain transport service is a win-win solution. Furthermore, if the military salaries cannot be paid, it might cause a mutiny in the army, which would result in a loss of the greater good. Even if there is something wrong, it should be dealt with later. Food and military pay should not be withheld in this matter.
Your Majesty, this matter requires long-term consideration. What do you think, my dears? I will fully support King Jinbei. Everyone in the court can see how much trust His Majesty has in the Prince of Jinbei. Sincere words from the chief assistant. Quietly. Otherwise, the king of Jinbei would not have been given the national treasure sword. Wei Aiqing, you are an expert in military law, what is your opinion? When there is no war, the military households can be self-sufficient by cultivating military fields. Once a war breaks out, the imperial court will need to allocate food, fodder, and military supplies. This is only natural. Oh, when it comes to war, these scholars who can only talk are not as good as Wei Yuan in saying one sentence even if they say 100. However, before that, I have something to report to your majesty. Explain. Tom Luo, one of his subordinates, saw a group of gsters fighting to the death outside the capital, so he stepped forward to stop them. Who would have thought that the more numerous party not only did not stop, but instead beheaded the people who surrounded them and escaped? Before the deceased died, he shouted, "There is a Che in the north. Call M. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Cheese in the north. Tell me why. There are natural cheese in the north, the barbarians are plundering everywhere and provoking wars? So, when the barbarians were slaughtering people for 3,000 miles in the north, General Chu just brushed it off by saying that they were burning, killing and looting? M. What? Wei Yuan, please make your words clear. What is the bloody massacre of 3,000 miles? Your Majesty. Absolutely not. Shut up. Bloody massacre for 3,000 miles, bloody massacre for 3,000 miles, please send troops. I have brought this man's body to the palace gate. Your Majesty can send someone to perform an autopsy. This person is from the north. Autopsy. A quarter of an hour later. Whisper. Ing. The astronomical mages of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau were sent to the palace to question him. I am tired, my dear ministers, please go to the side hall and rest for a while. You stay here. Yes. Duke Wei, is this true? Lord Zhao, do you think I am joking? Don't dare. 3,000 miles of bloodbath, if this is true, how many people in the north will die? Your Majesty, please return to the imperial study. The night watchman has spies all over the government office, why didn't he receive the news? After being identified by the white-robed sorcerer, everything Chu Shilong said was true. The king of Jinbei won a great victory over the barbarians in the north, but the guerrilla tactics of the northern barbarians did bring great trouble to the king of Jinbei. The barbarian army was blocked outside the border, so the bloody massacre of 3,000 miles naturally did not happen. Snort! I don't know where Duke Wei got the information, which almost caused your Majesty and the other gentlemen to misunderstand the prince. I am thinking that your highness has not offended Duke Wei. This matter is of great importance. What this person said may be true. But that doesn't mean this is really the case in the north. Your Majesty, I think what Duke Wei said makes sense. This is a serious matter and we cannot afford to be careless. We must conduct a thorough investigation. How do you think we should investigate this matter? Your Majesty may continue to collect food and military pay and transport them to Chuzhou. At the same time, a team of imperial envoys was sent to the northern border to investigate the case thoroughly. The minister seconded the motion. Just do it. Trembling and towering. Trembling and towering. You can't eat snacks until you finish the horse dance. I can't hold on anymore. A girl from southern Shinji just moved in, how come she brought back 2 new ones? If this continues, our home will become a charity house. Those 2 women are both beautiful. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Damn. The Su family is indeed a family of warriors. I think that young lady needs to lay the foundation in martial arts at such a young age. I hope she can study for a few years, not only to master the art of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. At least you should be well educated and well mannered. It's a pity that it's a. Although the child is quite simple-minded, how can he be a moron? Su Qi'an's cousin is a student at Yunlu Academy, but he doesn't teach his sister to read?
Miaojin stays at Zu's house and can help educate the young lady in her spare time.
Thank you so much, Master Li. It takes a little effort. Why is there a trace of pity in the eyes of the mistress of the Su family? Master, this kid is so scary. She wants to eat me. Children say whatever they want, and so do their actions. Don't take it to heart.
No, I could tell she wasn't kidding.
That burning. Susu, I remember you said, if I agree to your 2 requests,
you will be my concubine for 3 years.
Have you said this to him? Yes. You helped me rebuild my body. Find out for me why my father was beheaded. Not only will I be your concubine for 3 years, I will also give you a son. This silly girl is so serious, I feel embarrassed to fool her. Let me tell you everything you know first. Calm. Susu was born in Jizhou. Her father was the governor of Jizhou. In the 15th year of Yuan Jing's reign, he was beheaded after being questioned. Originally, the female members of the family would be sent to the Jiaoxi. His mother had a strong character and was unwilling to join the Jiaf bureau as a prostitute. A cup of poisoned wine killed all the female members of the family, including Susu. But she had a younger brother who was studying away from home at the time and luckily escaped the disaster. This time I went to Beijing, I took Susu to Jizhou to look up the past events. Unexpectedly, I discovered something What's up? Susu's father was Su H, a jincher in the 29th year of the reign of Emperor Zhen. In the 14th year of Yuan Jing, for unknown reasons, he was demoted back to Jizhou to serve as the prefect. He was executed the following year on charges of bribery and corruption. What's the problem? Susu's soul is complete. When my master found her, she had absorbed the negative energy from the mass grave and had made some progress. AKA. As long as she doesn't leave the mass grave, she will live forever. A resentful soul with this level of cultivation. Susu didn't remember having ever been to the capital. Nothing like this at all. Maybe I have never been to Beijing? Whenever an official came to Beijing to serve, his family had to move to the capital. I am more inclined to believe that there was something wrong with Susu's memory before her death. Kind of interesting. Since he is a Beijing official, the Ministry of Personnel would have his information. The Ministry of Personnel was the territory of W. Shofu, and he and Wei Yuan were political enemies. Without sufficient reason, I have no right to review the files of the Ministry of Personnel. So don't be impatient, wait for the opportunity. Okay. What's your brother's name? How old was he when the Su family encountered an accident? My name is Su Qingji. That year, something happened to my family. He was probably about 11 or 12 years old. CG. Now I am about 31 or 32 years old, and it is impossible to find a brother-in-law. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If Dafeng had a developed public security system, they'll try to find it for you, but don't hold your breath. When do you plan to start the battle between heaven and man? First issue a challenge, then our time. Within 7 days. Before the battle between heaven and man ends, you'd better leave the capital. No matter what kind of letter you receive or who you meet, don't leave. Are you saying that someone is going to harm me? This is a no-brainer. Cayman. Calm. If you get into an accident in the capital, will the leader of Tianzong let it go? A first-rank Taoist land immortal is probably no worse than a supervisor. Knowing that our Taoist leader is of the first rank, is there anyone who dares to harm the master? Your father is a jincher after all, but you didn't inherit his intelligence at all. Your Majesty is obsessed with Taoism. In order to maintain the stability of power, he has led to the current situation of multi-party chaos in the court. Some people have long been dissatisfied with this, and the struggle between heaven and man is a good opportunity for them to take advantage of.
In addition, this incident became known to everyone, and people from all walks of life flocked to Beijing, among whom there must be spies from other countries.
These people wish Li Miaozhen would die in the capital.
March 27, suitable for opening ceremonies, tailoring, traveling, and getting married. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads.
A month has passed since the end of the imperial examination. Today is the day of the imperial examination. Earl got up so early? Mother has asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Earl, do you want to sleep for another quarter of an hour? Mother will come to call you. Con. Llama. Need not. Don't worry, Mother. The palace examination is a ranking test. With my status as the top scorer, my score won't be too low.
Earl, today is not only about the palace examination that affects your future.
It is also an opportunity for you to prove your innocence and completely clear your name. Be sure to do well in the exam.
Got it, don't worry, Dad.
Smile. It's these two again. That's eldest brother's friend. Lord Su. Miaozhen, you get up so early too? She is Li Miaozhen.
Rather than saying she is the saint of Tianzong, she is more like a female general who has been on the battlefield for a long time. Yes, she has been in the army in Yunzhou for a year.
The aura is restrained. Not a single bit is revealed. But cultivation cannot be seen through. Nod.
But since she has come to the capital, it means she has entered the 4th rank. Hey, after the battle with Zh Kaitai that year and the disastrous defeat, I haven't fought against a 4th rank for many years.
The bald one is number 6, the one with the sword on his back is number 4.
Well, number 4 is indeed like number 1 said, he is not following the orthodox path of the human sect.
Nod. Let's go. Day.
Amatba, I hope number 3 can get 1st place in the high school. It's good enough for him to get a 2nd place, after all, he is a student of Yunlu Academy.
However, number 3 holds a big secret. Secret?
If I'm right, the Stra phenomenon of the clear air rising to the sky in the Subsaint Temple of Yunlu Academy is related to number 3. Of course, these are just my guesses and have no basis in fact.
Number 4 and number 6 didn't know that Su Qi'an was number 3, and always thought that Su Xinyan was.
If they know the truth in the future and recall what they said today.
Will you be like me, so ashamed that you want to beat up Su Qi'an, but you have to? So pitiful.
The civil and military officials in the Jinhuan Palace are playing their exams.
After they leave the palace examination will begin. Who dares to stand in front of the Meridian Gate? Why Qianhuan, do you want to rebel? Get out of here right now. What happened? Quiet. Why Qianhuan, what do you want to do? This is the Meridian Gate. Today is the palace examination. Do you want to cause trouble?
Your body and name will be destroyed, but the rivers and streams will flow forever.
The thief speaks wildly. Someone, come. Catch him for me. What? Isn't this the poem written by Su Qianan of Yinluo mocking you all? And that person in white seems to be from the Imperial Observatory? Quiet. He is missing. It's none of your business, just take the exam.
If anyone whispers again, I will expel them from the Meridian Gate and send them home.
Why Qianhuan? This name is so familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere. Su Xinyan, a Chinese scholar from Yunlu Academy in Beijing. Exist. Get the test paper and go into the hall to answer the questions.
The palace examination only tested policy questions and lasted only 1 day, with the papers handed in at dusk.
I've talked to my second uncle, and he'll pick you up. How did the exam go? Ko Pam. OM. Good.
If I were a student at the Imperial Academy, I would be guaranteed to get a top place.
Don't be so pretentious.
Yes, you are worthy of the reputation of a big brother.
No one will say that you are a tiger brother and a dog brother in the future.
Although my elder brother is famous, he is not a scholar after all.
If the Su family wants to gain a firm foothold in the capital and be respected, they need a scholar who has passed the imperial examination.
Well, Jill, work hard.
I just came out of Princess Linen's mansion.
I lost, but I still can't pretend. Earl, you have already walked out of the imperial examination path.
My eldest brother is treating us tonight. Let's go to the Jiafsi to celebrate. Mother and sister.
I told my aunt that we would be on night patrol today.
Day. And you? The imperial examination is over. Isn't it normal to drink and chat with classmates? Day.
What the elder brother said makes sense.
Next day. Maying Xiaozhou. Good morning, Suel. What's so early? In the morning, I want to say, you were great last night. I hate it, I can't say it out loud. What time is it?
It's already noon, you annoying little devil. I have to go to the government office immediately, otherwise I will lose my salary for the second half of the year. Yesterday, Suel was the one who was harassing others, and he even turned the tables on them.
Pooh. Earl's horse has been taken away, has he returned? It seems that Zhongli is still in the Imperial Observatory. I should go pick her up. Zhongli, I'm here to pick you up. You are here. Come on, come home with me.
Senior brother Y, please reflect on your mistakes and don't make the teacher again.
Did brother Y do something wrong?
Senior brother Y went to the Meridian Gate yesterday, stopped the civil and military officials, and recited your poem. The officials and His Majesty were furious and sent people to reprimand the teacher and severely punish senior brother Y. The teacher hung brother Y up and beat him, then locked him up underground and made him reflect on his mistakes for 10 days.
Only then did the gentleman and His Majesty give up. This guy went to this extent just to show off. Why Qi'an was hung up and beaten by the warden? I didn't watch at the time, what a pity. You evil disciple, you are causing trouble for me again. Oh. Imperial City. Who is coming? Stop immediately. Trespassing into the palace is a capital offense. Don't act rashly. CL, don't worry, I won't go in. To enter the Imperial City. Could she be Li Niuzhen, the saintess of the Heaven sect? One of the protagonists in the battle between heaven and man? Tianzong disciple Li Niuzhen came here on his master's orders. Discussing the Tao with disciples of the Ranzong sect. The time and address are determined by the people. Did you hear any sound?
I heard it. It seems like a disciple of Tianzong is issuing a challenge. 3 days later, at 3:30 a.m., on the banks of the Wei River in the suburbs of Beijing.
Lingbao Temple.
Chu Yuanjin, a registered disciple of the Ranzong, went to battle.
3 days later, I want my dog slave to take me to see it. There's another good show to watch. 3 days later, it will be a battle between heaven and man. I heard from my seniors that Chu Yuanjin seemed to be the top scholar in the 27th year of Yuanjing.
Yes, I didn't expect that he had resigned from his official position and became a registered disciple of the Ren sect, and even fought on behalf of the Ren sect. I heard that Li Niuzhen is a fairy with a beautiful face.
What rank do you think she is in the Taoist sect?
The saintess of Tianzong rarely traveled around the world, and her reputation was not well known, and no one knew what her cultivation level was. However, there is a rumor in the martial arts world that the Qi'an female hero who appeared out of nowhere 2 years ago is the saint of Tianzong.
I have a brother who is from Qingzhou.
He suddenly returned to his hometown at the beginning of the year. He said that he had been in Yunzhou this year, following the female hero Qi'an to fight bandits everywhere, and his cultivation level increased greatly. It was also he who told me that the female hero Qi'an was the holy maiden of Tianzong.
Then why did she come to the capital again? Cam.
Naturally, the bandit suppression is over. At the end of last year, the imperial court sent 2 golden luos and a group of silver luos to Yunzhou to eradicate the mountain bandits in Yunzhou.
I know about this.
Sui Luo, who worked at the night watchman's office, was among them. It is said that at that time, the governor of Yunzhou led his troops in rebellion, and tens of thousands of soldiers besieged the governor and his entourage. Just when everyone was in despair, it was Sui Luo who, with just one sword, stopped tens of thousands of rebels, just like he stopped hundreds of civil and military officials a few days ago. One person can stand against tens of thousands of people.
Is there really such a master in the world? This is a holiday. Shut up. I won't allow you to slander the heroes of Daebang.
Okay, let's wait for the battle between heaven and man in 3 days to see the show.
Lingbao Temple. Imperial Master.
After this battle, it may take 3 months at the shortest or a year at the longest.
The head of the Tianzong will come to the capital. The national teacher is in there. The supervisor will most likely not interfere in this matter.
If the supervisor could offer protection, coupled with Luo Yuheng's own strength, it would be more than enough to deal with the leader of the Qi'an sect. Of course, Emperor Yuan Jing knew that this was wishful thinking.
First-class masters would hardly fight each other without special reasons. Moreover, Jianzheng's attitude towards Renzong is cold, and the chances of expecting him to take action to resist Tianzong's leader are slim. If the imperial master cannot enter the first rank, even if Chu Yuanjin won, it wouldn't mean much.
There is a rule between the Tianrun and the Renzong that before the fight between the Taoist leaders, the disciples of the 2 sects will compete with each other first. The losing side will have to give the opponent 3 moves when the real battle between Tianrun begins.
But Luo Yuhan was only of the 2nd rank, which was far inferior to the Taoist leader of Tianzong. Even if Chu Yuanjin won, she would still lose in the end because she had a 3-move advantage. Is there any way to postpone this battle between heaven and man? Even the emperor could only say postpone.
Taste. No matter how powerful the emperor is, he dare not influence the dispute over the orthodoxy between the 1st and 2nd ranks.
It's okay if you can't tell the winner.
Unless Li Miaojin agrees.
There is a simpler way. Su Mansion. I write these stories every day.
Who are they for?
Don't worry about it, just write it. Meow. You take a break first, I have something to do. Finally, okay. I know.
Li Miaojin issued a challenge.
I need your help with something. Taoist priest, are you trying to trick me again? Mr. Su, when have I ever cheated you? I have a bad feeling that you come to me at this critical moment.
As a person with great luck, your intuition is still very sharp.
This cat actually said such shameless words so openly.
Taoist priest, you have the right to speak.
But never forget that it is my right to refuse. I want you to help stop the conflict between heaven and man. Tell us your thoughts and reasons. Do you know why there is a dispute between heaven and man?
The battle of orthodoxy.
Yes and no.
According to legend, the 2 ancestors of the human sect and the heaven sect attacked, both of them were seriously injured, and a big fight broke out during a discussion. He passed away soon after returning to the sect. Both of them left a last word at the same time. Every 60 years, there is a struggle between heaven and man. In the thousands of years that followed, the leaders of the human sect and the celestial sect would GE in a battle between heaven and man every 60 years. There were deaths, injuries, and draws. Later, it gradually became a tradition that before a fight between the leaders of the 2 sects, outstanding disciples from each generation of the 2 sects would fight.
The winning side will have 3 moves ahead. I heard from Miaojin that there is a hidden story behind the dispute between heaven and man? Taoist priest, do you know? If I don't agree, will you stop talking? If I say I don't know, will you disagree? Cough cough cough.
Only the leaders of the Qi'an and Ren sects know the real reason. But based on the clues from countless years ago, we can actually infer some things. About 2,000 years ago, a Taoist leader of the Qi'an sect was in seclusion and missed the battle between heaven and man.
He disappeared.
600 years ago, a leader of the Qi'an sect went to the Wushan sect headquarters alone for unknown reasons and returned with serious injuries. He missed the battle between heaven and man during his recovery period.
He also disappeared.
As for the human sect has never produced a first-class land immortal. However, every leader of a human sect who wins the battle between heaven and man will strive to reach the first level in a very short time.
If you miss the battle between heaven and man, the leader of Tianzong will disappear. After winning the battle between heaven and man, will the leader of the human sect immediately strive to become a first-class earthly immortal? What's the secret behind this? I understand the dispute between heaven and man, but you haven't told me your reasons yet.
Luo Yuhang and I have an agreement that she will help me in the future in the operation of cleaning up the sect.
Therefore, I want to delay the fight between the heavenly and human sections. Before dealing with the head of the earth sect, I don't want her to get into any accidents.
If the battle between heaven and man takes place as scheduled, Luo Yuhan will be in greater. The Taoist priest is truly a qualified disciple of the earth sect. He has taken great pains to clean up the sect.
Taoist Jinlian is righteous.
But the struggle between heaven and man cannot be stopped by a small silver gong like mine. I didn't ask you to stop the leaders of the Qi'an and Ren sects, but you can stop Chu Yuanjin and Li Miaojin.
Lord Su, do you want to become famous for once? Do you want to be in front of all the people in the capital? Show your face and get some publicity? I'm not White Qianhuan, I don't like to pretend. Call. You want me to join the fight between gods and humans? This is not a good idea. First of all, I can't beat them. Secondly, even if the struggle after 3 days is disrupted, what about after 5 days, and after 10 days? There should be rules for your moves, and the same applies to your actions. You rushed in without any preparation and without any reason, so Li Miaojin and Chu Yuanjin naturally won't pay any attention to you. Reason?
For example, the Tianren sect and the Ren sect are not worth mentioning in your opinion, Lord Su. The disciples of the two sects are just so-so.
You are excited to see the prey and want to fight them.
And challenge them to a fight in front of all the heroes, and make a bet with them. If they can defeat you, the battle between heaven and man will continue. If that doesn't work, I'll wait until I can defeat you, and then we'll have a fight between heaven and man.
Is this even possible?
Such a far-fetched reason.
He. That's because you have never been in the underworld. The underworld people always issue a challenge in a simple and rough way. If they don't dare to accept the challenge, then humiliate them severely until they agree. Li Miaojin and Chu Yuanjin are both arrogant people. If you humiliate them in public, they will most likely fight back.
War letter.
Once you agree, the agreement is made. Even the elders of Tianzong can't say anything and can only urge Li Miaojin to get rid of you as soon as possible. If Li Miaojin can never beat me, does that mean the battle between heaven and man will not take place? Lamb.
What I admire most about you, Mr. Su, is that you are overconfident. I have said that the struggle between heaven and man cannot be stopped, but it can be delayed.
You just need to delay it for a year or 2. Of course, this will indeed offend Tianzong. Others may not dare to do it, but it's okay for you. Am I fine, or are you forcing me to say that I am fine? Why? Because you are young enough, and because you are friends with Li Miaojin. Kill without mercy. If someone else forced to participate, the Tianzong elders might not take action, but they would order Li Miaojin to kill the person who blocked their way. They will even bestow corresponding magic weapons and elixirs. There is no doubt about this. The Taoist priests of Tianzong are indifferent enough. So what can I get from it? Believe me, as long as Luo Yuheng survives, you will receive an unimaginable gift in the future. This is one of the reasons why I asked you for help. Taoist priest, I understand what you mean. Xu Yuanjin and Li Miaojin are both members of the Tiandi Hui, but they will not hold back due to the sect's orders. No one wants to see casualties among them. See, so, I refuse. Su Qianan. I have told you a lot, why do you reply like this? Helping each other is the purpose of Tiandi Hui. But last time we went to look for Lena, we almost died underground. Not only did he not gain any benefit, but he almost lost his life. Nonsense, you have absorbed the luck from the Jade Seal. Taoist priest, you must know that my reputation is not easy to come by. The people of the capital admire me very much and regard me as a hero of Dafeng. Xu Yuanjin and Li Miaozhen's cultivation is far higher than mine. You want me to get beaten? It would damage my reputation of fighting thousands of rebels alone with just one sword. You want 2 requirements. I want a treasure, I haven't decided what it is, just consider it as something you owe me. But you can't open your mouth like a lion. But if I ask you for it later, you can't go back on your word. 2. I want a green elixir. M. You want Qingdan. This thing is the same as the Tuatai pill. It takes 60 years to refine 3 pills. The Tuatai pill has hard-to-find materials, while the Qingdan has complicated refining techniques and expensive materials. In terms of cost, it is several times more than the abortion pills. If I, Jinlian, had a treasure like Qingdan, would I have to go to Lingbao Temple to ask Luo Yuheng for the elixir? D-Zone lacks nothing except money. What you said is very straight. We are from the same organization. How can I ask you for anything? You don't have Qingdan, but Renzong does. Everyone in the Dao sect knows that Renzong is a wealthy dog clan. Snap. I'll give it a try and give you an answer before nightfall. Taoist Jinlian is an old-fashioned man who always likes to take advantage of the younger generation, which is even worse than taking advantage of them for free. The so-called Qingdan is a kind of elixir that can cleanse the essence and marrow, strengthen the tendons and bones. It can make the defense of a 6th-grade warrior of the copper skin and iron bones level soar. My Vajra divine art has reached its bottleneck, and there is only a small amount of blood and essence left in Monk Shinshu. But if it cannot be used for personal use and remains in the body, it is a waste. Before, I was still worried about how to make the Vajra magic skill reach the minor level of success. Today, Taoist priest or cat asked me for help, and suddenly I had an idea. A clue. What solution? Just send someone to stop this fight between heaven and man. They have to be of the same generation and not be afraid of Tianzong's revenge. If you intervene forcefully, Tianzong will definitely send troops to punish you. Perhaps, you can intervene by making a bet. Once the bet is made, it's a fight to the death. The price is too high. Your Majesty, there is no need to sacrifice a young talent for this matter. This was equivalent to involving himself in the dispute between heaven and man. The agreement between the heaven sect and the human sect became a 3-party agreement. The heaven sect's reaction was nothing more than 1. Ordering Li Miaojin to fight a quick battle, and in this regard, the heaven sect would provide a certain degree of help. Glittering gold. Go and kill this thief. Snap. The thief shall die. Second, the senior master of the sect will come over and slap the bad guy to death. There is no possibility of getting out of this fight unscathed. If you want to break the contract and withdraw from the duel, first of all, your goal will not be achieved. The battle between heaven and man will go on as scheduled, but it will be delayed for a few days. Secondly, the Taoist priests of Tianzong might not agree to it, and they would just slap the guy who broke the contract to death, and the slapping would be fair and reasonable. And the thief who doesn't keep his promise shall die. In this case, Wei Qianuan from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is the best candidate. That is, he is not afraid of Tianzong's revenge, and he has enough ability to deal with Xu Yuanjin and Li Miaojin. Send someone to discuss it with the supervisor. After 2 sticks of incense.
Your Majesty, the supervisor replied that White Qianhuan was previously suppressed at the bottom of the observatory because of the incident at the Meridian Gate.
The supervisor asks Your Majesty to select another capable person.
Well, the supervisor always does things according to the rules. Besides, there is no mercy. The supervisor did not miss any of the things that needed to be done. Things that shouldn't be done cannot be controlled by me, the emperor.
I'll think of another way. ANLA. Come. Imperial Study Room.
Swish swish.
Otomo, go and summon the people on the list into the palace. Yes. Both of them were 4th-rank warriors of the younger generation, serving in the Imperial Guards. I have no friendship with them. Why did you summon us to the palace? 4th-rank warriors are rare outside.
In the 13 states of Dafeng, there are only a handful of 4th-rank warriors in one state.
However, as the power core of Dafeng, the number of 4th-rank masters in the capital is much greater than imagined.
However, there is only one 3rd-grade warrior, the king of Jinbei. A 3rd-grade warrior who can regenerate broken limbs has already transcended the realm of mortals and is a world apart from a 4th-grade warrior.
Do you know why I summoned you 3 into the palace? Please give Your Majesty's instructions. In 3 days, there will be a battle between heaven and man. I hope you can stop it.
Emperor Yuan Jing told the 3 people the pros and cons of the matter.
Who among you would like to?
Regardless of the final result, the official will be promoted 1 level.
Official plus level 2. C. Your Majesty, please forgive me, I am incompetent and unable to do the job. I am not qualified for this position. W. You 2 go back, Nong Qianro stays.
One of them was dissatisfied with me for standing up for the human race, and ultimately dissatisfied with me for practicing Taoism. The other one cherishes his life and has already enjoyed wealth and glory, so he does not want to get involved in the dispute between the 2 Taoist sects.
Your Majesty, you kept me here because you thought I would take action? Non Qianro, I know who you are and what you want. As long as you help me settle this matter, I can lend you 20,000 elite soldiers. Your Majesty, I promise Duke Wei. I will not leave him until he returns my name to me. M.
Besides, I am not afraid of either Li Miaojin or Chu Yuanjin.
But if the 2 of them join forces, there's nothing I can do.
In order to carry out the agreement between heaven and man as scheduled, they will definitely take the lead in joining forces and kicking out outsiders.
It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm not capable enough for you. Wave hands. Well.
Tell the Imperial Master, I can do nothing. Let her fend for herself.
Yes. Such a stubborn woman would rather face the battle between heaven and man than practice dual cultivation with me.
In that case, you should go and fight with Tianzong Daosho.
M. Imperial Master, Your Majesty is powerless.
In the capital, the young 4th-rank masters were unwilling to intervene in the struggle between heaven and man. You know, Your Majesty cannot force them.
I understand. Junior sister. What are you doing? HH. I have a question, does the Runzong have Qingdan?
This elixir is difficult to refine and is priceless.
Since you know that this pill is rare, why are you still asking? What do you, a Taoist leader of the Earth sect, need the Qingdan for? In the eyes of my junior sister, am I just a poor relative who eats and takes things away from me?
I don't need Qingdan, I'm asking for it on behalf of someone else.
Oh, you are not a poor relative, you are a shameless and stinky Taoist priest.
My father once made a furnace of Qingdan, and 2 of them were taken away by Emperor Yuan Jing.
I have the last one on hand. AM.
But this pill is difficult to make and precious, I will not give it to you. Unless you exchange it with fragments of the Book of the Earth.
How can I give you the fragments of the Earth Book? Your sect doesn't know how to use it. Forget it.
I originally found a helper for my junior sister who could delay the dispute between heaven and man. The other party has only one request, that is Qingdan.
Mimi, catch.
Since my junior sister doesn't agree, I have no choice but to refuse.
Return. Who is the other party? How sure are you? Do you know that once you are involved in the dispute between heaven and man, it will be difficult to extricate yourself?
I am not unfamiliar with him and have even considered practicing dual cultivation with him.
He is only a 6th rank warrior.
Even with the blessing of the Buddhist Vajra magic, his combat power is at most 5th rank.
Throw. However, Chu Yuanjin and Li Miaojin are not ordinary 4th rank people. Don't be Su Qi'an's Vajra divine skill is unmatched by ordinary warriors.
I even suspect that the physical body of a 4th grade warrior may not be stronger than his.
CONM.
Because Li Miaojin used all his strength on the sword but failed to hurt him at all. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest adds.
You handled it well. Getting involved in the dispute between heaven and man will only do harm. This is originally a dispute among Taoists. If outsiders try to interfere, they will only be asking for trouble.
The swordsmanship of the Ren sect is unmatched, and the Taoism of the Qi'an sect is stre.
In an unknown fight, Shenro is not afraid of anyone. But if one fights two, he will definitely be defeated.
In the capital, no 4th rank person can handle 2 people at the same time.
Why Qi'anwan's teleportation array may be invincible.
But once they started fighting, he couldn't last more than 10 moves.
After all, fighting is not a warlock's forte. 3 days from now, there will be a battle between heaven and man.
All of you Jin Luo should go and watch it and broaden your horizons.
High-level battles in Taoism are rare. Meow. Throw down.
Luo Yuhang said that as long as you give it your all, Qingdan will be yours regardless of success or failure.
Sniff. Sniff.
With it, and the battle in 3 days, my undefeated body will definitely reach a higher level. It can also prevent number 2 and number 4 from both getting hurt, really killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
The national teacher is really a rich man. I don't want to fight anymore. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Chu Yuanjin and Li Miaojin are both masters. I think you need to know some intelligence.
You have some understanding of the Renzong swordsmanship, and you have also mastered Chu Yuanzhan's self-created sword cultivation technique.
I have nothing much to say about him.
The main thing is, Li Miaojin, you know nothing about Tianzong's Taoism. Investigate things to gain knowledge. Investigate things to gain knowledge.
Oh, that's a very apt description.
Li Miaojin is also good at flying swords, which is the 7th level of Taoism and a magical power brought about by eating qi. The 5th grade golden elixir of Taoism can break all illusions and is not afraid of the turbidity of the world. Your Buddhist lion's roar has no effect on Li Miaojin.
In addition, there are thunder magic and 5 elements magic.
These magics need to be coordinated with the right time and place. The decisive battle will take place at Weishui. Just be careful with the water magic. The core magic of Tianzong is the unity of heaven and man. Its manifested ability is to endow all things in the world with spirituality.
Connect with them and make them obey you. In short, your knife may not be your knife.
Your belt may do whatever it takes to strike you. The stone at your feet will suddenly jump up and hit your knee. Even your hand may suddenly be raised to slap you.
Holy shit, is Tianzong's magic so awesome? This is what is called. There is no such thing as loyalty in the world just because you haven't met me? In my eyes, everything is a traitor? Thanks to the Taoist priest for the reminder. Hurry up and refine Qingdan. 3 days later. Click. There is no need for a fight between heaven and man. If we lose to the Qi'an sect, it will be a great opportunity to eradicate the Ren sect. Without the human clan, your majesty will be diligent in. You don't understand.
I saw it clearly 10 years ago. Even if there is no human sect, there will be other Taoists and other national masters. Even if none of this happened, Emperor Yuan Jing would still practice Taoism. He longed for immortality, and no one could stop him.
Have a good sleep, I'm going out. Master Hung Yuan? Kleiman. O.M. It was Lord Su who brought me in. I will go with you. What do you want to say?
I would like to ask you not to unsheath this sword.
This is not only disrespectful to Tianzong.
It is also disrespectful to Li Miuzhen.
Lord Su must be going to watch the battle between heaven and man. M. Miss W? Simu and Lord Su happen to be on the same route. Why not get on the bus and have some tea?
I heard from my father that the disciples of the Tianren sect are all great masters.
It's no worse than the golden gong in the night watchman's office.
I also heard that the saintess of Tianzong was as beautiful as a flower.
She is a stunningly beautiful woman. Say goodbye to the old and not interested in the dispute between heaven and man? I know who the holy maiden of Tianzong is.
She has been living in my house since she came to Beijing.
Don't joke when bidding farewell to the old days. Why is the saint of Tianzong in your house? You and she are old acquaintances?
The saint of Tianzong and the eldest brother are friends.
They met during the Yunzhou case last year. Forged a deep friendship with Su Yinluo.
The holy maiden of Tianzong followed my eldest brother in fighting bravely against the enemies, slaying the rebels and suppressing the mountain bandits. They shared weal and woe and forged a deep friendship.
Come.
I heard from the guests in the mansion that Tianzong Saintess Li Miaozhen has the strength of a fourth-rank warrior, and since Chu Yuanzhen is competing with him, his strength must not be bad either. Looking around the capital, there are only a handful of people who have reached the fourth rank of cultivation at such a young age.
Chu Yuanzhen is not young anymore.
The two protagonists in the battle between heaven and man are indeed the best among men.
However, in a few years, Su Yinluo will be able to compete with these two. Big Brother's cultivation is still a little lacking. These rumors are just flattery.
He seems very.
After the duel, everyone in the capital was saying that Su Yinluo's talent was not inferior to that of the king of Zhenbei. Sure enough, complimenting Su Qi'an can please Su Cijou.
Miss, the battleground is ahead, and the carriage cannot enter.
Please come down and walk. So many people. Ah. It's Simu. Come and chat together. Your Highness Linen.
I caught a cold a few days ago, but after taking some medicine, I'm fine now. However, even though it is just embers, it would be bad if it infects His Highness.
So? Then you can have a good rest. He.
What I fear most is getting along with Her Highness Huiqing.
She is too smart. Khan. Chu Yuanzhen is here. Wow. Is that Li Miaozhen? Flying with a sword, standing in the air. This is a fairy character that only exists in the stories of storytellers and narrators.
In comparison, Su Yinluo, who often travels on horseback, is indeed not impressive enough.
Fight today and give it your all. Good. If Luo Yuhan cannot break through to the first level, the battle between heaven and man will be disastrous. If I avoid this battle, the human clan will still send other disciples.
Rather than losing to Li Miaozhen and bringing disgrace to the clan, it would be better for me to do it.
At least you can gain 3 moves first. Everyone, step back 10 feet. Quickly step back. Don't get hurt by the duel between the 4th rank masters. Woohoo! 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 Woo! Is he here to watch the fight too?
As expected of Su Yinluo, his appearance is different from that of these ordinary people.
With Su Qian's personality, what does he want to do by making such a high-profile appearance? The dog slave is finally here. I don't like Su Qian. He is a playboy and a womanizer.
He is not picky about food, as long as it is a woman, he likes it.
Snort!
He is arrogant and domineering in his actions, and doesn't know how to be moderate and restrained. My oldest brother, well, he's more of a kid at heart. It's so embarrassing to make such an exaggerated appearance in public. Sejio really likes his elder brother. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Hey, this guy is really creative. Coming on a boat, accompanied by the sound of the zither.
Such a unique appearance easily overwhelmed Chu Yuanjin and Li Miaojin.
If you don't know, you might think he is here to participate in the battle between heaven and man. He came to participate.
The struggle between heaven and man? Could it be that he really is?
With sword in hand, I row my boat across the Wei River, not for hatred nor for favor.
Hey, Sui Luo is going to recite poetry again. Is this to add fuel to the battle between heaven and man? No wonder he came here by boat. Su Ningyan came here to give a poem? Not bad. Kokum. What kind of crappy poetry are you reciting? You're disturbing my fight.
Wan Zhan claimed that he did not lift a sword, and he was born with eyes that looked down on all heroes.
Is Su Ningyan trying to flatter me with this poem? It is really useful. Is this a poem written for me?
Yes, it fits my experience of fighting bandits in Yunzhou quite well. Unable to bear watching his son become a rising star, he rightly went up to the ring and fought again.
What? What does he want to do? What's wrong? What does Su Yinluo's last line of poetry mean?
In plain words, I watched helplessly as two young boys stole the limelight and became the new elites in everyone's eyes.
You are such a crude warrior, you don't even understand this? And I was so that I planned to teach them a lesson.
One knife splits the road of life and death, two hands subdue heaven and man.
I understand this.
Sui Luo wants to challenge both of them at the same time.
Furious. This guy is not here to add to the fun, he is here to provoke. He wants to interfere in the dispute between heaven and man. Want to fight them? Otherwise? He is only in the 6th grade. Chu Yuanjin and Li Miaojin don't actually have the 4th rank?
No, Your Highness, Chu Yuanjin and Li Miaojin are both genuine 4th grade officials.
He may have other purposes. There is absolutely no way Su Qi'an could be their opponent. When Su Qi'an joined the Night Watchman, his cultivation was at the peak of the refining essence stage. The minimum standard for the bronze gong is the Qi training realm. It's been less than a year.
If Su Qi'an can compete with the two protagonists, it means he can also compete with us.
This is impossible. Maybe he can in the future, but definitely not now. What are the chances of Sui Luo winning?
There is no chance of winning, even though he has mastered the Vajra divine art.
But the level of oneself is here.
It seems that it may be stronger than the average 6th grade, or even comparable to the 5th grade. But in the eyes of a 4th rank warrior, it is not worth mentioning at all. Oh, Princess, there is no need to doubt the difference between the 5th rank and the 4th rank.
There is an unbridgeable gap between them.
Lord Su, this is a dispute between our human sect and the heaven sect, it has nothing to do with you.
Asshole, get out of here. Sound transmission.
I know that Taoist Jinlian encouraged you to disrupt the situation.
Don't interfere and only cause trouble. Let's not talk about anything else. Do you really think you can participate in the fight between Chu Yuanjin and me with your current strength? Kopani NGCOMNG.
Don't think that just because we were evenly matched last time, you really think you can compete with me. I didn't use my full strength at all.
How do you know I used my full strength?
The battle between heaven and man is a major event in the martial arts world, and both of them are the best among their peers. I am not talented, but I also want to participate in the competition and hone my martial arts.
Su hereby challenges Chu Yuanjin, a registered disciple of the Ren sect, and Li Miaojin, the saint girl of the Qi'an sect.
If you two can defeat me, the battle between heaven and man can be held as scheduled. Of course, you two don't have to accept my challenge. After all, Su is famous, so it is normal for him to be timid.
If you can't beat me, why not go back and practice for a few more years? Wow! What an arrogant statement. I like it. Kakamanka. As expected, it's Suin Luo. He wants to fight two people alone. What to do?
Promise him, then kick him out. I was worried that I wouldn't have the chance to teach him a lesson.
Okay, then let me learn from Suin Luo's skills. Please give me some advice. Rise. Go. Pong pong. What a magic trick. Snap. This is the Che brought about by Su Qi'an's Vajra divine art approaching minor success.
At this point, the Vajra divine art can generate a protective shield, and the body is no longer the only thing that can withstand attacks. Of course, the defense of the gas shield is slightly weaker than the main body. Only after it has reached a small level of success, the gas shield will be equal to the physical body.
What a powerful defense!
After failing to practice and breaking all my meridians, I suspected that Su Qian was using fake magic skills. Especially the golden gas shield, which was something that even Monk Jingxi did not have. Now it seems that Su Qian really knows the Vajra divine art.
Is it true that I just don't have the Buddha root? Rumble. Bite. CL. I'm going. Oops. Such a strong body armor, it takes two people to break it. But it's not even close. Being able to take a beating is not a skill, at most it means holding out for a longer time. Sui Luo lacks the means to win. Was that the Tianzon's unity of heaven and man mental method? Awesome, hard to guard against.
The Runzong swordsmanship is also pretty good.
There are even better ones. My weapon. I almost lost you. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Duh. Well played. I need this kind of battle to sharpen my body, just like forging iron. Every heavy blow will make me purer. Koamain. Thump. This blow was enough for him.
But it is not life-threatening.
Well, let him learn a lesson. It's better than Tianzong ordering you to kill him. Silver Gong defeated? This shouldn't be the case.
The two strikes he made during the fight were so powerful.
Why didn't you cast it just now? Better than I thought. After enduring the full-scale attacks of two fourth-rank masters for so long.
It has been very valuable.
Dog slaves don't know how to. The gap between the 6th rank and the 4th rank is too big. He's already great.
After all, he is a 6th rank warrior, so that little injury is nothing.
Blind show off. Do you want to go to the river and fish Big Brother back? With Big Brother's cultivation, this injury is not life-threatening.
Really, you are obviously not strong enough, but you just like to show off.
The fame gained from fighting was gone in a day. What a powerful force. I'm going to go out and blind their eyes. Boom. The troublemakers have already left, now it's just the two of us fighting. Why did it suddenly stop? Boom. What a dazzling golden light. Let me stretch. He's back again.
Look, the wound on his chest is gone.
As expected, Sui Luo didn't use his full strength at all. How could the knife wound on his chest, which was so deep that it exposed the bone, healed in half an incense stick of time? Rebirth of flesh and blood is a skill that only the 3rd rank possesses. How did Su Ningyan do it?
It must be the magic of the Vajra divine art that allows people to have the ability to regenerate flesh and blood at a low level. I want to present the stone Buddha to the king of Jinbei. With the strength of the king of Jinbei at the peak of the 3rd rank, he has a commanding vision.
Even if you don't practice Buddhism, you can still understand a few things. If the bronze talisman is added, perhaps the king of Jinbei will be able to cultivate the Vajra divine art.
By then, I, who have made the greatest contribution, will also be able to receive the king of Zenbai's teachings of the Vajra divine art.
Gudong. He actually drooled over a man. How disgusting.
My elder brother is always sure of what he does. Since he dared to participate in the struggle between heaven and man, he must have something to rely on.
A gentleman should plan before taking action. This is the principle I have always taught him.
Sijio and Suin Luo, one literary and one martial, make so many people envious.
Your Vajra power has improved by leaps and bounds. What's going on? Did you hide your strength just now? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense.
I once fought with Monk Jingxi, who had been practicing Vajra magic since he was young. But he is far inferior to Su Qian, who has only practiced for a month.
Thank you both for opening up my 8 extraordinary meridians. Help me to achieve minor success in Vajra magical skill. Now, I'm going to fight back.
It turns out that Lord Su was deliberately beaten just now in order to hone his Vajra skills.
No matter what, get rid of him first.
Attack with all your strength to try to break his Vajra magical skill. Otherwise, when our strength is exhausted, it will be difficult to wear down his golden body. By then, there is a real possibility of capsizing in the ditch.
I thought so too. G.M. Bite. 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 The defensive power is terrifying. But you can only be beaten. What threat can you pose to us? Boom. What's the point of jumping high? A crude warrior will never be able to fly. Falling from the sky, you're a sitting duck. La. It's time for you to see the power and terror of Confucianism's mouth cannon. N.
I have a pair of invisible wings.
Be diligent. Cough. Boom. My speed tripled. B. Drill in. Lost consciousness. Su Qian's. Soul strength. Insufficient.
Kill him with the heart sword.
La 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 la. Cough cough cough. Cull. This guy's head is too hard. His arm is a little broken. Oli. Go. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. So many ghosts? Oh my god, will these ghosts harm people? This woman is so vicious that she actually used such a vicious method to deal with Suin Luo. Ah. There's a ghost.
You are the daughter of the Dafeng Emperor, you are surrounded by purple energy, ordinary ghosts cannot get close to you.
It's the ghost that's afraid of you. What are you afraid of? I'm so scared. Will the dog slave be eaten by ghosts? A. It is said that the Taoist sect is good at raising and refining ghosts. Sure enough.
And hey, even if Suin Luo has an invincible body, he can't withstand the erosion of his soul by hundreds of ghosts. During the imperial examination fraud case, Su Qian blocked the civil and military officials at the Meridian Gate with a sword and wrote poems to humiliate them. After this incident, many censors wrote letters to impeach him, but they were all rejected by His Majesty. Therefore, the civil service group has a very bad attitude towards Su Qian.
Ah.
The Taoist golden elixir is said to be invulnerable to all kinds of attacks and is not afraid of the turbidity of the world.
This sword I used is the sword of the heart. Su Qian, you're in trouble.
Cut the flesh with a knife, cut the soul with a heart.
I don't think so. Rebound. Calm.
I can rebound attacks, my spirit is 10 times stronger.
What? Thump. Dizzy. B. Dod day. Wobbly. Su Qian. Click. Number 4 is in a fight. We can't let him pull out the sword. Whisper. Lolav. You lose. Time is running out, it must be resolved immediately. Although Confucianism is powerful, the backlash afterwards is also exaggerated.
If my soul becomes 10 times stronger, it would be enough to keep me in bed for a few days.
Su Qian used the Confucian idea that, humph, although this method is powerful, the backlash afterwards is equally terrible.
I just need to delay the time until the effect wears off and then he loses.
Where is Miaojin going? Boom. Rise. Boom. If you want to hit me, hit me. This Confucian magic book is very precious. So wet. Good, take my sword. La. Phew.
The skin is rough and the flesh is thick, which is really disgusting. Soak your paper all over and see how many spells you have left.
What a coincidence, there is one more. Put down the butcher knife and turn back. Stiff. Capture it. Thump. New York.
They both fell into the water.
Will Suin Luo win? Come on. Gulu Gulu. M. Wow. In coma. Su Qian. Su Qian on 1. What kind of battle between heaven and man? Suin Luo easily won it all. Win, win. Co, calm. How can I feel relaxed? It looks easy now, but in another stick of incense I will be exhausted. Goodbye. Run away quickly. The effect of the Confucian magic is beginning to weaken. I have to fly back home before that happens. Otherwise, if the plane crashes in the capital, my image will be completely ruined.
The Vajra divine art achieved the minor success as desired. Before the 4th level, there will be no further progress. The good thing is that my defense is comparable to that of a 4th grade warrior, or even stronger.
Of course, the actual combat power is far from enough. Taoist Master Jinlian still owes me a treasure.
Think carefully about what to ask him.
Today I will show you who has any grievances. M. This is the second half of the poem that Su Qian just whispered to me.
I have been raising swords for several years, and when the sword is unleashed it will surely be sharp and sharp. Gods stand in the way, kill gods, Buddhas stand in the way, kill Buddhas.
I wanted to defeat Li Miaojin in the battle between heaven and man.
Return the favor of the sword given to me by the Renzong clan. But Li Miaojin was a chivalrous man with good character and he shouldn't have died under my sword. I killed a kind person for my own selfish reasons. I will become obsessed with it and will feel guilty for the rest of my life. I haven't thought of the second line yet. He deliberately didn't say the second half of the poem that day, because he knew this day would come. I really haven't thought about it yet. Let me make half of it first. I'll give the other half to Brother Chu later, how about that? Su Ningyan is saving me. 10 years of hard work in sharpening a sword, yet the frosty blade has never been tested.
Today I will show you who has grievances. This is exactly why I cultivated the sword spirit. Didn't they say that the boy had no chance of winning? Chu Yuanjin was convinced and bowed to him. It must be the magic of the Vajra divine art. He actually won. Although he relied on Confucian magic to achieve victory, winning is winning.
He can defeat 2 4th-rank masters at the same time, which means he is also capable of defeating us.
Even if I practice hard for most of my life, I may still not be able to defeat someone who was at the refining essence realm a year and a half ago. Lingbao Temple. Chu Yuanjin is back? The battle between heaven and man. Brother Chu, did you win or lose? Brother Chu, did you defeat Li Miaojin? I lost. That national teacher, she. M. National preceptor. I already know the ending. You don't draw your sword because of your reasons. I don't blame you.
The Ren clan used the dynasty's luck to cultivate, but they didn't expect their luck to be so short-lived.
This is destiny, no one can change it. Master, I didn't win. Don't blame yourself, I said it's not your fault. But Li Miaojin didn't win either.
For some reason, Su Qian showed up halfway, forcibly intervened in the battle between heaven and man, and defeated Li Miaojin and me.
The battle between heaven and man. Actually, it hasn't started yet. Tell me how he defeated you.
Qi'an's victory was partly due to external forces. He has a Confucian booklet that records many spells, which are used in unpredictable ways. But swords are also external objects. If you lose, you lose.
I was convinced. With just the Confucian magic, Qi'an is not able to defeat you and Li Miaozhen. Hold on tight.
I was just about to ask the Imperial Master about this matter. Qi'an has practiced the Vajra magical skill to a small degree. If I don't draw my sword, I won't be able to break his defense. It is clear that he has only acquired the Vajra divine power for less than 2 months. How could he achieve this level?
A few days ago, a cat came to me and asked for a blue pill. He said he could help me delay the conflict between heaven and man. He was able to enter Lingbao Temple in the form of a cat and talk with the Imperial Master about the struggle between heaven and man.
Who meets this condition?
It's Taoist priest Jinlian.
The Taoist priest and the national teacher reached a certain deal. The former helped to delay the dispute between heaven and man, and the latter paid the corresponding price.
The way to delay the conflict between heaven and man is to send Qi'an, and the price is.
It was taking the Qingdan that made his Buddhist golden body advance by leaps and bounds. When she heard me say that Qi'an won, the Imperial Master's surprised expression was not fake, which showed that she was not confident enough about this deal. Before Li Miaozhen breaks the golden body, he will not provoke a dispute between heaven and man.
The Imperial Master can rest assured. Clatter! I didn't expect he could do this.
It seems my guess was right. His body is hiding a secret. That day he escaped from the tomb and said that he was able to defeat the ancient corpse thanks to the backup plan left by the warden. He thought I was just an ordinary Taoist priest, so I pretended to believe his lies. Later, I found that his Vajra magical skills were progressing very quickly, which made me even more suspicious. So I pushed him along and encouraged him to take action, wanting to see how strong his Vajra magical skill was. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to ask for Qingdan and advanced his magic skills to a minor level.
What are your guesses?
The supervisor specifically asked him to participate in the fight, which was really deliberate, as if he was specifically looking for an opportunity to learn the Vajra magic skills. I suspect the secret in his body is related to Buddhism.
Junior sister, Qi'an not only has a stray destiny, but is also a Buddhist disciple.
If you don't make a decision now, people may not be willing to practice dual cultivation with you in the future.
You seem happy? The more secrets Qi'an has, the less likely he is to be an ordinary person. The greater the chance of helping me slay demons in the future.
All the gifts he has have to be paid for.
Brother, you are too optimistic too early. Alas, these are all confusing accounts.
I hope I can get through them safely when the time comes to settle the accounts in the future. When the time comes, as his Taoist partner, you must help him.
Who is his Taoist companion?
Roll.
His Majesty. Great joy. Great joy. Did Chu Yuanjin win? Oh, so what if I win? It's just that I have 3 more moves ahead. The gap between the second rank and the first rank cannot be made up in this way.
Your Majesty, the dispute between heaven and man has not started.
Stopped by Sui Luo. What's going on?
Tell the truth. The old eunuch immediately reported the news from the guards to Emperor Yuan Jing.
Such a thing happened.
In this way, your Majesty does not need to worry about the Imperial Master.
Oh, Sui Luo is so amazing, it makes me feel at ease for some reason. Clam. I remember that the king of Jinbei was not as good as him back then. Dare not speak. Should I tell Duke Wei about Qi'an's stray behavior? Gungren Yaman.
Tell Duke Wei what to do. There's no harm in talking about his miraculous performance.
To seek favor for Qi'an? Back? Don't tell me who won yet, let me guess.
Li Miaozhen has just been promoted to the 4th rank, and his foundation is not yet stable.
Shu Yuanzhan's way of cultivation is unconventional. The two should be equally matched.
But I heard from Su Qian that Chu Yuanjin invented a secret to cultivate his sword spirit, and kept the 3-foot-long green peak hidden in the sheath for several years. I think, if Chu Yuanjin draws his sword,
something's wrong? Su Qian intervened and won the battle between heaven and man.
What did you say? This morning at 11 a.m., Su Qian intervened in the dispute between the gods and humans and challenged 2 Taoist disciples to a duel. He claimed that only by defeating him could he fight against the gods. Although he relied on Confucian magic, he did defeat 2 4th-grade masters.
Oh, that's something I didn't expect. Duke Wei is still analyzing this. Please step back. I need some quiet time to read. Yes. Sit down.
Send it to a few people with golden gongs.
It's so rare to see Duke Wei embarrassed. I feel so happy for some reason. It's all Wei Yan's fault. He couldn't keep anything to himself and was discovered by Duke Wei. Boring. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wei has a note for you. I went to extend the vigil for a month. The reason was that I often left the government office without permission. How could I have done that? I only sneaked out to the Jiaoxi once. I was fined.
The reason was that he tortured someone to death.
I was fined 2 months' salary. The reason was that Chu Yuanjin was defeated by me back then, but now he has a fighting power that is not inferior to mine. Duke Wei thought that I was slacking in my practice, but I'm already at the peak of the 4th rank, and it's impossible for me to advance to the 3rd rank without a chance. So interesting. I don't have a note.
Withdraw divine power comparable to a 4th-grade flesh body.
Alas. Su Qian.
Prepare the car, I need to go to the Qi'an.
Su Mansion. Are you awake? How long did I sleep? Probably not very long.
Hiss. My head hurts so much that it feels like it's splitting, but this Confucian backlash is not bad, I can accept it.
Is this okay? Did you know that you have died again? What's the meaning? Do you still have any memories from after the end of the war between heaven and man? No, I think.
The backlash of Confucian magic caused your soul to leave your body.
If your soul cannot return to your body within 7 days, you will die again.
Thanks to my master's kindness and forgiving of past grudges, he dragged his injured body to find your soul. Look at you again, she treated you as a friend, but you stabbed her in the back.
Puff. Master, my chest is broken. Big Pot, wake up. Eat chicken legs. Plamame.
Where did you get the chicken legs?
Why is there saliva all over it?
I saved this for you at noon.
Master told me that as long as I eat enough, my body will be better. But I wanted to eat it so much that I secretly took a bite. I hope Dogwa won't mind. I minded it at first, but since you want to eat it so much, I'll eat it. Push away. Day. Wonderful. I need a reason. Taoist Jinlian asked me for help, and the reward was a Qingdan. P. Casa. Gee, I have no reason to refuse. You know that the struggle between heaven and man cannot be stopped, so why do you still wade into muddy waters? Is Qingdan more important than life? If Tianzong asked you to kill me, would you do it? You don't understand. I carry too many secrets.
Improving my strength is the basis for my survival.
I want. If I can't win, the elders of the sect will definitely kill you.
Believe me, killing is no burden to them. If necessary, they would massacre an entire city without frowning.
Oh my god, I feel like Tianzong is scarier than a cult. The cults all know to some extent that they are doing bad things, but the Tianzong is completely emotionless. Will you become like this in the future? It will. Ola. M.
Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. That is such a sad thing.
I will help you control the sect. If you are forced to do so, just admit defeat in time. We in Tianzong never bear grudges. Good.
Lingyin, please help brother call Lina over here. I have something to ask her.
What does Lord Su want to see me about? Please sit down.
Lina, you've been staying at my house for a few days.
Is there anything you're not satisfied with?
The food here is much better than in southern Shinji. The streets are so wide, the houses are so big, and the beds are so comfortable.
To be honest, I don't even want to go back to southern Shinji.
As long as you don't drive me away, I can live here forever.
As long as you are satisfied, we Dafeng people are very hospitable. I have a question for you. How do you know it was me who picked up the silver? Wrong thing to say. Number 5 Lina doesn't know that I'm number 3.
What I told her before was that I was a peripheral member of the Tiandihui.
Expose yourself. But the question just now undoubtedly exposed my identity. It's all Li Maya's hen's fault.
She made me feel like number 3's identity had been exposed. It's also related to my current state of confusion and pain.
I'm not clear-headed and rational enough. No, I can't tell you.
I promised Granny Tiangu that I must not tell anyone about this and that I must not tell anyone that I heard the news from her.
Wait, she hasn't realized that my werewolf is jumping into the trap yet? Did Lina get this from her? Don't ask me anymore, I won't tell you. Oh, and Lina's self-exposure is more thorough than mine. Lina, it's your freedom not to answer.
A gentleman never forces others to do things against their will. But we have to calculate the expenses during your stay in Zhus house. My sister made 2 pieces of clothing for you, using the finest silk, which was given by the emperor at 10 taels of silver per piece, plus the labor cost, so the 2 pieces of clothing cost a total of 30 taels of silver. The accommodation fee is 3 taels of silver per night. You stayed at home for quite a few days, so let's count it as 3 taels.
Then there's the food. Miss Lina, I don't need to elaborate on your appetite.
In all these days, you've spent a total of 40 taels of my silver.
Now please pay the expenses, the total is 120 taels. I have no money. Get my point. But I can't break my promise to others. I must keep my promise to others.
Very well, then please pay me or get out of my house.
Kmana Khan.
I'll just go.
I'm going to find Taoist priest Jinlian.
Even if I starve to death, die outside or end up living on the streets, I will never betray Granny Tiangu.
Etc. Grandma Tiangu is in southern Shinji, right? I am in the capital.
The 2 places are tens of thousands of miles apart.
If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, how can it be considered as breaking trust? Is that so? Just like going to the Jiafsi to sleep with a woman is prostitution, but if you don't pay money, it's not prostitution.
Besides, you are alone and helpless in a foreign land.
It doesn't matter if you sacrifice a little reputation for survival. No one will blame you.
Plus, with 3 days of meals at Guiyue Tower, you'll be able to eat as much as you want.
Make a deal. But you swear not to tell anyone.
Last time, number 3 asked him through the fragment of the Earth Book why his friend kept picking up money.
The Tiangu tribe of our Gu clan knows everything about astronomy and geography.
They can look up at the stars and down at the mountains and rivers.
They know everything.
I asked the leader of the Tiangu tribe, Grandma Tiangu, and she said that the guy who picked up the silver must be him.
Not friends LAM. Then you. Are you number 3?
Yes, I am number 3, but I promised Taoist Master Jinlian not to reveal my identity.
Now it's okay, we broke our promise, so it's no big deal.
Hearing him say this, the guilt in my heart was relieved a lot. Grandma Tiangu said that 20 years ago, 2 thieves stole something very valuable from a wealthy family. Some of the wealthy family have already realized what happened, while others are still unaware of it.
Grandma Tiangu also asked me where you were.
I said you were in the capital, but Granny Tiangu couldn't believe it and seemed to think you definitely shouldn't be in the capital. Before I left southern Shinji, Grandma Tiangu said to me, one of the 2 thieves was her husband.
They
There is a legend in our southern border that one day the Gu god will awaken from the abyss and destroy the world. Let the world of Kyushu become a world filled with only Gu. This legend was deduced by the prophets of the Qi'an Gu tribe from generation to generation, and it is a future that will definitely happen. In order to change the future, Grandpa came up with a solution.
So he left southern Shinji and never came back.
The life-saving Gu he left in the Gu tribe has dried up, foreshadowing his. Although Grandma Tian Gu also explained the matter of the 7 deadly Gu. Grandma Tian Gu also told me that the thing was about to be born, and she predicted that I would be involved in it, so she asked me to come to the capital to seek opportunities. But she asked me to hand it over to the destined person, so it should have nothing to do with Su Qian.
I see.
Lena, you go back first, you'll be alone.
Today's conversation cannot be leaked to anyone. See, I'll take Linging to Gueyue Tower first. Remember to come and pay the bill later.
Lunch was just over, wasn't it? I'll do horse dance with Linging later, so you'll feel hungry.
Goodbye. Are you two planning to bankrupt me in one go?
What secrets are hidden behind Grandma Tian Gu's words?
20 years ago. 2 thieves. Only one left. There is no doubt about this. As the current leader of the Tu tribe, this mother-in-law will not make mistakes in such matters.
One of the 2 thieves back then has already died.
God of Cups. Individual. End of the world. 20 years ago. 2 thieves. Only one left. The world is not yet. God of Cups. Let me think about it. Come.
On the official ship returning to the capital from Yunzhou, I woke up dreaming of the Battle of Shanhaiguan and saw the young Wei Yuan.
Battle of Shanhaiguan. 20 years ago.
This is very unscientific because I was born 20 years ago and it is impossible for me to experience the Battle of Shanhaiguan, so it is impossible for me to have any related memories. Grandma Tian Gu insisted that I was the one who picked up the silver and that I was related to the 2 thieves.
So what is my biggest secret? It's luck. 2 thieves. Little luck. So, what the 2 thieves stole back then was Dafeng's luck. In the ancient tomb, Monk Shinshu said that my luck was refined. Only one left. Yunzhou Warlock? Dean Zhaoshuo said that the 3 forces related to destiny are Confucianism, sorcerers, and dynasties.
Secondly, excluding Confucianism, the strongest point of the Confucian system is that what you say is what the law says, rather than using luck. First of all, excluding dynasties, I am most likely not a member of the royal family.
Only the warlock. He is an expert at playing with luck. I suspect that the 1st and 2nd grade warlocks are professions related to luck. Then who stole Dafeng's luck, refined it, and hid it in his own body?
I used to think it was the supervisor, because he gave me clear instructions.
But now I have doubts. Could the Chief Justice be a thief?
He was the Chief Justice of Dafeng.
No one in the whole dynasty was better at playing with luck than him. He really wants to steal Dafeng's luck. Does he need to conspire with the people of the southern Shinji Tu tribe? That's too much of an insult to this first-class warlock.
Compared to the supervisor, I suspect it was the mysterious sorcerer of at least the 3rd rank in Yunzhou. He conspired with the former leader of the Tu tribe to steal the fortune of Dafeng. The luck was stolen 20 years ago, and the only major event that happened 20 years ago was the Battle of Shanhaiguan.
Because of the conspiracy between the 2, they were able to hide the truth from the supervisor for a short time?
I saw the Battle of Shanhaiguan in my dream, which can also serve as evidence.
It is very likely that this is not my memory, but a picture brought about by the revival of luck? Why would luck be bestowed upon me?
I am just an ordinary young master of the Su family.
There is no reason why luck should be bestowed upon me.
Such an important thing was given to me, but it was kept silent for 30 years.
Was it really just given to me for nothing? Is it really given to me for free? Could it be that all the gifts are secretly marked? The starting point of everything. Tax money. Tax case. So that's it.
I didn't think there were sorcerers behind the tax and silver case before, and there was nothing suspicious about this case.
Actually, the tax and banking case was directed at me? Let's look back at the tax silver case.
Su Pingji failed to protect the silver and lost a total of 150,000 taels of silver.
Emperor Yuan Jing's decree was: Su Pingji was beheaded and his female relatives were sent to the Jiaf Bureau.
The men of the 3 tribes.
Exile to the frontier.
In other words, if I hadn't traveled through time and space, if I hadn't turned the tide and solved the tax case, the original owner Su Qi'an would have ended up in exile.
Exile to the frontier. Then the mastermind took back the luck in my body?
I used to think that my luck would revive as my rank increased.
The 9th rank gets 1 cent, the 8th rank gets 3 cents, the 7th rank gets 5 cents. Now think about it, that's not the case at all.
I started picking up silver after I was released from prison, and I was still in the refining essence realm at that time, but why didn't the original owner Su Qi'an pick up the silver? The fact is, the good fortune hidden in my body began to revive during that period, so the mastermind behind the scenes created the tax and silver case to get me out of the capital.
There is a logic bug here.
If you want to get me out of the capital, there is no need to go through so much trouble.
Can you just kidnap me directly?
A fast-handed person in Kali County doesn't need the boss behind the scenes to take action personally, just send a few shamat yellow-haired people to drag him away.
Unless, my disappearance without reason will lead to some uncontrollable consequences.
So, you have to use the tax case to reasonably let me leave Beijing? Grandma Tiangu learned that I was in the capital. She showed great shock and confusion. I know why luck is with me. The 2 thieves stole the luck and hid it in a newborn baby in the capital.
According to normal people's thinking, if something is stolen, it must have been taken away. How could it be possible that it is still left at home? This results in the darkness beneath the lamp. The 1 or 2 thieves used this trick to deceive the supervisor of the first-class sorcerer? And the original owner, Su Qi'an, was the chosen vessel of destiny. So that's how it is. Originally, Su Qi'an played the role of a human courier box in the plan.
The appearance of I made Su Qi'an, who was originally going to be sent to the frontier, stay in the capital.
My luck was also recovering, and the supervisor also noticed me.
So the chess player started over again, treating me as an important chess piece. Various weapons and magical skills are constantly delivered to me. He wants me to improve my cultivation and reduce the possibility of having my luck taken away by the Yunzhou sorcerers. But during the Yunzhou case, I was out of the sight of the supervisor.
Why didn't the Yunzhou sorcerer kidnap me at that time?
Unless the supervisor is already on me before I leave the capital.
Leaving behind. What was wrong with me before I left Beijing?
Before leaving Beijing, I was possessed by the severed arm of Monk Shinshu.
I was able to return to Yunzhou safely because I have the Monk Shinshu in my body?
This made the mastermind behind the scenes fearful and he dared not take direct action, fearing that he would be retaliated by the Monk Shinshu. Yes, the mastermind must have observed me closely when he was in Yunzhou and discovered the Monk Shenshus.
Is this also the bodyguard he chose for me? Did he already make armaments for the supervisor?
Therefore, he turned a blind eye to the plot of the remnants of the Wanyao kingdom, because he knew that the Monk Shinshu would definitely parasitize in my body.
Ah. N. The wise plan their plans and make plans in advance. Prison is too scary. My head hurts.
But these are all my own secrets, I dare not stop for a moment. The doubts about the Battle of Shanhaiguan are real.
There are too many of them.
It is useless to think about them by yourself. I have to go to the government office and check the case database.
Miss Kaiwei, long time no see.
I haven't seen this guy for a long time.
How come he is so familiar with Lina Lingyin? I often come to Zh's house, but you are in the government office during the day and I can't see you. Miss Kaiwei and I get along quite well. Me too, me too. Get along well? Is it that we are compatible in terms of our IQs, or in terms of our foodie nature? Cop. Co, didn't Lena say she was going to Guayue Tower? Why is she still eating snacks at home? By the way, Lord Su said he would treat me to 3 days of eating at Guayue Tower. Miss Kaiwei, please come with us. Okay. Shit, why did I bring this up? My wallet is going to bleed again. Yadot. Why are you still staying in the government office? Go patrol the streets. Boss, I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you stole the show in the battle between heaven and man. Boss, you are always absent-minded when you are in office, and why Jin Luo has never blamed you. If we were in this situation, we would have been fired long ago. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. I heard that you are the GIF secretary. Please go to the GIFC tonight. Boss, this kid wants you to lead the way. He is still a virgin, having just broken through to the Qi training stage and joined the government office at the end of last year. See, I feel a little ashamed when I think about it. Since I was promoted to Silver Gong, I haven't really understood these bronze gongs assigned to me. It's nothing like the teachings Chun Gu gave me back then. Alright, they'll take you there after we finish our work. Ill treat you. With your salary, how can you afford to spend money at the GIFC? Follow me, the boss, and you'll have free sex for the rest of your life. Yay! It turns out that I followed the right person. Archives. According to the Yamen investigation, former Ministry of Revenue Minister Zhou Xianping. Over the past 20 years, the amount of silver embezzled has reached 2 million. But the silver looted during the house search amounted to only a few thousand taels. Where did all that silver go? Even if you indulge in sensual pleasures for 20 years, in this era of low prices, you can't spend 2 million taels. Zhou Xianping, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, died on the way to exile, and was most likely silenced. The manipulator behind the scenes has a certain influence on the court, and there is no doubt that Minister Zhou is his man. In addition to Minister Zhou, are there any other bastards? If so, who are they? I can't live my life to this day. Listening to music in brothels has made me tired. It turned out that it was the supervisor who had been helping me to withstand the turbulent undercurrent. My real situation was very bad. No matter who the other party is, he will definitely take back the luck in my body. I can't just sit there and wait for death. Well, I still have the luck of the jade seal in my body, which is from the Manzong Dao in the ancient tomb. Will he sit back and watch the mysterious sorcerer take away his luck? However, I can't pin my hopes on a life and death situation. Unknown ancient humans. C. Let's set a small goal first. Within 2 years, the title will be upgraded to at least 1 level and more power will be acquired. Although Dafeng is weak, it still has many talents, including Jianzhong, Wei Yuan, old silver coins, and millions of troops. This is something I can rely on. The second goal is to be promoted to the 4th rank before the end of the year. Strength is my greatest reliance. With strength, I can move from chess piece to become a chess player. There are too few records of the Battle of Shanhaiguan in the archives. Wait, Daddy Wei is the commander-in-chief of this battle, why don't I go to him directly? Duke Wei, I have something to report. Explain. Immediately, Su Qianan told Wei Yuan about Taoist Jinlian's instructions in King Dan's reward. Guessed it. I am so reckless that I will surely be hated by the loyal and righteous people in the court. Su Qianan came to Wei Yuan to ask about the history of the Battle of Shanhaiguan, but that would seem like treating your superior as a tool, which is not what a smart subordinate should do. To put it in another order, Su Qianan came to Haoqi Tower this time to report something, and asking questions was just a side note. Not so much. Although you delayed the struggle between heaven and man, you did not stop it. Those who want to see Luo Yuhan die are at most re with you. Then will you, Duke Wei, be re with me? Thanks to the medicinal properties of Qingdan, I have made some progress in my Vajra magical skills. Well, not surprising. First of all, you need to understand what Hua Jin is. I want to know how to practice the 5th level of transformation. Well, you punch to the left.
When you punch, whether you hit the target or not, your arm will have force, which will naturally cause your shoulders and skin to tremble. There's a noticeable tremor here. If you master the Hua Jin, it won't be like this. If an object is hit, the arm will also bear the rebound. This is essential. A warrior at this level can perfectly control his own strength. Don't waste a single moment. Why do the major systems fear the warriors getting close to them? What they are afraid of is martial artists with Hua Jin level above the 5th rank. Do you understand? It doesn't conform to the laws of mechanics. Wait, I remember now. Why Yan and Ji Luzhong once fought in the fighting field of the government office to compete for me, the male accomplice of trouble. The battle between the two Jin Luo had no after-swing or reaction force at all, which seriously violated the laws of mechanics. I didn't understand it at all at that time. It turned out that it was the manifestation of the 5th level of transformation strength. Now that you have reached this level, I will tell you some knowledge about the martial arts system. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for clearing up my confusion. Before the 5th level, talent only accounts for 30, effort accounts for 30, and resources account for 40. After the 5th level, hard work accounts for 20, resources account for 20 and talent accounts for 60. Before the 5th level, anyone with skills, resources, and a decent talent can achieve. There are numerous 6th rank officials, but when it comes to the 5th rank officials, their number starts to decrease, and when it comes to the 3rd rank officials, there is only one Jinbei king in the Dafeng court. If you want to master every bit of your own strength, you have to rely on the warrior's understanding. External objects cannot help. Theory of pulse. In the government office, there is only one article, the theory of Xingmai, which can help you to learn by analogy, but whether you can cultivate it to achieve the state of Hua Jin depends on the individual. The Dafeng court only has one king of Jinbei? In the Jihu, there are still 3 rank ones? There are many turtles in deep water, so don't underestimate the heroes from the grassroots. But the number is also rare, and they are all relatively well behaved. The court also adopted a conciliatory attitude towards them and allowed them to become local heroes. If you have the chance, you can go to Jianzhou, the place where Dafeng martial arts is most prosperous. Duke Wei, I have recently come to. Do you still read history books? No wonder Wei Yuan always wanted me to go to Jihu. Jihu seems to be quite. Ha ha ha. I felt the contempt from the academic bully. I still read occasionally, after all, I am half a scholar. I discovered that in addition to the Buddhist sect and the Jiazi demon slayer of the Wanyao kingdom, the Battle of Shanhaiguan was a rare large-scale war in the history of Kyushu. What caused this war? The history books are vague. I think that you, Duke Wei, were the commander of the 5 armies back then, so you must be able to see the comparison clearly. In the 13th year of Yuan Jing, the southern barbarians, led by the Gu tribe, suddenly attacked the southern border of Dafeng, conquer cities and spread poison over hundreds of miles. After receiving the report, the imperial court immediately organized an army to march south to drive out the barbarians. Monster Clan. Northern Barbarians. As a result, in August of the same year, the Northern Barbarians and the Demon Tribe joined forces, organized 200,000 cavalry demon soldiers, and attacked Dafeng from the south like a lion attacking a rabbit. Dafeng was attacked from all sides. After a year of war, Yuanjing gave up in 2014. The 2 states in the northwest are dedicated to fighting against the southern barbarians. In the autumn of the same year, the Wanyao kingdom occupied the 2 states and announced the restoration of the country. Dafeng. Buddhist kingdom in the western regions. Nanman. Jingzhou. Kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Chuzhou. Buddhist kingdom in the western regions. Chuzhou and Jingzhou. Once they split apart, the northern barbarians, the monsters, and the 10,000 monsters kingdom will form a trial. Whether it was going south to attack Dafeng, or go west to attack the Buddhist country. All 3 parties can achieve the closest. Dafeng. So, in the 15th year of Yuan Jing, the Buddhist kingdom in the western regions came to an end.
The Buddhist kingdom and Dafeng joined forces and recaptured Chuzhou and Jingzhou within 3 months. Dafeng was able to catch its breath and dispatch more troops to the south to strike hard at the southern barbarians led by the Gu tribe. Sure enough, the remnants of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom did participate in the Sanhedrin battle. The orphan of the nine-tailed sky fox / the demon princess, her ultimate goal is to restore her country. The failure of the Sanhedrin campaign made her realize that Buddhism was too powerful and that she had to weaken Buddhism if she wanted to restore her country. So, she began to plot against the gods under SPO? See, as long as you figure out the other party's goal, many things will become traceable and you will be able to respond calmly. The ints of Mahayana Buddhism will certainly cause a stir in the West. A dispute over concepts is inevitable. If Buddhism is to split, Nga com. How would that nine-tailed fox feel? She had worked so hard for hundreds of years but failed to accomplish anything. A small silver gong from Dafeng, with a few random words, has caused the Buddhist sect to split, 000. In the 16th year of Yuan Jing, the southern and northern barbarians, the northern demon tribe, the remnants of the Wanyao kingdom, and the northeast Wushan cult met at Sanhedrin. He made a desperate attempt to fight a life-and-death battle with the Buddhist sects in the western regions in Dafeng. Each side deployed more than 1 million troops, and the war lasted for half a year without sleep. In the end, it ended with a tragic victory for Dafeng and the Buddhist kingdom. Known in history as the Battle of Shanhai. Duke Wei, why did the Wushan cult suddenly come to an end? Naturally, it is profitable. They have always hated Dafeng, which is related to an old incident when Dafeng was founded. I know this. The founding emperor of Dafeng abandoned the Wushan cult. When they need someone, they call her Little Sweetie. But when they establish a country, they turn around and call her Mrs. Niu. The Battle of Sanhedrin started with a coalition of northern and southern barbarians, but it was the Gu tribe that led the southern barbarians to attack the Dafeng border in the beginning, and then the northern barbarians also went south to attack Dafeng. It can be seen here that it was the former leader of the Tiu tribe who mediated and instigated the Gu tribe to start a war. This fits in with the two thieves plan. The other thief was a sorcerer, and the sorcerer system was derived from the wizard system. When the Wushan cult intervened in the Battle of Sanhedrin, this mysterious sorcerer must have fanned the flames and played a catalytic role. So the remnants of the 10,000 demons nation knew that I was blessed with good fortune through what happened back then? No, stealing the luck was a secret plan by two thieves. Even the supervisor didn't find out before my luck awakened. How did the demon princess discover the luck in my body? She must have known, otherwise she wouldn't have allowed Monk Shinshu to live inside my body. Phew. Let's ignore this for now and set a long-term goal to find out why the mysterious sorcerer stole our luck. The leader of the Qi'an Gu tribe wants to steal the luck and suppress the Gu god, but the mysterious sorcerer may have other purposes. What else? Although the supervisor and Taoist master Jinlian knew about their good fortune, it was discovered by the two old silver coins themselves. I never proactively told anyone. Sam. Moreover, Wei Yuan was a patriot. In his heart, the Dafeng dynasty came first, or second. If Wei Yuan knew that the reason for the decline of Dafeng's national strength was that its luck had been stolen and transferred to himself, he would think that it was because Dafeng's national strength had declined. What will Wei Yuan choose? He is still my biggest supporter, but I can't bet my life on him, there is none left. Think about it again, is there anything else? There is none left. Respect the master. A lot of things have happened in Dafeng recently. With the end of the imperial examination, factional struggles have gradually subsided, and Wei Yuan and W. Shofu have begun to work together to rectify the malpractices of clerks. I heard from the grapevine that their next goal is to thoroughly investigate the embezzlement of military land and tax reduction. Oh, the two of them can really sweep the court together. But as long as Emperor Yuan Jing did not give up his practice of Taoism, he would be like a bottomless glutton, eroding the national strength of Dafeng. The policy of tax reduction and exemption would be hindered. Don't worry, in the next 10 years, Dafeng's national strength will decline to the bottom. Without this powerful ally, even if the Buddhist kingdom is strong, it will be alone. If another Mountain Sea battle breaks out, we will surely be the victors. By the way, I have a good news to tell you. During the battle between the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and the Buddhist sect, Qi'an of Luo proposed the concept of Mahayana Buddhism, which gave the Arhat an epiphany.
I predict that there may be major unrest in the West this year, which is an opportunity for us to take advantage of. He is a truly amazing man with a bright future ahead of him.
I dare to ask, what are your plans for him? See Tianjian.
Brother Y, half of the month has passed, you can come out now.
Da Day.
I, Y Qianhuan, will eventually return to the world.
No one can suppress me. Walking backwards? Don't do stupid things next time. The supervisor said that if you imitate Su Qian again, he will lock you in the ground and you will never be able to come out again. He. Does Y need to learn from him? It's just that he did what I wanted to do. Neuropathy. Well, during the time I was in seclusion underground, what happened in the outside world? Yes, the dispute between heaven and man is over.
Chu Yuansan's fighting ability is extremely strong.
Although I have never seen Li Miaojin, I think she is not weak either. I didn't get to see the two fight, which was a pity. So who won in the end? Neither of them won. Tie? No, the winner is Master Su.
He fought alone against the outstanding disciples of the Taoist Tianren sect.
Defeating two people in front of everyone, the limelight is unmatched. It's him again? Why is he always involved in something that attracts attention?
By the way, I heard that the battle between heaven and man took place at the Wei River in the suburbs of Beijing.
It is said that Mr. Su came here on a small boat.
Along with the sonorous and pleasant piano music, a poem was also recited.
What poem? Tell me.
With sword in hand, I row my boat across the Wei River, not for hatred nor for favor. Wan Zhan claimed that he did not lift a sword, and he was born with eyes that looked down on all heroes. Unable to bear watching his son become a rising star, he rightly went up to the ring and fought again. One knife splits the road of life and death, two hands subdue heaven and man.
Why does Su Qian always encounter such opportunities? B. Since we are born peacefully, why should we have illusions? I just missed this opportunity.
Senior Brother Y, actually, His Majesty has sent someone to invite you to come out and stop the two people in this fight between heaven and man.
But the supervisor refused, saying that you were suppressed underground. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? Senior brother? Of course it is true, how could I deceive my brother? Diam. Supervisor. Cough. Cough. Teacher Jinzheng. Dal, you have several good friends visiting you. Taoist priest Jinlian. Brother Chu, Master Hun Yuan. Come on in and sit down. Hey, why doesn't Taoist Jinlian go on the cat?
Lord Su, please ask Li Miaojin and Lina to come out.
I have something to say to you. Lamb. Taoist priest Jinlian, and everyone else. Except for number 1, all our Tiandihui members are here. Oh, and number 3? Is this kid going to reveal his identity? Oops. I think I said something wrong. Went on a date with Miss W. Dating? Talk about love. Oh, he is indeed a talented and romantic man.
Su Xinyan did go on a date with Miss W, but Miss W thought it was a date, while Su Xinyan thought it was just an appointment.
Ahem. I will be leaving Beijing in these few days.
This was not surprising.
Taoist Master Jinlian hid in the capital that day to escape the pursuit of the demon Taoist of the Earth sect.
It was just a temporary measure. After recuperating in the capital for more than half a year, it is indeed time to leave.
If it was just to announce this matter, Taoist Master Jinlian didn't have to gather us together. Ba. All good things must come to an end.
The stinky Taoist priest ordered Su Ningyan to interrupt my duel.
I didn't want to see him today. This honeydew melon is so sweet. The reason I sneaked into the Earth sect that day was to steal a treasure called 9-color lotus.
The lotus seeds produced by the 9-colored lotus can enlighten all things, even stones can be given spiritual intelligence. The demons of the Earth sect have been searching for me, trying to take back the 9-colored lotus. I have been hiding in the capital, actually to confuse them, making them think that the 9-colored lotus was brought to the capital by me. In fact, I had already secretly moved it to a secret place. As the 9-colored lotus gradually matures, its aura can no longer be suppressed. By then, it is likely to attract the covetousness of the Earth sect's demons. So I had to go back and look after the lotus.
Even stones can be enlightened? Damn, Taoist priest.
My silicone wife from my previous life needs your help.
9-colored lotus, I seem to have seen it in some ancient book. Is the second most precious treasure of the Earth sect, the 9-colored lotus, about to mature? By then, there will definitely be demons from the Earth sect following the scent and coming to my door. I will set up a trap to trick them, and I hope you can lend a hand. Will the head of the Earth sect take action? Yes, but he was in a very bad condition and spent most of his time sleeping, and he had to sleep. Even if he takes action, it is only a clone or a wisp of soul, and its strength is limited. Relieved. I can help, and he'll give you a lotus seed as payment afterwards. This is natural, each person has a lotus seed. Qi'an has 2. Why does he have 2? Because I defeated you and Brother Chu, this is the reward that Taoist Jinlian promised to give me. Number 5, what do you think? Are lotus seeds delicious? It is not a question of whether it tastes good or not, it is a rare. What if you eat it? If you must eat it, it will probably be very sweet. No problem, master, I will help. Before the 9-colored lotus matures, I will contact you through the fragments of the Earth Book. After planning for so long to establish the Tiandihui, today, many years later, it finally paid off. Chu Yuanjin, who has a 4th-grade fighting power, Li Miaojin, a 4th-grade Taoist, Han Yuan, who is an 8th-grade monk but has extremely strong fighting power, Lina, a girl from southern Xinji with infinite strength. Seed, of course, what made me most happy was Qi'an, who finally joined the Tiandihui. This kid has great luck and can do anything. He has also pushed the Vajra magic skill to a small level of success. He can fight and resist, and can play a huge role in battle. If I give these kids a few more years, it might not be difficult for them to form a team to fight me in the future. 2 days later, the Imperial Study. It will take a few days to prepare the first batch of food and fodder, so General Chu doesn't need to worry. Your Majesty, I have returned to the capital not only to escort grain and fodder, but the King of Jinbei has also given me a task. What task? Escort the princess to the border. See? Back off. Yes. Day. Is he almost there? Very good, Prince Y did not disappoint me. Yes, now everything is ready, except for the princess. Very good. Very good. I have one more request. Something went wrong when I was practicing, and I couldn't fight for a long time or fight with all my strength. Your Majesty, please send someone to escort the princess to the north. At this moment, something went wrong during the practice? Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Xu Shilong said that the old emperor was suspicious by nature. If he didn't explain this matter clearly, even if he was the confidant of the King of Jinbei, the old emperor would still be suspicious. He then confessed in detail how he plotted to see Su Qianan's Vajra magical skills, and how he teamed up with Duke Chao to coerce him by posing as a fraudulent criminal in the imperial examination. Damn thing. If I didn't still count on you to do something, I would chop off your head right now. Sending the imperial guards to escort them would be too conspicuous and inappropriate. Cough, cough, cough. Moreover, the preparations have not been completed yet. If we travel with the food and fodder, it will be late spring or even early summer when we reach the north. The various parties in the court repeatedly petitioned the emperor to send people to investigate the bloody massacre over 3,000 miles. In this way, the princess can travel with the team heading north to investigate the case,
which can conceal their whereabouts and provide them with expert protection. Still not right, the princess is gorgeous, even with the magic to shield her aura, but her appearance.
This is easy, Your Majesty.
The princess has a magic weapon that can not only change her appearance, but also conceal her aura, turning her into an ordinary woman.
Where did she get her magic weapon?
The princess said it was a gift from the imperial teacher, and she had used it to sneak out of the palace several times.
Let's settle this for now. We will discuss the details later. Yes. Star Observation Tower. Master, can I obtain a physical body soon? Did Song Qing really succeed in his human body transformation? Would he be willing to give it to me? Kappa Mag.
Don't worry, since I brought you to the Qi'an, I am sure I can let Song Qing give you the human body.
Mr. Su, you are finally here.
After returning to Beijing for several months, I have been to the Imperial Observatory countless times, but I only know how to fool around with senior sister Zhong.
The great cause of alchemy was totally forgotten.
Many of the alchemy techniques we have developed recently are stuck at bottlenecks. The brothers and sisters have been discussing it day and night, but have no clue.
We are eagerly waiting for you. Has the next volume of the Blue Book been written? We have been waiting for half a year.
From the looks in their eyes, it can be seen that Su Qian seems to have a very high status. Everyone respects him from the bottom of their hearts, especially when mentioning the Blue Book. They are very humble. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like they are waiting for charity.
The white-robed sorcerers are the most arrogant people in the capital. How ridiculous.
The Blue Book is not available yet, but I promise you that I will definitely send it to you before the end of the year. When I have time in the future, I will come to the alchemy room more often and discuss alchemy with everyone.
Very good. Lamb.
Brother Song, your work.
Will the arrogant Song Qing really agree? Nervous? Nervous.
After I finished this work, my biggest regret was that I didn't get any evaluation or advice from Master Su.
Now I finally got what I wanted. Mr. Su, please follow me. So humble?
I spent 10 days forging this door with steel.
Even a 5th-rank warrior can't destroy it. Its greatest feature is that it is sturdy and has excellent anti-theft capabilities. But the walls of your observatory are normal walls, right? There is no need for thieves to go through the door. Besides, how could someone steal something from the Star Observatory? There has never been a similar case in history. Boom. Is there anything else? If not, please go back. Shut up now. Miaozhen, don't make too many comments on Song Qing's works. Sound transmission. Senior brother Song, we are all waiting to watch your magical transformation. Follow me. This is it. Wow. Nervous. Nervous. Breathe a sigh of relief. This work is pretty normal. I thought I would see some monster.
When he was finished, his body was in the same condition as an ordinary person, but he was losing strength every day.
The medication is ineffective. I estimate that I will die in 3 days. It is unavoidable. Drugs ineffective?
I have heard a saying before that if modern humans go back to ancient times, they will become a mobile source of infection and cause the destruction of the world. The core idea of this statement is that ancient people did not have antibodies to resist modern viruses. Human antibodies to natural viruses can be passed on to future generations. This bogus inability to absorb medicinal herbs may be due to similar reasons.
Induction.
This body is clean, without intelligence or soul, better than the shell of a living person.
Most suitable to be Susu's body.
The soul and body of a normal person are in harmony.
When a ghost possesses a body, it will feel rejection because it cannot completely fit in with the physical body.
The living people's Y energy is weakened, and the ghost scene energy is exhausted, so both sides suffer. Once a living person dies, the body inevitably decays and cannot serve as a permanent place of refuge.
But this body has no soul. If Susu were to possess it, the body might be able to feed the soul. Just like a living person. Come. This is my friend in Tianzong. That is the charm she made. If it were to come alive in the body you created, it might be able to solve your human alchemy dilemma. I see. Go in and try? Go ahead. Whoosh. Hey, you said you would be my concubine. This is different from what I thought.
What I want is a jade dragon to pump water into the deep trench, not a stick to stir up trouble.
Restless. Pop up. What's going on? Come. I understand now. This body is different from a normal body. It looks like flesh, but it is actually like stone. A ghost like Susu cannot live on stone. I refined a body that looks like a human, but is actually made of stone.
It turned out to be just a false joy.
Mr. Su, you are a genius in the field of alchemy. Your attainments in the alchemy of life are unmatched. Please teach me, Master Su.
Yes, it was Su Ningyan who taught Songqing the alchemy of life.
He also wrote a blue book. The sixth grade alchemy was very respectful to him. With Su Ningyan's blessing, this body will definitely have a chance to get better. How the hell should I know this?
I have no problem talking about it, but this topic is beyond the scope.
I understand now. This body is different from a normal body. It looks like flesh, but it is actually like stone. The reason I sneaked into the earth sect that day was to steal a treasure. Called 9-color lotus. 00000 Elder Jinlian's treasure can even enlighten stones. The lotus seeds produced by the 9-colored lotus can enlighten all things, even stones can be given spiritual intelligence. As far as I know, there is a natural treasure in the world called the 9-colored lotus, which can enlighten all things. Even stone can generate spiritual wisdom. Your body needs its enlightenment. 9-color lotus. There are such magical things in the world. Su Ningyan was right.
The 9-colored lotus can enlighten everything, and naturally it can enlighten this body.
As long as he can open his mind, Su can possess him. Things are still turning around.
I wish the 9-colored lotus would mature immediately. The 9-colored lotus is a treasure of the earth sect. In fact, it is essentially one of the materials of alchemy. After all, everything can be made into alchemy. All things are possible. Mr. Su, you are a true alchemy genius that I admire. I was even that your second uncle didn't send you to the Qi'an to learn from a master. No, my second uncle is already pitiful enough, let him go. Calm watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Brother Song, I have a favor to ask of you. You say. I need you to refine a female body for the demon to possess, and then I will find a way to get the 9-colored lotus. Okay, I'll do it. But I also have conditions. First of all, the female body must be beautiful, especially beautiful. Then, it has to be big here. What is the definition of big? M, the cube of picking vetch. Su Mansion. Back from the new year? Did you have a good time with Miss W today? Brother, I think Miss W is coveting my beauty. The wording is wrong, but the meaning is this. Su Jill actually reacted? She often compliments me on my good looks, and her behavior shows that she wants to be close to me. What do you mean? W Shofu and Wei Yuan were political enemies, and his elder brother was Wei Yuan's confidant. How could I have anything to do with Miss W? I have always wanted Earl not to be labeled as a member of the eunuch party. I am worried that he has no support in the court. If he could join the Prime Minister W. But this is no joke. Who knows what I am thinking? Will it push Earl into the fire pit? Moreover, even if you and Miss W get married in the future, she will marry into the Su family, not you. There is a fundamental difference here, you are still free. You decide for yourself. The future is yours to walk on your own 2 feet. There are no eternal enemies in the court. Duke Wei and Prime Minister W have now joined forces to rectify the malpractices of the clerks.
Big brother, you made it sound as if Miss W and I were really having an affair. Besides, she likes me because I'm good looking. If I looked scary, would she still like me? It depends on how you pronounce the word. I don't think there's anything wrong with Miss W coveting Su'erl's beauty. When you like someone, shouldn't you start with their face? I like Linen, Huiqing, Kaiwei, Li Miaojin, Susu, Lina, and even Guisher, because they are all very pretty. Call. Call. Xingmeiwa. Lamb. It's too slow. The theory of circulation is at most an auxiliary function. Whether I can achieve the state of transformation depends on me personally. If this continues, it will be difficult to even reach the 5th rank, let alone the 4th rank, by the end of the year. I must find a way to improve my strength and my luck will gradually awaken. The mastermind behind the scenes will not sit idly by. Even with the protection of the guardians and the gods, I am not absolutely safe. The opponent is at least a 3rd rank warlock, and there may be an even more powerful force behind him. Heaven and Earth Sword Slash is a move that gathers all the energy of the body into one move, and Huajin is also to twist the energy into one force. Not wasting a single bit, unleashing the greatest power at the smallest cost, the two are similar in nature. Theory of pulse. If I combine the two. Concentrate. Qi restrained. M. Snap. Call. The arm was still trembling, but at the moment of punching, the force was indeed moving in one direction. It is much better than Xing Mai Luan, I am really a genius. Wait. Heaven and Earth Slashing Sword is a skill sent by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to the Night Watchman, and it is a secret gift from the chief of the Bureau. Could it be that even this step was within the supervisor's expectations? Imperial Palace Study Room. My dear ministers have submitted petitions for days, requesting a thorough investigation of the bloodbath of 3,000 miles. I totally agree. I want to send an envoy to the border to investigate this matter. Do you have any suitable candidates? Your Majesty, this case concerns Your Majesty and is of great importance. It should be handled by the 3 divisions in collaboration with the Night Watchman. This is a good tacit understanding formed within the court over the years. Whenever a major case is encountered, it is basically handled jointly by the 3 courts and the Night Watchman's office. It is both cooperation and mutual supervision. What about the host officer? Do you have any suitable candidates? Hearing the word host, the minds of the gentlemen almost instinctively and inertially ed with an arrogant young man in silver gong, official uniform. The Night Watchman Su Qianan can be appointed as the chief officer. See, what do you think, my dears? Good. Come. What? In the chief judge of the bloody massacre of 3,000 miles? This is different from the last Yunzhou case. In the Yunzhou case, Governor ZH was the chief officer and I was one of the accompanying personnel. And this time I am the theoretical leader. The pros and cons are obvious. If this case is solved, I will take the credit. If the bloody massacre of 3,000 miles really happened, and I found out the truth, my contribution would be unimaginable. I was just worried that I had no chance to make merit and wanted to take a nap, so someone gave me a pillow? But the disadvantages are also obvious, because if the case cannot be solved, I will be convicted. This is still good. If the bloody massacre of Qianli was really the fault of the Jinbei king, and the Jinbei king lied about the military intelligence, then I would be under. Lord Wei, I'm afraid you all have bad intentions in nominating me as the chief official? Why didn't Your Majesty appoint a governor, but instead agreed to let me, a silver gong, be the chief officer? You have to send a golden gong to protect me. Yes, you are more perceptive than before. In the past, you would not try to guess the intentions of the officials in the court or the thoughts of His Majesty. No, I just feel that with a political fighter like you around, I can't be bothered. Please Wei Gong teach me. nga.con. 2 reasons. The governor represented the imperial court and had so much power that even the king of Jinbei could only be on equal footing with him. Your Majesty does not want to find a governor to restrain the king of Jinbei,
or he may have selfish motives or consider the war situation. If a silver gong is appointed as the main organizer, this problem will not exist.
In this case, wouldn't my hands be tied when investigating the case? Everyone is vying for good jobs, otherwise why would the officials in the court recommend you? Bloodbath for 3,000 miles. If the king of Jinbei lied about military intelligence and tried to evade responsibility, it would be a good thing if the chief officer could not find out. If found out. If they find out, they will be killed. This is the second reason why you all recommended you. This group of old silver coins. But Duke Wei doesn't seem to be worried at all? What should I do?
To pretend to be cooperative and conduct investigations secretly.
Lam Na.
When you go to the north, remember not to act impulsively and try not to conflict with the subordinates of the king of Jinbei.
Showing weakness to the enemy can lower their guard. If you can investigate secretly, you should never do it openly. If you find evidence that is unfavorable to the king of Jinbei, hide it and show it back in the capital. But if there is an assassination attempt, the king of Jinbei will most likely not do it himself. I will let Wei Yin go with you.
You are quite strong yourself, and your Vidra skill has made some progress, so you don't have to worry about this.
I think so too.
If the king of Jinbei takes action himself, then no matter how many golden gongs are sent, it will be useless. Although I don't know how strong a third-rank warrior is, there is only one third-rank warrior in the entire court, and the fourth-rank warrior is.
In fact, I am not afraid of being assassinated.
What I am afraid of is that the king of Jinbei will take action himself.
Then I will have to risk everything to summon Monk Shinshu.
When fighting against a third-rank warrior, Monk Shinshu will inevitably absorb his essence and blood crazily, and will inevitably kill innocent people.
This is something I don't want to see. It's up to you to control the balance. Moreover, he had to leave the country and could not return to the imperial court.
In this way, the mastermind behind the incident was very happy. If the situation is not right, the case can be dropped.
After returning to Beijing, at most you will be held accountable.
Bloody massacre for 3,000 miles, bloody massacre for 3,000 miles, please send troops. If blood was slaughtered for 3,000 miles.
If this is true, I will not give up. Will not turn a blind eye.
But I won't be reckless, Duke Wei, rest assured. We will set off in 3 days, so you should use this time to prepare.
Watch. The fastest and most stable. Minimal advertising. Prince Huai's mansion. Day.
His Majesty has ordered that in 3 days, the princess must go to the northern border with the investigation team.
Please make preparations early, princess. Is there anything else? If not, just go away. COA. Nyojin. What's the matter? Can you come with me to Yunlu Academy? Don't go. Something urgent. The court appointed me as the chief official. 3 days later, he led a delegation to the northern border to investigate the case thoroughly. Do you remember the case you uncovered?
The bloody case that spread over 3,000 miles.
I'll go with you. Alas, a saintly lady of the Tianzong sect is so eager to help others. I really don't know if this is a sin. The court has its own rules. You are not an official, so you cannot be involved in this case. How about this, you can go ahead and meet in the north. Contact us. Good. I have one more request. I want to be by your side when you investigate a case. If I am absent due to other matters, please say. Afterwards, you need to tell me in detail the process and your ideas for solving the case. She wants to learn how to solve crimes from me? Well, she will definitely continue to do good deeds in the future.
In the process, she will inevitably eliminate evil and redress the wronged.
So I am eager to learn some reasoning knowledge and criminal investigation skills. Okay. One more thing.
When you use the fragments of the Earth Book to contact me, remember to ask Taoist Master Jinlian to block other people.
Speechless. No problem. What's up?
The students met 3 teachers.
Alas, I have been running out of ideas recently and can't think of any good poems. Please forgive me, teachers. Cough, cough, cough.
I have used up most of the magic books given to me by Master Li and Master ZH.
I've been exhausted lately. Feeling unwell exhausted. Kosum.
Anyone who was willing to be taken advantage of for free was an L with broken wings in his previous life, but you 3 are obviously not. Then I would like to ask the 3 teachers for help to engrave the Taoist spiritual magic for me.
Taoist magic?
This is rare.
Can. The psychic magic requires the setting of a magic circle.
This guy asked me to come to the academy just to record the Tao Gate.
You just perform and leave the rest to us. Stand back. Call. M. This is the Taoist soul gathering formation.
But after Miaozhen cast the spell, no souls were summoned.
This is as it should be. Ghosts cannot exist in Qingyun Mountain.
Under the righteous spirit, all evil spirits will be reduced to ashes.
Okay, I burned 12 copies. Is it enough? Enough is enough. The Confucian system is really fucking amazing. It's like reading a book. You can remember what you've read, and you can write it down on paper with a pen. I've written you a few Confucian spells, by the way.
The after effects are quite terrible.
I'm sure you have experienced them. The students don't understand how the teachers avoided backlash. Do not use unless absolutely necessary. Get up. Thank you, teacher. C.M.
The backlash of Confucian magic is so terrible that if the great Confucian scholars cannot avoid such backlash, they will not be able to fight a protracted war.
The 4 Confucian qualities are called gentlemen. A gentleman cultivates a righteous spirit and is immune to all evil.
Invulnerable to all evil. Does this mean that once you reach the realm of a gentleman, you can rebound or be immune to spell backlash?
Is this too buggy? I really regret that I chose the martial arts system. If the spell is cast on one party,
then the party on whom the spell is cast will bear the backlash effect instead.
I'm glad I didn't put my dreams into reality. My Diao-chan is on my waist.
The spell backlash from this sentence could be shrinking the penis into the slit, or it could be a wire wrapped around the waist, or even, it's awesome. As a result, Earl's status in my heart plummeted, and he is no longer of any use to me.
Thank you to 3 teachers. The Confucian system is indeed magical.
In addition to its ability to follow the law, it also has a righteous spirit that is immune to all evil, similar to the golden elixir of our Taoism. It can also record spells from other systems.
I can only imagine how powerful Confucianism was during its heyday. Kotum. All things are inferior, only reading is superior. I have only just begun to understand this. What a pity.
It's a pity indeed. The student met the dean. He is the dean of Yunlu Academy, the most famous Confucian scholar of the time.
Are you going to the north? Investigate the case. Aren't you afraid of offending King Jinbei?
I was scared, but I wanted to see what was going on.
Come. It is not an insult to your great fortune. Su Qi'an, you must remember. The root of luck is the word people, at least that's the case with your luck. It is the common people who have gathered the good fortune. It is the people who have gathered the good fortune. Is it really okay to talk about this in front of Miaozhen? Why didn't Miaozhen react? The dean blocked her hearing?
This is the magic of various systems that I recorded when I traveled around the world when I was young.
I don't need that anymore. Thank you, Dean. Where are people? Song.co.
Beijing Pier 3 days later. There are 200 people in this delegation, led by Su Qian and Yan, with 4 silver gongs and 8 bronze gongs under them. The Ministry of Justice sent 1 chief constable and 12 detectives, the Metropolitan Procuratorate sent 2 censors and 10 guards.
The Dali temple sent a temple secretary and 12 guards and attendants. And a 100-man imperial guard. This is the configuration for the governor's travel.
The remaining people were all Chu Zilong's men. It was not until just now that Su Qianan found out that Chu Shilong was also in the delegation, heading to the northern border together. In the government office, Chun Gu, Song Tingfeng, and Zhu Guxiao also wanted to go north to join Su Qianan, but were rejected. They might not encounter a major crisis during this trip north, but if they did, it would be very derouse.
Su Qianan did not want the three of them to take risks. After all, these three people in the night watchman's office had the deepest friendship with him. Get home safely. Ko Pam. The Imperial Master asked me to give it to you. I'm not familiar with the Imperial Master. Why did she give this to me? Thank the Imperial Master for me.
Lord Su must return safely.
Just do good things and don't worry about the future. I will go ahead and wait for you in the north. Sound transmission. Just do good things and don't worry about the future. This is a very good saying. See you in the north. Sound transmission. Bon voyage. Have a safe journey. Why is Zhongli here too?
I feel like you were on your way back to Xixianjian from the dock. The crises I encountered may be more deroused than those I encountered on my way north.
000000, calm.
Why Ganwan, you must escort Zhongli back, watch, the fastest and most stable, with the least ads.
Mid-spring. Warm breeze.
Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads.
Another trip on an official ship, the last time was to Yunzhou. And this time it's.
Without Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guxiao, the journey would be so boring without Old Song as the supporting actor.
Maid? Why would you go out on the deck to enjoy the sea breeze at this time? Why are you here? No enemies, no gathering.
I should have known that his ability to solve cases was world-class.
How could he not be sent for a case like the bloody massacre of 3,000 miles? Don't call me Auntie anymore. Who is your superior, and who is the chief officer of the mission? If you dare to call me Aunt again, I will let him punish you. Auntie, Auntie, Auntie. This bastard. Just wait for me. We. Ingmei Pavilion. Madam, is Lord Su going to leave Beijing for business again? How do you know? The bed rocked until the third watch yesterday. Damn girl, you are getting bolder and bolder.
Normally, Lord Su would be considerate of his wife and would never make her stay up so late.
Even my aunt dares to make fun of me. Ah. Lady. What's wrong? You have white hair.
Just unplug it, what's the big deal?
Your hair is done, let's go out. Yes. Click. B. A guy in the night watchman's office made me Who?
Ever since his meridians were injured by Su Qianan's fake magic, Chu Shilong often had to meditate to heal the hidden injuries in his meridians.
Silver Gong Su Qian. He offended me. See at.
There's no need to go too far.
It's not a big deal after all, so a minor punishment will do. Why don't you answer? Even if I go to the north, I will still be the princess. The princess misunderstood. He is the organizer of this trip north. But don't worry, princess. He won't be so proud for long. I will punish him. Even if the chief official is appointed by His Majesty, it is only temporary. A silver gong is a silver gong. Even with the identity of a viscount, he is still a small figure after all. This statement is not an exaggeration.
As a general with real power and deputy general of the king of Zhenbei, Chu Shilong, ordinary nobles and officials were not in his eyes at all.
Princess? He is actually the organizer. No one on this ship can handle him.
There is abundant rainfall in spring, and the river is turbulent, not as calm as in winter. From time to time, the river breeze would bring huge waves. For those living in the cabin, it was uncomfortable but not unbearable. But the imperial guards living in the cabin were having a hard time,